Hello everybody, yes, welcome to Donington Park. We are celebrating everything big. That's why we're in front of a train. There's no reason for us being in front of a train other than the fact that it is big. Yes, it's Convoy in the Park 2025. And of course it wouldn't be a truck meeting, would it, if it wasn't with my good friend Pointy. Now, we've got to know each other so well over the years. He can just always finish my
sentences.
No, you wouldn't believe how many takes we've had to do for you to get that right.
First take that was, absolutely. There was no practicing or anything.
Yeah, that's take number 13, I think, there. In all seriousness, though, we've got so much going on, haven't we?
Absolutely. I mean, the train is just random. We had it here because we could have it here. Yeah, Reed's obviously racing the International Truck Prix this weekend. Parked it up for the weekend. I mean, it's probably safer here than it is on the side of the road.
It's got slick tyres on as well.
It has got slicks, yes. Right, yeah. And I think you were going to make the joke of we're hoping some drivers will be on rails this weekend.
Yeah. Let's hope there's no buffering on the stream as well. Nobody gets stopped in their tracks. But as you said, we are running out of steam a little bit.
Out of steam on these jokes, aren't we? Yeah, but no, it's an absolutely huge weekend. We've got 4 races today, 2 British Truck Racing Championships, and of course the International Truck Prix, welcoming some drivers that are over in the FIA at the moment, as well as some returning drivers from the British years gone by. So amazing. We've got Mark Taylor, we've got Jamie Anderson, there's loads of names returning. We've got huge amounts going on off the track as well. Live music during the day, DJ sets tonight. Drift trucks, everyone's favourite, down in the live action arena. So yeah, if you're in the area, get yourselves down here. 1,400 show trucks in the infield as well. It's going to be a great weekend.
Exactly, and I assume as you're watching this, you're not in the area, so you can watch it all on the live stream right here with BARC TV, and of course at the British Truck Racing Championship. That's not it. Of course, we've got the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the CNC Heads. Tomorrow we welcome the Coupe Cup, and of course today we've got that 90-minute Britcar Endurance race as well. Every single race for you live. Me and Pointy all day long. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Did you say 90-minute Britcar?
90 minutes.
So I will get a lunch break today then.
Yeah, you can.
That's amazing.
And Pointy, and whilst we're throughout the day as well, Pointy decided to not wear a hat. So let's see how he looks by the end of today. Right, enough from us. It's all about big speed, power today. Let's go racing, Pointy. Come on.
Locomotive time, baby. Let's have it.
Woo, do the locomotive.
Thanks very much indeed to Ian and Pointy down there. Yes, good morning everyone and welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsports in the Midlands for Convoy in the Park 2025. The first of 2 days of action here on BARC TV with the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. It is great to be here at one of my personal favourite events of the motorsport season. I mean, we've got truck racing, we've got aircraft flying over to East Midlands Airport next door, we've got steam locomotives present in the paddock. What's not to like? If you like things with wheels and engines of any kind, this is absolute nirvana here at Donington here this weekend. A very busy programme of 18 races and all manner of off-track attractions as well. I'm sure Pointy and Ian are going to be exploring the paddock, having a look at the show trucks. There's hundreds and hundreds of them on the infield this weekend. One thing I would love to see is that steam locomotive be taken for a lap round Donington on its trailer. That would be different. A steam engine has never done a lap of Donington to my knowledge. You might have had a steam car go round many years ago, but that would be something different to say the least. So, what have we got for you this weekend then? Well, out on track qualifying at the moment is the International Truck GP. As Pointy was explaining, we've got a mixture of drivers in this one, which are some drivers who race overseas but are based in the UK, some drivers who have not raced for a few years in the UK. There's even a celebrity guest in the shape of Isle of Man TT legend John McGuinness. He's having a go at truck racing again this weekend. We saw him out last year, he loved it, and he's come back for another go here this weekend. We have 4 races for the international trucks. We've got 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship as well in their latest round of their series, with Ryan Smith trying to win 10 titles in a row. Stuart Oliver, the 10-time champion, is out to stop him. And all the action in Division 2, which is very close at the moment as well, of course. We also have the Junior Saloon Car Championship, 3 races for them in their Citroen Saxos, the 14 to 17-year-olds. We also have a 90-minute race for the Britcar Endurance Championship for GT and tuned saloon cars. Also the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, the Northwest Sports and Saloons based at Alton Park. They have an away day at Donington today. There's over 40 cars here for them here today. Basically, if it's not a single-seater, you can race it in that series. You can use anything you like in CNC Head Sports and Saloons. We've got everything from small hatchbacks such as Fiestas and Toyota Yaris's right up to an Aussie V8 supercar here this weekend. They have a couple of races, one today, one tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be joined by the Track Action Race Club. That's an open series for a variety of saloons. And we also have the OT Publishing Coupe Cup at the end of tomorrow's programme, which is for Hyundai Coupes. The cars aimed at the novice to saloon car racing. They have a 45-minute pit stop race coming up tomorrow. So we begin today's action. We're just looking at the schedules for the weekend. We begin today's action with the junior saloon cars. They have a 15-minute race, followed by the first race for the British Truck Racing Championship. And then after lunch is the International Truck Prix with the first of their 20-minute races. The Britcar Endurance Championship has a 90-minute race. Normally we see them have 2 races, but it's a single 90-minute race this weekend with 2 mandatory pit stops for each car. Then Morphin British Truck Racing Championship, a 20-minute race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon cars, and then a final race for the International Truck GP. That's the schedule on day 1. 7 races for you. We're just going through our final qualifying session this morning and running a little bit behind schedule because of an oil slick that had to be cleared up on the circuit earlier on. Looking at the field for this International Truck GP, it's currently Mark Taylor who's quickest. We've seen him in his MAN in the British Championship in the past. He now competes in the FIA European Truck Racing Cup on the continent, so we don't see him race in the UK apart from at this event every year in his, well, it's down as an Iveco Stralis on the timing screen, but I've got him down as on my entry list as an MAN. Normally we see him in MAN machinery. Just looking across some of our show trucks there. Great display from Steve Foster Crane Company. All manner of other haulage companies and much more. We've got some very impressively painted show trucks as well. I'm sure Pointy's going to go down there and explore in the paddock and get a word with some of our show truck owners. So we've got just under 9 minutes left on this qualifying session with Mark Taylor quickest, Craig Reed, number 68. Good to see the Reed brothers, Simon and Craig, back out in their Ivecos, the 2 red machines. They've been competing in the Dutch Championship over the last couple of years. Craig, the former Division 2 champion, in second in the times at the moment. And third quickest, number 11, which is Nathan Smith in the number 11. Down as a Scania on the timing screen, but I think that is David Smith's truck. I think Nathan might be David's son, but we'll get Pointy to confirm that. Simon Reed is currently 4th quickest, ahead of Neil Yates, who's doubling up with the British Championship this weekend in his MAN. And then we've got John McGuinness, number 101. I think he's racing one of Stuart Oliver's trucks here this weekend. Then we have Terry Gibbon. We haven't seen Terry out for a few years in the British Championship, the man from Humberside. Then behind him, Steve Thomas, who's one of the promoters of the British Truck Racing Championship, the Birmingham-based driver with his MAN. And behind them, Simon Faulkner, number 92, Treble 3 Graham Poole, who's also doubling up, the Treble 3 Motorsport driver, teammate of Neil Yates and Stephen Powell. And finally, Jock Borthwick. Yes, the mad Scotsman himself is back. We didn't see him out for quite a while after he sustained some injuries in a motorcycle accident, Jock Borthwick, but he's been competing on the continent this year. He's back in action in the UK this weekend. Of course, races to raise money for the My Name's Doddy motor neurone disease campaign. I remember Carl and Holly Brownsell doing a lot of fundraising with their cycling exploits. I know they're here at Donington this weekend as well, so we'll see if we can catch up with Carl and Holly if we can a little bit later on. All manner of different commercial vehicles. You've seen the low loader with the steam locomotive on the back. I won't get too nerdy because I could tell you all about that, because I am a steam locomotive enthusiast as well as a motorsport enthusiast, as some probably worked out. But I'll leave that for another time. Some more of our show trucks on display up there in the paddock area. Got some tipper lorries there on the right of the picture. Good to see the Colson company, Colson Trailers represented, owned by Ryan Colson, ex-British truck racer in Division 2. Used to run a Sisu, if I remember rightly, several years ago. Was a contemporary of Ryan Smith when he first started out in Division 2. Collins Contractors there as well with some of their show trucks. Big display from Iveco there, just in front of the circuit commentary box. A very impressive display of mobile cranes there as well. Almost looks like you could bungee jump off them, doesn't it? That's from MV Commercial, owned by Tom O'Rourke, who's racing this weekend. So we'll shortly be getting underway with our first race of the day, which is the Junior Saloon cars. Thanks for all your comments on the stream already. Hello to Kirbyscape. Hello to Larry Neville, who says, I've got British Superbikes on one monitor, British Truck Racing on a second monitor, and gaming on a third. Good setup, Larry. Hi to Tom Davies. Yes, there is a slight delay, as you have confirmed with that oil slick earlier on. Hi to Green Armchair Gaming. Jamie McEwen, Matthew Dan, Jamesy Boyd, Dan Hughes, William Culverwell, and everybody else who's in touch. Volio 14 says here for the CNC Sports and Saloon. Yes, some very impressive cars in that championship this weekend. We'll see them out a little bit later on. Hello to Bethan Lloyd as well. She's watching down in South Wales. Of course, the trucks have already visited South Wales this year at Pembrake. So they make their way around. There's the number 23. That's Steve Thomas. He's in the Scania. That's one of, I think, one of Stuart Oliver's fleet, the white and blue Scania there. Steve Thomas, who used to race in the championship and is now one of the promotional team, based in Birmingham. We haven't had a Scania regularly in the championship for quite a few years now. Last one I remember in Division 2, about it's got to be about 10 years ago now. Who had that? Trevor Martin, I think it was, the Wiltshire fuel dealer. I think he had a Scania. We haven't seen many Scanias in recent years, though. Licence Bar doing a good trade. Don't forget to give us a like on the stream and subscribe and all that. Hello to Andy Spate as well. Anthony Ben, Ant V8 Trucker. Can't wait for Brands with my truck, so he'll be bringing a show truck to Brands Hatch by the sound of it at the end of the year for the fireworks meeting. And hello to Blair Jacobs, watching from all the way down in New Zealand. Hello to you, Blair. Bit of side-by-side there. Number 32, that's Jock Borthwick in his MAN. 33 is Neil Yates. Now, he's sharing that truck this weekend. Tomorrow, we'll see it being driven by Jamie Anderson, the former European Truck Racing Championship competitor. Haven't seen him for a couple of years. There's the Scania, number 23, Steve Thomas. Let's just have a look at the times. Still Mark Taylor quickest in the number 81, the black and orange MAN. It's listed on the timing. If you want to follow the live timing, incidentally, TSL Timing's the place to do so, tsl-timing.com. They've got it listed as an Iveco, but I can tell you Mark Taylor is in an MAN. Number 101 there, that is John McGuinness driving, I think, the same truck that Martin Gibson is going to be racing this weekend in the British Championship, the Team Oliver MAN. He drove the Scania last year that Steve Thomas is racing this time around. Bit of a lock-up there from one of the Ivecos. That's Simon Reed. There is Jock Borthwick, one of a couple of Scotsmen out this weekend. We see Tom O'Rourke, of course, in his International Navistar in the British Championship. And we've got the two treble 3 motorsport machines. 33 Neil Yates. That's Graham Poole, number treble 3, the man who had a rollover at Brands Hatch earlier this season. Truck all repaired. Graham all okay, just learning the ropes in his first season of truck racing. I'm from Littleborough in Lancashire. Good to have Simon Faulkner and Terry Gibbon back out as well. I haven't seen Terry for quite a while. Squeal of the tyres in the background. Of course, you'll see the marshals, you can see on the right of your screen, they're well back off their posts in the interests of safety during the truck sessions. All the trucks limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. They were originally fitted with special speed governors supplied by the Lucas Company in Birmingham. Had to be carefully calibrated by the officials at every event. And the officials will be checking if any trucks do exceed that 100-mile-an-hour limit. You can be penalised for that. They'll also be checking for any signs of black smoke from these trucks. Any smoke and penalties can be issued, although the truck's now all running on HVO biodiesel, so less chance of any black smoke. A couple of trucks in pit lane, including I think our fastest man down there, Mark Taylor. I can certainly see Nathan Smith, the number 11, the white MAN. Terry Gibbons in there as well, number 37, and also one of the Vicos, which is Simon Faulkner, I think. So just coming up to the end of this qualifying session, the checkered flag is about to go out. And it looks like it will be Mark Taylor who will be on pole position for our first International Truck GP race of the weekend. 1:26.232 is quickest lap, just under half a second quicker than Nathan Smith, one of our newcomers. Any change as they come in? John McGuinness takes the checkered flag, followed by one of the Reed boys in their Ivicos. Yes, Craig and Simon Reed taking the flag. Craig Reed goes up into third place ahead of Simon. One truck heading back out, that's Terry Gibbon, but the checkered flag has already gone out, so this lap won't count. Jock Borthwick has taken the checkered flag. He moves up to P5 with a personal best of 1:27.142. Around the Donington Park National Circuit, just under 2 miles in length. We're looking from Redgate Corner, the first right-hander up the pit straights. The Wheatcroft Straight, as it's named, after Tom Wheatcroft, who revived this circuit in the 70s, of course. Pre-war, the British Grand Prix was held here at Donington. There's number treble 3, Graham Poole. The trucks and cars will head out of Redgates, then swoop down the famous Craner curves into the old hairpin. Well, as the truck qualifying session comes to an end, we've got our first race in the assembly area, which is the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and Ian's down there talking to some of the drivers.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome to the assembly area. You've probably gathered we are running a little bit behind schedule. The reason for that is on my way from the steam locomotive up here. Unfortunately, I got a little derailed due to a little bit of oil on the circuit. See what we did there. That is the actual reason why there was a bit of oil from one of the qualifying sessions earlier. So hence the reason we are running about 10-15 minutes or so behind the published timetable. But don't worry about that. We've got Louis Austin here. Let's have a quick chat with him, shall we? Find out how he's doing. It's good to see you, mate. How are we feeling today? All right.
Not bad, to be fair. We had an alright quality. We were quicker yesterday, so we're just trying to find the pace back.
So there's a little bit more in you then. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we go quicker.
What do you make of Donington Park?
I do like it. It's a good track because obviously, like, you have the I forgot what corner it's now. Old hairpin.
Yeah.
Where you drop down craners. It's really fun, and it's so on the limit in these because you're like kind of just turn and then you feel it go around. It's so good.
What's it like as well being on the same package as the British Truck Racing Championship? Because there's big crowds here today. Is it something special for you to be racing on such a great bill?
Yeah, it's definitely like amazing to see, like, when you go around the corners, you see the crowds and like everyone's standing there. It's definitely special. Like, even going through the paddock, people are taking photos and videos. So
have you been stopped by a few people? Yeah, to sign a few autographs yet?
No, I've had photos, no autographs yet.
It's coming, don't worry. It's coming. Top man. Thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. Let's move down a little bit further. Very excited. Gary Preble's here. Gary, how are you? Are you all right?
Very well, mate, very good.
When are we next seeing you out in the car?
Well, it's supposed to be today, but yeah. Still clutch gremlins still from Brand, so
really? Okay.
We'll be there soon, mate, don't worry.
Good, man. It's good to see you, Gary. Right, let's keep moving down a little bit further. I did want to speak to, I saw Sherry Ann Powell down here. I saw Martin Wright. Just a quick update. I'm sure Dave's already probably gone through it for the championship. This is round 19 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship today. 18 rounds, of course, have already gone, and the top of the table looks like this. Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadore separated by just 7 points. That's how tight it is. That's how good it is. Our scholarship winner over here, Martin Wright. Martin, Sorry guys, sorry to interrupt. It's good to see you again, Martin. It's been a bit of a learning curve this year for you. How do you rank everything?
Yeah, it's all right. I just had a few mechanicals, that's all.
Yeah.
A good learning curve though, yeah.
I was going to say, I've seen you get faster and faster and faster as the season's gone on. Donington Park, where does it rank for you?
It's a good track. It's got to be probably second best track on the calendar.
Where's first then?
I did like Croft.
Croft.
Yeah.
I think underrated Croft.
Yeah, yeah.
What are we going to do today?
Well, we're going racing, aren't we? So hopefully we're moving up because we had a bit of a bad qualifying, but apart from that.
There's more in you then, yeah?
Yeah.
Top man. It's good to see you, man.
Right,
You take
cheers.
care. Let's move down a little bit further, shall we? Let's have a quick chat. Here she is, Sherry Ann Powell. Sherry, you know you can't, if you put your helmet on, I'm still going to come talk to you. You can't hide from me. Yeah, you know that. How's the season gone for you?
It's been alright, a lot of ups and downs, but
What do we make of Donington Park?
well, I do like it sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like the gravel.
I'll tell you something though, just next to us, Lexi's getting quicker and quicker, isn't she?
Yeah.
Can't have that, can we? Come on, come on. All right, Sherry, good to see you. Let's go have a quick chat with Lexi. I saw her earlier getting faster and faster. She was very happy with her qualifying session as well. Let's just open the door. I'm sure she won't mind. Sorry, Lexi, I've got to come and talk to you, but you were very, very happy with qualifying, weren't you?
Yeah, very happy. Best one yet.
What do you think just has gone right so far this weekend for you?
Well, luckily I had the car sorted finally after a very tough start to the year.
Yeah.
Finally got it sorted, and I think I've just built my confidence up massively. So.
Brilliant. It's clear to see as well. Look, good luck here at Donington Park. Great to see Lexi Powell getting faster and faster and faster. I don't think I've shut that. There we go. I don't want the door to open. Let's go down the further end, shall we, and see who we can find. Oliver Kerr is just pulling in. He's third in the championship, just 15 points off the overall lead. So sorry, Jonathan, I'm going a bit quick here. I do apologise, but we'll keep going up, shall we, and chat to some of our title contenders. In fact, our man on pole position, Wilf Butler. Let's go. Oh, come on, John, let's keep going, let's keep going. We're both about the same height, so I'm going to be exhausted after this. Wilf, championship leader, season's going well for you, and of course, you just got to try and keep Josh behind you, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's my teammate, so it's a bit hard, but we're just looking to work together, and then ultimately it should come down to the last round.
Is that what you do? Is that the tactic? We won't tell anybody else, don't worry. Nobody else will be watching, so don't worry about it. So you do just work together to pull away from third, pull away from Oliver, and we've got Ollie Smith and drivers like that. So you work together just to get away.
Yeah.
And then you race.
I mean, it always depends on the situation, but normally that's the main goal, I suppose. And it's just trying to keep up points for both of us in the championship and get the team a good result.
So we are expecting big things. The drivers have been called to get into the car, so we are about to go racing straight away. As you can see, we are running a little bit behind the timetable. That was due to oil on the track from one of the qualifying sessions a little bit earlier. But here we go, time to go racing for round 19 of the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship. You've already heard from him, but let me introduce him again for you. The brilliant Dave Goddard. Over to you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, almost time to go racing then. We'll have the cars onto the grid very shortly. The 7th meeting of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship using identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. It is that close, as Ian told you, at the top of the championship. Just 7 points in it between Wilf Butler, number 70 from Hampshire, Josh Salvadori from Essex in the number 110, the Lightning McQueen liveried car. Now that smoke, don't worry, it's not a car on fire. There's some drifting going on over behind the section out of Redgate towards Hollywood up there. So that's where the drifting displays are taking place this weekend. Let's have a look at the grid then. Butler and Salvadori on the front row of the grid. Second row, treble 2, Ollie Kerr, who's had 3 wins this season in the last couple of meetings at Silverstone and Croft. He's broken his duck in the championship. And leading rookie, Ollie Smith, number 80, starts alongside him. Row 3, 26, Louis Austin, and 27, Matthew Swatton, both looking for their first wins as well. Row 4, 87, Leon Holly from Devon, alongside Max Scharfegger, number 23. Completing the top 10, the scholarship winner from last winter, Martin Wright, all the way from Cornwall in the number 14, alongside Tim Leonard, number 29. Then on the 6th row, we have Lexi Powell, number treble 3, alongside Sherry Ann Powell, number 42, and 98 Bailey Roberts rounds out the 13 car grid. As we await this one to get underway, this will be a 15-minute race. A couple of drivers we don't have this weekend. Lewis Stannard we don't have. He missed Alton Park as well. We leading sim racer, among other things. We don't have 448 Kyle Wells. Luca Maserati, another winner from earlier this season, who was fighting for the championship lead at one stage. He's chosen to move up into senior competition. He's been racing with his father in a Porsche Boxster. Very nice indeed. Had a podium with that at Castle Combe, another event last weekend. So Luca doing well in senior racing, having graduated from the juniors. So Butler versus Salvadori. Ollie Kerr's not far behind either in the championship. He's only 8 points off Josh Salvadori, the leading independent runner this year, the Simpson Race Exhausts sponsored car. So only 15 points covering the top three. I would say the championship is between those two as we go into round 19 of the season. There are still a couple more meetings to come after Donington. They go to Snetterton in September. They're at Alton Park on the 11th of October, and then supporting the trucks again at Brands Hatch in November, the final round of this very busy season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Max Scharfegger's well up in the points as well, in the top five behind Ollie Smith. They're battling for fourth in the points, still knocking on the door of their first victory. Then Lewis Stannard, who's not here this weekend. Louis Austin and Matthew Swatton next in the points, or Swatton ahead of Louis Austin. There'll be a green flag lap to warm up the tyres, and then we'll get this race underway from a standing start. Everything with standing starts except for the trucks and the Britcar Endurance Championship this weekend. They have rolling starts. Just awaiting the cars to be released onto their green flag lap. There is the green flag, so away they go. And we can take you on a lap of this 1.98 mile Donington National Circuit. The Melbourne Loop, of course, not being used. That's where the assembly area is this weekend. It's down the Wheatcroft Straight into the right-hander at Redgate, and then the plunge down Hollywood into the famous Craner curves, named after Fred Craner of motorcycle racing fame. There's Bailey Roberts, the bright green car at the back of the field. Spectacular roller coaster of a circuit here at Donington. They plunge down the Craners, then onto the brakes into the old hairpin, and then past Starkey's Bridge, the famous stone arched bridge. The pre-war circuit actually went through one of the arches of that bridge before the circuit was redesigned and widened when it was reopened in the 70s. The span of the bridge across the circuit has now been removed. Then it's the climb up. There's the bridge. Just caught a glimpse of it through the left-hander, that Schwantz curve, named after Kevin Schwantz, the legendary motorcycle racer. And then it's the right-hander at McLean's. From McLean's, under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, climb up to Coppice, the tricky double apex right-hander. Cars weaving to warm their tyres up. Out of Coppice, it's down the Exhibition Straight, past the old Exhibition Centre on the left of the circuit, and then they come into the Roberts Chicane. I believe that's named after Robert Fennell, who ran Donington for many years after Tom Wheatcroft reopened the circuit. It's the right and the left today. They don't turn left onto the Melbourne Loop through what's known as the Fogarty S's. The right and left of the Roberts Chicane. Wilf Butler leads them through. The white and black car on pole position. The red and yellow Lightning McQueen look-alike is Josh Salvadori. Ollie Kerr in the white car with the red sponsorship. That's the Simpson Race Exhaust livery. Ollie Smith starts alongside him in the number 80 car. It's the sort of blue, green and white car, the leading rookie this season. Louis Austin in black, white and a bit of green on his car. Matthew Swatton in the colours of Kersley Motorsports. They're running a few cars in the Hyundai Coupe race tomorrow as well. That's the red, white and blue. Leon Holly in light blue and black. Max Scharfegger, the grey car with the Dayglow yellow wheels. Then Martin Wright in black and orange. Tim Leonard starts alongside him in the white and orange colours. Wait for the marshal to display the flag at the back of the grid. There's the green flag. It's time to go racing here at Convoy in the Park 2025 with the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The red lights come on, the revs are up. Quite a long hole, but away we go. Wilf Butler against Josh Salvadori, then down towards the first corner. Trying to move across to the inside is Ollie Smith. Trying to go through the middle is Ollie Kerr. Wilf Butler holding the inside line. Is Josh Salvadori going to get round the outside? Is Kerr going to get through the middle? It's Salvadori who's got away best. Leads into Redgate for the first time. Side by side almost a second. Butler and Kerr. Then Austin and Smith side by side for fourth as they go to the Craner curves for the first time. They plunge down the drop and Josh Salvadori has got away absolutely perfectly. Side by side for second. Butler and Ollie Kerr trying to get round the outside. It's 2 by 2 behind as well. Ollie Smith with Louis Austin on the outside. Leon Holly's got ahead of the Kersley car. That's Matthew Swaffer. Up the hill they go towards Schwanz-Kerr. Matthew Swatton, I should say. Matthew Swaffer's a historic racer. Apologies there. Up towards McLean's then. Bit of push and shove there. Ollie Kerr at the inside. He's taken second place. They lean on each other out of McLean's corner. Still side by side for fourth. Ollie Smith and Louis Austin. Leon Holly's going to have a go up the inside there, the 87. Always quite a forceful young racer. Swatton is next. Running wide there is Louis Austin. Max Scharfegger and Martin Wright in behind him. Here we go then. Slipstreaming starts down the exhibition straights towards the chicane for the first time. Look at Matthew Swatton up there on the inside in the red, white and blue car, the Kersley Motorsport car. Ollie Smith's got ahead of Louis Austin and ran wide out of Coppice. Max Scharfegger's got round the outside. Leon Holly side by side now with Swatton, who loses out. Somebody's gone wide onto the dust there. Didn't see who it was, but it's Salvadori who leads as they complete the opening lap. It's the second time the junior saloon cars have raced here at Donington. They opened their season here back in the spring, and it was Wilf Butler, Josh Salvadori and Lewis Stannard who shared the wins on that occasion. There's a tangle. Lexi Powell and Martin Wright have tangled up. Wright spins around, left facing the wrong way. The yellow flags will be out. Hopefully they can rejoin at the back of the field. Salvadori led by 1.35 seconds at the end of lap one. Max Scharfegger under pressure from Leon Holly. That's the battle for sixth place. Scharfegger runs wide, bounces over the gravel there, but he's held it together. Leon Holly has a look as Scharfegger moves back across. He didn't see Leon was still there, I don't think. Nearly forces him over the curves. Holly will have the inside line for McLean's corner, and he goes through. Still side by side for second. Ollie Kerr ahead of Wilf Butler in the Muni hire car. Cutting back to the inside. The leader runs a bit wide there as well, coming out of Coppice. Very easy to do there because you can't see the apex as you turn in. Down the exhibition straight they go for the second time in this 15-minute race. Salvadori from Kerr and Butler still side by side. Wilf Butler back up the inside for second place into the Roberts chicane. Then a small gap back to Ollie Smith in fourth. Louis Austin fifth. Then Scharfegger and Holly on top of each other for sixth and seventh. Across the line for the second time. There's Smith and Austin, Holly and Scharfegger. Leon Holly's got ahead of Max Scharfegger now, and they've got Matthew Swatton on their tails. Completing the top 10, Sherry-Ann Powell and Tim Leonard a bit further back. Bailey Roberts from the back of the grid is up to 11th. Powell and Wright are still going after that tangle. They've managed to rejoin. Down the Craner curves comes this midfield battle. On the absolute knife edge of grip, these identical Citroën Saxos. Many a young racer has gone through into the ranks of senior saloon car and single-seater racing. These are the touring car stars of tomorrow, effectively. One of the biggest names to have won this championship in the past, Ant Wharton-Eales, who made it to British touring cars, of course. Now racing Formula One stock cars. Wilf Butler runs a bit wide there through Coppice corner, but he stays ahead of the treble two. That's Ollie Kerr. 3 wins to his name so far this season. Coming up to 1/3 distance. The pack having settled down a little from their early exchanges. As well, Wilf Butler too quick into the chicane there. He flies off the curb. Thought he was going to go onto the grass there. Now what's the lead margin going to be as they cross the line and complete lap 3? 1.25 seconds, because Butler, despite that little slip at the chicane, has done the fastest lap. 1:26.165 for Wilf Butler. Average speed of nearly 83 miles per hour around the Donington circuit. Swatton going for the outside there on Max Scharfegger. That's his family have raced in Caterhams and in the Citroën C1 Endurance Series in the past. Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car all over the back of Max Scharfegger. Mentioning Kersley Motorsports, I think we're going to see their owner Alex Kersley make a comeback in the Hyundai Coupe 45-minute race tomorrow. You just cannot keep him out of Hyundai racing. There's a bit of debris there, I noticed, in the middle of the old hairpin. Matthew Swatton all over his tail there, having a look into Schwantz curve. He's not going to get through there. Then it's up towards the right-hander at McLean. Scharfegger with the yellow wheels holds him off. This is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Swatton now making the move to the inside as they go into Coppice. He's got the inside line away. Scharfegger fights back around the outside. Keeps his foot in. He might keep the place here, but Swatton's going to have the inside line for the chicane. Absolutely together. Meanwhile, the leaders have already gone over the line. The lead gap has come down between Butler and Salvadorian. Yes, Scharfegger swings around the outside. That's good driving by Max Scharfegger to hold that place. The battle for P7. Over the line come the midfielders. So Salvadori leads from Butler by 0.65 of a second. It's less than that now. Wilf Butler has got the leader in his sights. You pick them up as they come down towards the old hairpin. Ollie Kerr is in third place. He's dropped back a little. He's about 1.7 seconds off these two. Ollie Smith still fourth ahead of Louis Austin. So Ollie Smith the leading rookie. And then Leon Holly heading the battle for sixth place. 8.5 minutes of this race still to go, and Wilf Butler has got Josh Salvadori in his sights. The two title rivals into McLean's. Now battle is joined between the two of them, and here comes Butler. He's going to have a look on the inside on the run up towards Coppice. Up the hill they come. Wilf Butler, he's going to take the lead. Yes, he's done it. But has he outbraked himself? Is Salvadori going to get the run to the chicane? Into the exhibition straight. Butler covers off the line. He's got the lead. Looking on behind is Ollie Kerr, thinking, can I close in and make this a three-way fight for the lead now? It is number 70, Wilf Butler, who leads the way. We've lost Lexi Powell, incidentally. She pulled into the pits last time around in the treble 3. Great shame after a good qualifying session. Butler's gone wide on the grass, too quick through the chicane. Once again, he's pushing a little bit too hard there. He's still got the lead, but he'll have lost momentum. And into his slipstream comes Josh Salvadori. He might have a look down the inside here into Redgate. No, he's not quite close enough. They're 1.5 seconds clear of Kerr in third place. So Wilf Butler, the championship leader, now leads round 19 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship in the sunshine of Donington Park. Contrast that with the rain they had to contend with here on their last visit. Down into the old hairpin for the 6th time. 12 cars still running. Unfortunately, Lexi Powell has pulled off to retire. That's a shame after a decent qualifying session for Lexi. We'll see her father Stephen Powell out in the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. Could we see Lexi racing trucks someday as well? Wilf Butler a little bit wide over the curb there. You don't want to do that too often, run too wide, because you could get pinged for track limits. Oh, Josh Salvadori sideways, driving rally style in the Saxo there. Now, Saxos are popular as rallycross cars in the likes of the BTRDA Clubman's Championship, but they're not meant to be driven like that on a circuit on the tarmac, I don't think. Here's our 4th place man, that's Ollie Smith. Still got Louis Austin in his mirrors. They were side by side for the first 2 laps continuously. Down the straight they come into the Roberts chicane. Ollie Smith slings the Saxo in. The gap is 0.44 of a second, and running a bit wide there is Louis Austin. Ollie Kerr now rather on his own in third place. Here's the fight for 6th. They're still nose to tail. Matthew Swatton's got ahead of Max Scharfegger now into P7 on that previous lap. They're clear of Sherry-Ann Powell, who is 9th. Tim Leonard is 10th. Matthew Swatton has a look on the inside, having a go at Leon Holly now. Bailey Roberts is 11th. There's a cloud of smoke there. I couldn't tell whether that's because somebody's had a moment there or whether it's blowing over from the drifting zone. Smoke drifting onto the circuit, you might say. Down towards the old hairpin. Spectacular section of circuit. I think the bit of debris there might be a marker post that somebody's taken out, not rather than a piece of bodywork. Just over 5 minutes of this race still to go, and Wilf Butler still leads from Josh Salvadori, having taken the lead into Coppice. Matthew Swatton moving up to have a go at Leon Holly. This is the battle for P6. Moves towards the inside, weaving about there on the tail of the Devonshire driver. Swatton, the Buckinghamshire man, can't get up alongside him as Leon Holly runs a bit wide there at Coppice. He's under real pressure here from Matthew Swatton. Here's the battle for 4th place. Smith ahead of Austin. Now, who's that in behind them? Is that Wilf Butler? Yes, something's happened to Wilf Butler. That smoke we saw, did he have a spin coming out of Redgate? Because there's Butler, he's down into 5th place. What has happened there? Now that smoke we saw up at Redgate, was that Butler having a spin, I wonder? We didn't see what happened, unfortunately, but Butler's down to 5th. Salvadori leads from Kerr. Ollie Smith up into 3rd place. So Wilf Butler, what was his lap time last time through? 1:43. He's clearly had a major moment somewhere. Well, trouble for the championship leader. He's back up to speed again, but he's down in P5. Salvadori leads by 1.7 seconds ahead of Ollie Kerr. Now Ollie Smith is up into a podium position. Louis Austin is 4th. And Butler is 4 seconds behind him. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, so looking for extra possible bonus point there. So the battle for 3rd now between Smith and Austin. Just over 3 minutes to go, so we're coming towards the closing stages. I can only assume that smoke we saw seemed a lot of smoke for a single spin. Hello, what's happened to Bailey Roberts? He's got an air brake he's demonstrating. That's a new modification to the Saxo. Now I know back in the early 2000s when modified Saxos were very popular among the boy racer community, they put big spoilers on them, but I've never seen one that big. That's going to be affecting him down the straight, acting as an air brake. A bit like Mercedes used at Le Mans in the 50s. So he's going to get the black and orange flag, I would imagine, for that Bailey Roberts. He's going to have to pull into the pits to have that boot secured down. As the 3rd place battle slides through the old hairpin. Out onto the curbs they go. Smith still ahead of Austin. Ollie Smith from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Louis Austin behind him from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. It's looking good for Josh Salvadori for his 2nd win at Donington this season. Here he comes down the exhibition straights. Had a win at Donington, 1 at Brands Hatch, 1 at Thruxton, and 1 at Alton Park. By my calculation, 4 wins this year for the number 110. The gap was 2 seconds to Ollie Kerr behind him. I think it's going to be a bit less than that as they come through this time. Over the line, yes, 1.74 seconds now. So Kerr has closed in slightly. They're well clear of the battle for 3rd. Saxo bouncing on its suspension there as Lightning McQueen continues to lead the way. Surely he should be number 95 for Josh Salvadori. Pulls away a little bit down the Craner curves from Ollie Kerr. See how the gap has fluctuated over the last couple of laps, back to how it was at the end of lap 7 now. Josh Salvadori with a win here with Butler down in 5th. This is going to close the championship right up. I reckon it could go all the way to the last race between Salvadori and Butler for the title this year, and Ollie Kerr not far away either. Again, right on the limit as they go through Coppice. He runs out wide. It's going to be last lap this time. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock. And it's 15 minutes. Down towards the Roberts chicane. Josh Salvadori's just got to keep his nose clean. He took the lead at the start, lost out at Coppice a few laps into Wilf Butler, but then Butler had a moment somewhere out of our sight and is down in 5th position. I tell you, Lexi Powell's rejoined. Bailey Roberts has been into the pits as well to have his boots fastened down. Oh, Max Scharfegger's stopped. Now that's on the outside of McLean's, I think. So problems for Scharfegger. Now, that will be, I would imagine, as we're on the last lap, that's going to be covered with a yellow flag. They won't put the safety car out this late, unless they decide to red flag it. Scharfegger was in 8th place. Now, he stopped on the exit of McLean's. You can see him there at the top of the hill. Leader sees the car and avoids him. So that'll be covered by the marshals with yellow flags. So we're on the last lap of the race. It is going to be, barring any disaster at the chicane, a win for Josh Salvadori. And there's Matthew Swatton, who was battling with Scharfegger. Chasing now Leon Holly, just the two in that battle now for 6th and 7th. And Scharfegger's car having seemingly ground to a halt. So here comes Salvadori. He's going to be our first winner of Convoy in the Park 2025. Out of the final chicane, weaves his way across the pit wall to greet his team, takes the victory. Second goes to Ollie Kerr. The gap was 2.1 seconds in the end. We await our third place man, which should be Ollie Smith ahead of Louis Austin. This is the battle between Swatton and Holly. That's going to go all the way to the line. Ollie Smith, I think, is just going to hang on for third place. Louis Austin closing up, but Smith takes third place. And Wilf Butler be frustrated with 5th position. Is Leon Holly going to hang on ahead of Matthew Swatton? He's almost pushing him out of the chicane there. They finish side by side. Holly gets the place by 1/10 of a second. And then further behind them, it'll be Sherry Ann Powell, number 42. Next home, here she comes. Tim Leonard will be 9th. Martin Wright in the black and orange car is 10th. That's Lexi Powell, a few laps down behind them. I don't think she'll be classified as a finisher, unfortunately. Yes, some 5 laps down. Lexi after spending time in the pits. And the other classified finisher we should see, the number 98 of Bailey Roberts. There's the green machine. It's coming onto the exhibition straight. Had to pit to close his boot lid. Just waiting for Bailey Roberts to come over the line, then we can confirm the provisional results of that one. Typical lively opener for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Across the line comes Bailey Roberts. He'll finish in 11th place. Shortly we'll be able to talk to our race winner, but the provisional results just being confirmed. Josh Salvadori, the provisional winner, completing 11 laps in 16 minutes 5 seconds, 0.144. Ollie Kerr in second place, 2.12 seconds down. Ollie Smith completing the podium, around 15 seconds back on the 2 leaders. Louis Austin was just behind him, then Wilf Butler, we didn't see what happened to him, but dropping down from the lead battle into 5th. Leon Holly just held off Matthew Swatton for 6th place, then Sherry Ann Powell, Tim Leonard and Martin Wright completing the top 10. Bailey Roberts, after a pit stop, finished 11th. We lost Max Scharfegger and Lexi Powell several laps down after a long stop with a problem early on. That concludes our first race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship then. The cars will head into the pit lane and then down to Parc Fermé. Next up on track today, it is our opening race of the weekend for the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship. It's quite an interesting grid. Qualifying did not necessarily follow the form guide for this season. We've got a couple of drivers a little further back than you might expect them on the grid for this one, so this is going to be interesting. Bit of clear up for our excellent marshalling team to do. Big thanks to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without them. They'll have to recover Max Scharfegger's car from McLean's. I think we can go down to Parc Fermé with Ian to talk to our race winner in just a second.
Well, it was all about the start, wasn't it, for Josh Salvadori? For the edges into the right at the sharp end of the title fight as well. Pulled it right in. I think there's just 1 point now separating the top 2. He's just getting his little sun visor off. Let's open the door for him, actually. I don't know if we're supposed to, but we'll do it anyway and let him get out a second. I wonder what this victory means to him. First race win of the weekend goes to Josh Salvadori, round 19. Congratulations, Josh. That's it did it at the start, didn't you?
Yeah, it was tough, but you know, we kept it on the road, and you know, that's what it's about.
There was a little bit of pressure coming from the boys at the end, wasn't there? Oliver Kerr is always looking quick.
Yeah, I could see him lurking in my mirror, but just tried to just maintain a safe distance. You know, try not to over push and just keep the car under control. you know, just yeah, got to stay to win it.
Closing the gap in the championship as well, all right?
Yeah, I mean at this point I like to not think about it, but you know, it's always at the back of your mind, I guess. Yeah, we take each race as it comes.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. A very happy man indeed. I can promise you he is definitely smiling underneath that helmet. Somebody who's got his helmet off is Oliver Kerr. Let's grab him for a quick chat, shall we? Oliver, great race. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, it was quite a good race. Obviously, we got a really good start off the line, and then we got past Wilf in the early stages, and then unfortunately, I think I made a mistake through the second to last corner, which kind of got him past us, and then I tried to use him so we could kind of catch up to Josh, but we just didn't have the pace, and I think there's a small issue with the car, which hopefully we can iron out for tomorrow.
I guess it did look like you were closing up to Josh a little bit, maybe a few more laps, but yeah, I guess if there is an issue, is it back to the camp now and a bit of diagnosis?
Yeah. Back to the awning and just kind of get up on axle stands and see what the problem is.
So I hope you get it sorted wherever it is, Oliver. Appreciate that very much. Let's keep moving around here. I definitely want to find, we'll grab Ollie Smith in a minute, I definitely want to find Wilf Butler. He's over here. Let's just have a quick chat. Of course, not quite what he was hoping for. Wilf, got to talk to you, unfortunately, but what happened?
I went into the first corner and then I think the front left brake line disconnected. So I went in. I slammed on the brakes and there was nothing there, and then the rest of the race I was just trying to nurse at home, only on 3 brakes, so didn't want to do anything stupid.
We did pretty well actually then to pick up some useful points.
Yeah, that was the main goal. I mean, the championship's so tight at the front, so just didn't want to fall too far back.
No, look, plenty more action still to come this week, and thanks for letting us know what happened there as well. Ollie, come on buddy, let's have a quick chat. You have a big smile on your face, you happy with that?
Yeah, very happy, extremely.
What do you make of Donington Park?
One of my favourite circuits. It's an Donington Park, so yeah, glad to be on the podium really.
Still a couple more races to go this weekend. Of course, you're on the podium, as you've seen. We know Wilf is going to come back strong as well. What's your expectation for the rest of the weekend?
I mean, hopefully get another podium. It's just trying to stick with the front 3. I'm not on the same pace as them, but I hopefully get dragged along. But we'll see. Louis kept me on my toes, so.
It's a good learning curve, isn't it? What have you enjoyed the most about being part of the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Racing, honestly. It's very clean and fair, so that's the most.
Do you like all the other bits that come with it, like these little bits where you've got to talk to us?
Not really. Not a big fan.
You're supposed to say, yeah, no, it's my favourite bit here. But
yeah, definitely. Yeah, other than that, yeah, it's good.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us, mate. Well done. Congratulations indeed. There we go. First race of the day done and dusted. Congratulations to that man, Josh Salvador. He takes the first win of the day and first win of 3 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship this weekend. I think I can hear a bit of a rumble coming on across the wind. That was one of 2 things. It's either Pointy is talking somewhere or it's time for the first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, so that's what happened to Wilf Butler. Braking issues with his sack, so hopefully he can get those fixed for later in the weekend. 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Now it's on to the big rigs. First race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship 2025 here at Donington Park. And the grid is, well, a little more mixed up than it usually is. Of course, the championship is led by Stuart Oliver, 10 times champion, looking for his 11th title in his Volvo VNL. He sits 12 points clear of Ryan Smith, looking for his 10th title in a row. It's an Oliver on pole position, but it's not Stuart, it's his son Michael has put the MAN on pole position, number 12, alongside David Jenkins, number 69. Not in the International Navistar, that's Tom O'Rourke's truck, that's an error on our grid sheet. So David Jenkins in his MAN alongside Michael Oliver. He's yet to win this year. Row 2, 14 John Bowler and 101 Martin Gibson. Tom O'Rourke well up on the 3rd row. Ryan Smith down at 6th in his Daimler Freightliner number 1. Row 4, it is Stephen Powell and Neil Yates in their MANs. Stuart Oliver only 9th in the Volvo alongside Ricky Collett in number 95, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire. Row 6, number 11, David Smith will start alongside the Mercedes of 5 Adam Bintz. Then row 7, it's Simon Cole, the first of the Division 2 trucks, number 41 in his Iveco. Starts alongside 61 Sami Ojanen from Finland in his Sisu. Row 8, we've got Junior Saloon Car graduate Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole. in his Volvo alongside number 10 Jake Evans, MAN. Now Jake Evans was leading the points in Division 2 but had a disaster at Thruxton. His engine blew in practice and he was unable to race, so no points from Thruxton last time out for Jake Evans. He needs points desperately here. The points leader in Division 2 after Thruxton, Bradley Harvey, with his first race wins in that division. He's alongside 26 Callum Eason. Treble 3 Graham Poole starts at the back, and I believe John Powell with his new DAF number 6, which had some teething troubles last time out at Thruxton as well on its debut. I believe he's going to start from the pit lane. So 20 trucks out there for their first race of the weekend. There is the grid formed up behind the GT Tyres MAN pace truck. It will be a rolling start. Watch out further back on the grid from Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Big thanks to all our sponsors, partners. We've got Total Care Workshop Equipment, Freuhauf Trailers, Napa Auto Parts, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, GT Tyres, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC, suppliers of the HVO biodiesel for the championship, Transport Monitoring Solutions, MV Commercials, Neil Yates Recovery and Alco, and LTS Global Solutions. All of the partner sponsors of British truck racing this year. Huge thanks to them for all their support, and a big thanks to everybody else involved with the championship behind the scenes as well. Let's mention all our exhibitors here this weekend at Convoy in the Park. Everything to do with trucks being celebrated here at Donington Park at this biggest event of the season for the championship. It's easy to forget that everything in our lives, be it consumer goods, food, material to build our houses, clothes, even our cars, everything travels on a truck at some point in its lifespan. Where would we be without HGVs? Also wouldn't be enjoying the spectacle of truck racing. It was back here at Donington in November 1984 that the first truck races were held in Britain back then. They were simply road-going trucks. They left their trailers in the paddock, went out and raced, and then carried on their journeys. It was the biggest phenomenon Donington had ever seen. It was the biggest crowd Donington had ever had as well. And it still pulls the crowds in today, as we can clearly see. So the trucks making their way around, then behind the pace truck, Michael Oliver Jr. in his MAN on pole. David Jenkins, desperate for his first win of the season, alongside him. We've had 7 different winners in Division 1 so far this year, and David isn't one of them, so he's especially desperate for a victory. John Bowler's had a win this year. He lines up alongside Martin Gibson, making a return this year after a couple of years in car racing. Tom O'Rourke, who had such a great win at Thruxton last time out, the Scotsman in the bonneted International Navistar, alongside the similar-looking bonneted truck of Ryan Smith. He won't be too happy to be all the way down in 6th in qualifying. Of course, has had a spell of illness this year, which has possibly held him back very slightly. Didn't show at Thruxton, though. There's Jake Evans, the blue and grey MAN. Bradley Harvey in the Weaver Motorsports white and yellow DAF. That's John Powell's old truck from last season that won the Division 2 title. Bradley Harvey has re-liveried it. Graham Poole there at the back in Treble 3. Hopefully we'll see John Powell join in with his new DAF from the pit lane. Michael Oliver, the grey and yellow MAN, the GT Tyres and Tahuna Honey sponsored one of 3 Team Oliver racing trucks on this grid. There's Stuart Oliver all the way back in 9th on the grid, alongside Ricky Collett in the yellow MAN. Simon Cole, number 41, the man from Dartford, heads up Division 2 in his Iveco, alongside Sami Ojanen from Finland in the Mad Croc energy drink Sisu, the Finnish-built truck. So here we go then. 19 trucks, hopefully a 20th joining in, about to be unleashed. 12 and 13 litre engines, almost 1,000 horsepower each from these 5-ton machines, limited to 100 miles per hour. But that certainly doesn't hold them back. This is going to be something very special indeed. The first of 5 British Truck Racing Championship races across the weekend here at Donington Park. Michael Oliver and David Jenkins to lead them away. Simon Cole and Sami Ojanen will lead the Division 2 field. I am really looking forward to this. At the circuit where it all started back in 1984, The pack is unleashed here at Donington Park. Away they go. Charge down towards Redgate for the first time. Stephen Powell taking a bit of grass there on the inside. Looks like Michael Oliver's just about going to hold his advantage into the first corner at Redgate. David Jenkins up on his outside. John Bowler, number 14, in third place. Martin Gibson is lean wide by Tom O'Rourke, who gets a bit of a slide on, the owner of MV Commercials there. Looks like they're all through Redgate okay for the first time. Somebody's run wide onto the grass there on the outside. I think that might have been Neil Yates in the 33. Ricky Collett going side by side with David Smith. It is Neil Yates on the grass, but he rejoins okay behind Division 2 leader Simon Cole. So they're all okay around the first lap, except for Neil with a bit of grass tracking there. Graham Poole at the back in treble 3. Bradley Harvey side by side with Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole, in the number 40, the ex-Paul McCumiskey Volvo. But it is Michael Oliver who has the early lead, looking for his second win of the season. They climb up towards Coppice for the first time. David Jenkins giving chase. Bit of a lock-up there for John Bowler in third. He goes out wide onto the gravel. Just missed his braking point there. He'll lose third to Ryan Smith, who's got a lightning start from sixth position on the grid. He's up into third already, the 9-time consecutive Division 1 champion. Tom O'Rourke's going well up there in fourth place as well. Martin Gibson is fifth. Stuart Oliver in seventh, weaving about there behind John Bowler. Then we've got Stephen Powell, number 3. The result of this race will set the grid for tomorrow's first race, the third of the weekend, because the grid is set by the result with the top 8 finishers reversed. So if you finish 8th here, you will start on pole for race 3. Stuart Oliver up the inside, taking Stephen Powell. Up behind them is David Smith, looking for a gap on the inside. He's had one win this season as well. As has Adam Bint there, the black Mercedes, number 5. He had a win at Pembrey in Wales, his first ever Division 1 win, the former Division 2 champion with the new Mercedes this season. So they filter their way round the second lap then, with Michael Oliver in the lead. I'm so used to saying Stuart Oliver leading instead of Michael. Neil Yates recovering from his off on the first lap. Well, he does run a recovery business, so recovering should be a speciality. Man who had a huge crash at Thruxton a couple of years ago, thankfully escaping unhurt. Michael Oliver had a bit of a wallop at Thruxton this year, went into the barriers coming out of the first corner and was out for the weekend. The front end of the truck had to be rebuilt by Team Oliver Racing. Now, here comes Ryan Smith, the number 1, closing on his arch rival over the years, David Jenkins. Somebody kicking up a lot of dust there in the background coming out of Coppice. Very easy to run wide there. Tom O'Rourke well up in 4th place. He loves the Donington Park circuit. Ricky Collett having a look at the back of the number 3 of Stephen Powell briefly there. Stephen's had a lot of mechanical trouble with the number 3 truck this season. He's yet to win this year. He's behind David Smith in the number 11, the former Division 2 champion from back in 2011, making a return to racing over the last couple of years. We'll see his son Nathan out in that truck in the International Truck GP events as well. First 3 breaking away very slightly. Fastest lap, not surprisingly, is with Ryan Smith, 125.885. He chases David Jenkins. Got to time your passing moves absolutely right here at Donington. Find the right place to get side by side. Usually down the exhibition straight into the chicane is a good passing place, and into Redgate as well. Up towards McLean. Still Michael Oliver who shows out in front in truck number 12. It's MAN's 1 and 2. The Daimler Freightliner in third place. Now here comes Ryan Smith. Can he get alongside into Coppice? I don't think so. That's a good look at David Jenkins though. First 3 running line astern almost, and Tom O'Rourke saying, I want a bit of this as well. Trying to close up the man from Livingston in Scotland, the International Navistar. Took that truck's first win last time out at Thruxton. Ryan Smith's going to go for the inside maybe on David Jenkins. No, he's not close enough. Good close battling here. Martin Gibson still there in 5th, ahead of John Bowler in the 14, recovering after he ran wide at Coppice earlier on. Stuart Oliver behind him. John Bowler gets a wheel onto the grass there, flicks the number 14 sideways. A gap back to David Smith, number 11 next. Now if David finishes 8th, he'll have pole for race 3. Because race 2 later on today, the grid set by the second fastest qualifying time for each driver. Going up towards 1/3 distance in this 15-minute race, the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington. It's Michael Oliver looking for his second win of the season. Brands Hatch early this year. Stewart and Michael took a family 1-2 with everybody else squabbling for third place in their wake. That was the race where David Smith memorably held off his namesake Ryan, trying to come through from the reverse grid for several laps, and Ryan just could not find a way through. What's happening in Division 2 meanwhile? Well, there is Jake Evans. I think he's just taken the lead of the category he has from Simon Cole in the number 41. So Jake Evans, his cousin Craig used to race that MAN in Division 2, making up for lost points, and we've had a bit of contact there, I think, because Stephen Powell's lost the front bumper of his truck. David Smith behind him. Meanwhile, is there going to be a challenge for second place this time? Ryan Smith about to have a look into the chicane. No, he's still not close enough. The gap was 0.7 of a second for the lead between Michael Oliver and David Jenkins last time through. Across the line they come. What's it going to be this time? Still about the same. Just a couple of hundredths increase for Michael Oliver. First three breaking away from Martin Gibson, who's now in third place. What's happened to Tom O'Rourke? We've lost the 86 from fourth place. I missed that. So where's Tom O'Rourke got to? He hasn't come through. Has he stopped somewhere? I saw a bit of dust being kicked up at Coppice. Has he gone into the gravel possibly? Because it's Martin Gibson in fourth place now. Yes, we're missing the 86. Tom O'Rourke has disappeared. Let's have a look at the timing screen. He's come through in 11th place. So he's had an off somewhere, Tom O'Rourke. There he is. Oh, he's slowing down. Tom O'Rourke's got a problem. That's a great shame. I wondered if he'd been off up at Coppice. Look at this, side by side through the old hairpin. That's an achievement in cars, never mind trucks. Ricky Collett and Neil Yates, that is brave stuff. Collett, a vastly experienced truck racer. Neil Yates, a relative newcomer, the man from Kent. Collett from Halifax, runs the Collett heavy haulage business, hauling some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on trucks in the UK. Meantime, Ryan Smith trying a different approach. The outside on David Jenkins there, switches back to the inside. Well, the rivalry between Ryan Smith and David Jenkins has at times reached Jason Plato, Matt Neal proportions in truck racing. And David Jenkins determined to hold that second place as we come up towards half distance in this race. Still Jake Evans leading Division 2, I can tell you, further back. They go into Redgate corner. 19 trucks still going for the moment, but I fear Tom O'Rourke's heading for the pits and out of it. John Powell sadly never got going, still teething troubles with his new DAF. Fourth place behind this group is Gibson, then Bowler and Stuart Oliver 6th. Then a gap back to Stephen Powell, who's ahead of David Smith, then the Collett and Yates battle. Hopefully Tom O'Rourke can make it round to the pits into retirement. Here's a battle in Division 2. We've got Sami Oyanen in the Sisu up against the DAF of Bradley Harvey, who led the points coming into this round, had his first couple of wins in the championship at Thruxton. The Weaver Motorsport DAF, well, I was going to say goes to the inside of Sami Oyanen, he's at the back of him. Bodywork flying everywhere, souvenirs for our marshals. There's a chunk bitten out of the front of the DAF now. Meanwhile, what's happening at the chicane? Is Ryan Smith finally going to get the inside line away from... and oh, we've got more crash bang wallop. That's Neil Yates into the side of Ricky Collett. These two have been side by side for most of this race. It's hard to know where to look at the moment. It was such a tame affair for its first half, and suddenly it's all kicking off in the second half of this first truck race of the weekend. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? Ricky Collett perhaps sensibly gives Neil Yates a bit of room. That's the fight for 9th place. John Bowler has been given the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. Any further offences there and he might get a 5-second time penalty. Still Michael Oliver continues to lead the way, looking for win number 2 this season. Ryan Smith's still got the fastest lap. There's Martin Gibson in 4th place. So 2 groups of 3 at the front of the field, then Stephen Powell 7th ahead of David Smith, and then seemingly all hell breaking loose behind them. There's a back marker up ahead I've just noticed as well. That's Graham Poole there coming up to lap in the treble 3. Still learning his craft in truck racing. Had a spectacular rollover on his debut at Brands Hatch earlier this year on Easter weekend. Moving towards the closing stage now, into the final third of this First race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Again, Ryan Smith tries to get the inside line down the chicane. In the background there, Stuart Oliver's all over the back of John Bowler for 5th. Bowler, the former Division 2 race winner. He's going to be out-dragged here by the bonneted Volvo down the straights. Good drive by Michael Oliver, holding the lead all the way. Tom O'Rourke is in the pit lane. He's out of the race, sadly, with mechanical problems. Still these two at it. Ricky Collins back ahead of Neil Yates. Down the Craner curves they come. Oliver, Jenkins and Smith is a top 3 you would predict in British truck racing, but this time it's Oliver Jr., Michael Oliver at the front. Great effort to take pole position. He's led all the way. They're coming up on a back marker now, so Graham Poole needs to be mindful on his mirrors here and try and keep out of the way of the Division 1 leaders. Of course, Division 2 for the slightly less powerful trucks. The leader goes to the inside. I think he's going to stay wide here. That's allowed David Jenkins to close up, though. They met him at the middle of McLean's there, which forced Michael Oliver to back off a little. And he's kept his lead, but only just. This has backed these 3 up into one another as they lapped Graham Poole there in the treble 3. I think Michael Oliver's going to hold his lead, though. 3.5 minutes just over of this race to go. Archie Handy's going to be lapped as well in the Volvo. Youngest man in the championship. Second season out of junior saloon cars. Here they come down the straight. Still Martin Gibson in 4th place. Ryan Smith switching back to the inside there at Redgate. He just can't get the line away from David Jenkins in the LKQ, Digraph and Morris Lubricants MAN. The Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Still putting the pressure on. This is allowing Michael Oliver to escape again as these two scrap for second. Down into the old hairpin. Where are they going to meet Archie Handy? I think it might be into McLean's again. Hopefully he'll see them in his mirrors. There he is. The young gun in the Volvo, the ex-Paul McCummesky, Paddy Mack Volvo FM12. They're going to meet him at McLean's again. Look, this is exactly the same as the previous lap, and he moves aside. Maybe just got a little tap there from Michael Oliver just to remind him he was there. And they get past him, no problem. Ryan Smith is on David Jenkins' bumper now. What's happening in Division 2? It's still Jake Evans ahead of Simon Cole and Sami Ojanen, who's shaken off the attentions of Bradley Harvey. Three leaders into the chicane. Still Stuart Oliver unable to get past John Bowler for 5th place. Who's in an important 8th place? It's David Smith. He's heading for pole position for race 3 as things stand provisionally alongside Stephen Powell. Couple of laps to go now. Still no change among the leaders. 18 trucks still running. Tom O'Rourke has retired. David Smith has just got the black and white flag for track limits exceeding as well. Just a warning. Another offence and he might get penalised. Through the bottom of the circuit along the straight past Starkey's Bridge, then towards Schwantz Curve once again. There is Jake Evans, the Division 2 leader in the Brown Recycling sponsored MAN. They're on his local circuit this weekend, the man from Stoke. And here's Ricky Collett, still holding off everything Neil Yates can throw at him. Neil Yates, certainly a spectacular driver. Ricky Collett with a lot of experience, though, as they pass Graham Poole, Neil Yates' teammates, to put a lap on him. Coming round to start the final lap then of our first truck race of the weekend, and Ryan Smith is getting determined here to take second from David Jenkins. Can Jenkins challenge Michael Oliver and take his first win of the season? Bit of dust being kicked up there as Ryan Smith starts to push ever harder. They're clear of Martin Gibson by about nearly 5 seconds now in 4th place. Still no change into Redgate for the last time. Clock about to count down to 0, 10 seconds left. So the checkered flag will be being prepared. Number 40 now gets the warning for exceeding track limits, the black and white flag. That's Archie Handy. Through the old hairpin for the last time. It's looking good for Jake Evans in Division 2. Just looking at the gap there, he's, I think, quite a way clear of Simon Cole. Will there be any change in Division 1? Yeah, 14 seconds is now Evans' lead over Cole in Division 2. Through Coppice for the last time come the leaders. Now, can David Jenkins get close enough? I don't think he's going to. Are we going to see a last spin lunge from Ryan Smith for second place? I think Michael Oliver has just about done enough. They're going to finish line astern. Will there be any attacks out of the chicane? Will anybody try and spring a surprise on the run to the line? I don't think so. The man from Hexham in Northumberland. Here comes Michael Oliver in to take his second win of the season. One last effort from Ryan Smith. He doesn't quite get there, and he has to settle for third place. Martin Gibson is fourth, and Stuart Oliver's got through on the last lap into fifth place. So 3 Team Oliver trucks in the top 5. I don't think that's ever happened before. Stephen Powell 6th. John Bowler is relegated to 7th, and it's going to be David Smith in 8th. He will take pole position for race 3 provisionally. The battle for 9th, it got a bit bruising at times between Ricky Collett and Neil Yates. Who's going to get there? It's a photo finish. I think Yates got it. 200ths of a second according to the timing screen. And Adam Bint next home. A quiet race for him in the Mercedes. Jake Evans flashes the lights. He crosses the line. He wins Division 2 at a canter. And these two are still at it as well. Look at the state of Bradley Harvey's DAF. And this is just the first race of the weekend. Sami Ojanen's fighting back. Excuse me, he says. They're still jockeying for position down the straight. Simon Cole comes over in second in Division 2. Now, what about these two? What's going to happen into the chicane? It's Great Britain versus Finland. Bradley Harvey's just got the advantage. You can't fit 2 trucks through there, side by side, certainly. I think Harvey's got the place in the 96. And they'll come over the line to finish 3rd and 4th in Division 2. Callum Eason, a quieter race for him behind them. And then Archie Handy and Graham Poole a lap down. I can tell you John Bowler and Neil Yates both got penalties for exceeding track limits there, but I think such was John Bowler's advantage over David Smith. He keeps 7th place. Neil Yates drops to 11th behind Collett and Adam Bint. Archie Handy gets the penalty as well. So that means he'll stay in 17th, I think. But it's Michael Oliver who takes his second win of the season by 0.6 of a second over David Jenkins. Ryan Smith has to settle for 3rd. Good 4th for Martin Gibson. And Stuart Oliver on the last lap getting ahead of John Bowler to take P5. 3 Team Oliver racing trucks in the top 5 places. Excellent stuff. Stephen Powell 6th ahead of John Bowler. David Smith in 8th. And then Ricky Collett in 9th after that titanic battle with Neil Yates, who then got that 5-second penalty, dropping into 11th behind Adam Bintz. Jake Evans wins Division 2, well clear of Simon Cole to the tune of some 14 seconds. Bradley Harvey winning his fight with Sami Ojanen. And then Callum Eason, Archie Handy and Graham Poole. Sadly, we lost Tom O'Rourke into the pits with a problem while running 4th, and John Powell didn't take the start. 11 laps completed by our race winner. It was Ryan Smith who got the fastest lap. The fastest lap in Division 2 went to Jake Evans, an extra point each for them. As we await the trucks to make their way into Parc Fermé, we are heading into our lunch break shortly. But I'll be over to Pointy in a few minutes' time to catch up with our truck racers, I'm sure. The display of cranes is most impressive, isn't it? Bit windy for bungee jumping off them today, though. Huge crowds in attendance here at Donington Park, loving every moment of the action. You can see our drift cars on the top left of your screen there as well, the Mazda MX-5s. Thanks to all our commenters as well. Here's some of our drift cars. I will admit that Japanese sports cars not my biggest forte. I think that's a Nissan of some description possibly we've got there. Either a Skyline or a Sylvia, I'm not so sure. Our director Elliot knows a bit more about drift cars than I do. I think we can head down to Parc Fermé with Pointy in the meantime.
Well, 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 we finished a great first race of the weekend here at Convoy in the park for the British Truck Racing Championship. Of course, Michael Oliver will be exceedingly happy with that result, especially considering the damage he received at Thruxton. A complete write-off for that weekend. Now clawing his way back up. Let's head down to see if we can catch up. Of course, we've got Steve Powell minus or sans bumper, as they say in Europe. Let's try and find Michael at the front. Of course, we've got Ryan Smith in third place, Michael Oliver in first, Dave Jenkins in second. Can we get him? He was extremely happy earlier on with his qualifying in pole position, but now let's go and greet and congratulate him. Look at the smile. Well done. Oh my goodness. Now, we spoke to you earlier on, of course.
Well done.
Fantastic qualification, and then to go from that to making it stick. I mean, with all due respect, the challenges didn't seem to be there. What could you see in your rearview mirror?
I promised Dave a t-shirt, so I owe him a t-shirt. Everyone was just not on eggshells, but I was on eggshells. But I wasn't really as fast as I could have been. But Christ, I'm sorry. A lot of respect, like.
Dave, fantastic race from you as well.
Well, Team Oliver t-shirt. Now I'm your new big fan.
Was that the bribe? Was it?
Yeah.
Mr. Blocker.
Mr. Blocker. You were under some pressure from Ryan, not as much as we've come to expect though in the past.
Yeah, Ryan was like yo-yoing on and off me. I would say he's got coolant temperature issues because as soon as he got in, he sort of fell off with the power derate, and then he got a bit of fresh air, and then he came again. Either that or he's just losing it, one or the other. We're not quite
sure. You heard it here first,
ladies and gentlemen. With his big book of excuses. So no,
Yeah.
Ryan obviously didn't find his full potential. The start was unfortunately a mix-up that perhaps
that was horrendous, wasn't it?
perhaps they should have done something different. They clearly couldn't have red flagged it there and then, but somebody pressed the wrong button in race control. So
there was a lot of comments in the pit lane. Something about the pace truck came in. All of a sudden, it was lights out, ready to go.
Yeah, somebody pressed the button too quick. So
but you all recovered quite well from that.
Yeah, but it was great. The start wasn't fair at all because
Right.
Like, my radio man had said go. I could see the lights were out. I thought, well, we can't go yet. We're not out the chicane. I don't really know what I thought was going to happen.
Right.
It was a great race. And we had, like Ryan's just said, we had to go because if we'd have stopped, it was not our place not to go. So it was a bit of a tricky one. But no, fair play to Michael. It was a well done, good job. But it won't.
Who won? Who
won, Dave?
Some bloke that lives down the road.
and he never says anything about it, does he? Michael, well done. We're going to quickly head back to Division 2 now to see if we've got any drivers from there. Mr. Evans, they're waiting to get weighed in. So this is something you might not necessarily get to see. They weigh the front axle and the back axle so they can take weights after each race. Scrutineers obviously have to do that. We've got Evans just coming in now. Jake for the weighing scales. We probably won't get a chance to speak to him until he's out. Couple of time penalties though to mention. I believe John Bowler ended up taking 5 seconds. We also had one for Neil Yates and also another one for Archie Handy. All track limits, I believe. So yeah, real shame there that they've ended up with those. But no, it's great to see Jake Evans on the rebound now from his engine issues at Thruxton. Quite an interesting weekend for a lot of teams was Thruxton. But no, it's great to get him back out on the circuit. He was extremely happy to speak to us earlier on. And of course, Simon Cole taking another second place. He's doing very well this season, very well indeed. I think if we can just roll him off the scales, come on. Yeah. Come back forward a bit. There we go. Yeah, this is me doing a bit of parking. Whoop, that's it. There we go. Lovely. We can get the brakes on and we'll have a quick word then. Talk about back and ready for action.
Yeah, found it again. Weirdly faster today than we were in testing after 3 sessions on Thursday. So, no, I just want to say a mega job by the team, right? These boys that come with me and the girls and all the families behind the scenes, it's all voluntary. We don't pay wages. We haven't got that budget. We do the best with what we've got. Got a fantastic group of sponsors behind us, and this just shows what we can do. So, no, happy with that. Can't wait to get out again this afternoon now.
Absolutely buzzing. He's teeming with excitement and energy. You can see that. Obviously, you did well in qualifying. Have you got any views on the race as a whole?
Listen, we're governed by the novice rules still at the minute. We've been discussing it this morning between ourselves, some of the novices. Listen, the rules are the rules and we'll play by them. It just gives us more work to do, which is, fun for me, but I think nerve-wracking for everybody watching trackside. But we've come away from that one without any damage. It was all clean away from the start. So we'll just go and try and do that again all weekend if we can.
Got some climbing to do, but consistency is key. Well done, Mr. Evans. Fantastic to have you back. Right, I think that's all we've got time for. I'm going to go and hand out some trophies now, which we might get some footage of for you. I'm not quite sure. But until then, back to Dave in the commentary.
Thanks very much, Pointy. Yes, we are scheduled to go into our lunch break now, but of course with a few delays earlier on, it will be a shorter lunch break than scheduled. We will be back underway shortly. The next race scheduled, the International Truck GP, first of 4 races for them. Then it's our longest race of the weekend, the 90-minute Enduro for the Britcar Endurance Championship. So we'll be back underway very shortly.
go, there we go. Right, let's get a bit of, we've got some bits and bobs to hand out here, I think. First of all, hold on. So first, first, second. Right then. Got hats here. Right then, I'm going to hand over responsibility to handing out hats. So just chuck out some hats, okay? Hand them out. Come forward a bit. So we've got Nina and Heather, I believe, from GT Tyres, all the way over from Europe. We're handing out some hats. Throw some at the back, girls. Get some distance on them. There we go. Shelley, not Heather. Right. Shelley, not Heather. Sorry, Michelle. I remember you saying Michelle now. I don't want to call you Heather. Right then. We'll get there eventually. Okay then. I think we've got all the drivers. So, who's ready to see some trophies? Excellent. Right, you can do third. That one first. Okay. So, as it goes, we will be starting, of course, with Division 2, Top 3, and since my clipboard is missing in action, I'll just go old school off the phone. So please, in third place, put your hands together for Bradley Harvey. Come on, Aggie. Well done. Very good job, sir. Take your position. Come on, up on the podium. That's it. First one of the weekend's always a little bit clunky, but we will get there. Right then, and in second place, put your hands together for the governor. It's Simon Cole. Where is he? Where is he? Simon. Oh, he's got a black mark on his name now. Unbelievable. Simon. Right, who are we going to have instead of Simon? One of you don't want to take it. Ring Simon. No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, right then, I'll take it. There we go, lovely. I'll take this one. There we go. Thank you very much. Oh, I see why they do it. I see why they do it. This feels very good. This feels great. Next year. No, next year's this one, mate. Shh, don't tell them the rumours. Not passed my test yet. Right then. And back with a brand new engine and ready to rock and roll. Please put your hands together to Jake Evans. Can't believe you didn't hand me my trophy. Unbelievable. Come on, Jake, I know you're here. Where's he got, honestly? No, they don't need to be in Park Fairway, the trucks do. Where's Jake? Oh my goodness, I can't do both. I can't do both. Way! Oh my goodness me. That's two black marks now. No, it's too late now. I know, I'll tell you. They get in trouble for this, you know. Is he? Well, that's not good. That's not good enough. It's not good enough. Not, it's too late. Black mark. Got to do blooming paperwork now. Come on. Come on. You can have this one of her. There we go. I'll get out your way to get a picture. Come on, Simon. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Too busy. No, it doesn't work like that. Too busy for racing, which trophies are part of, I believe. Yeah, righto. Right then, now they've all finally showed up. Let's have another round of applause for Division 2, Top 3. And if you chaps could take a stand over to one side for me, we'll get on with Division 1. And in third place, just about making it from a bit of a medical emergency this weekend, ladies and gents. So please make a special round of applause for Ryan Smith. Well done, buddy. A lot of effort went into getting here this weekend for Ryan. And in second place, a fantastic result for none other than Dave Jenkins. Well done, Dave. Which means coming all the way from a complete write-off at Thruxton just a couple of weeks ago, taking pole position for the weekend and taking a first place for the first race. Put your hands together for Michael Oliver. It just goes to show with all of the teams here in the British Truck Racing Championship how much work and effort goes in from the teams to get these trucks out on the circuit. An incredible, incredible effort. Let's get a shot of these top three. Wait a minute, wait, Michael, calm, Michael. Wait. Right, let's get the Division 2 top three in. Yeah, you can all just run away if it starts spraying. Yeah, don't, Michael, not yet. Right then, now, we all know the drill now. Let's get a quick one-word wonder. Fast. Oliver, love it. Return, very good. Winner. Effort. Brilliant, absolutely. Another round of applause then for Division 1 and 2 top three. And now, of course, it's time for the champagne. Absolutely incredible. Well done to all the drivers, and of course, thank you to all you guys. We'll be having the trophy straight after the International Truck Prix, which will be happening after lunch, so please make sure you come back and see those again. It's been fantastic to welcome you all back to Donington. Loads to see and do here on the weekend. So we'll see you again shortly. Thank you.
So nice to hear from Pointy down on the podium there. In the meantime, Ian's been busy with a bit of research into our Britcar Endurance Championship race a little bit later on. Let's see who he's caught up with.
Right, everybody, I'm here with David Hornsey, the technical manager for Britcar. David, thank you so much for allowing us to come in and have a chat with you. Now, I really wanted to talk to you because you've had a busy summer. Now, when you're not involved with Britcar, you're driving celebrities up the Goodwood Hill. Is that right? In a very special car. Tell us about your Festival of Speed exploits.
You make me sound like quite a superstar, but yeah, so I've worked with TWR for about a year, 18 months now, working on chassis development for the TWR Supercat. So it was my honour to drive the car at Goodwood for its dynamic launch.
Wow, and that was the first time it's been seen in a public setting moving, is that right?
Yes, yeah. It's so that actual car was the American press car. So that was the first finished car built, and it was built to go and show at Amelia Island in America and a few other events, and then it's been back over here just doing a little bit of photography and static events, and that was the first time that the public have seen it moving. So
give us a bit more of the stats about the car.
So it is a Jaguar XJS underneath. They're all developed from an original 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s car. It keeps some of the chassis, it keeps the original V12 block that's then bored out to 5.6 litres, supercharger strapped on, and then everything else on the car is bespoke other than the door handles.
Okay, so you're going up the hill. Were you looking to set a time, or were you taking it easy?
So we started the weekend just doing demo runs, and I've been fortunate. I've done demo runs with lots of manufacturers over the years. So you drive at kind of 70% and you show off a bit, but you make sure that the car's safe and that nothing dangerous happens. And then on Saturday morning, Goodwood approached us because it was creating such a buzz on social media. They wanted the car to go up the hill more, and they said the only session we can fit you in is the timed run. Are you happy to do it?
Nice.
So I'm like, okay. So I had to beg and borrow and steal some race overalls and Stan 21 kind of to supply me with some boots, and so off we went. So yeah, it's a lot narrower when you're pushing.
Right, let's talk about getting towards the top, because you've got the wall. It looks very tight up there. Was there a couple of hairy moments?
Yeah, definitely. On the final run on the Sunday, going there, I thought momentarily I'd braked a tad too late as I got on the brakes for that corner, and it just moved a little bit, but just get back on the power, go with it.
We all want to know then, what time did you set?
It was, before I went up for the first timed run, I had no idea what a time would be. Yeah. And I didn't want to know. I just wanted to drive it, see what happened. And I think we ended up with something like a 58. We were like 4th, 5th in the road car class at that point. Yeah. So that was all right. And I thought, well, if I know there's a couple of areas I can go a little bit quicker. If I can knock a second or two off that'd be cool. And then we ended up doing a 55. We came 3rd in class. We beat the Ferrari. We beat the Lister Storm GT1 as well, which I was quite pleased with, and we finished 11th overall out of whatever it was, 20 cars that did the run. So yeah, wow, absolutely ecstatic. It's the most intense minute I've ever had in motorsport. Yeah. It's just astonishing.
Wow, quite a privilege as well, I imagine, to take it up the hill, isn't it? You mentioned a few demo runs. I understand you took Ranty, of course, from Blue Peter up the hill. Were you trying to scare him a bit?
It's such a visceral experience being in the car. I mean, it is obviously for the show they put straight pipes on it just to make it louder, but that's the noise the road car makes, just at a more acceptable volume level. But being in that car with 100,000 people watching, the flames belching out the exhaust, the noise reverberating off the flint wall, I think it momentarily fried his brain. When we got halfway up the hill, he just stopped talking.
I can imagine. So, are you aware when you're doing the demo? I mean, when you're doing the time run, I imagine you're just laser focused on getting up there as quick as possible. Yeah. When you're doing the demo runs, are you aware of all of the people around? Like, can you see them? Can you see the whites of their eyes as you're going around? Are you trying to put on as much of a show as possible for them, make it as loud and tyre squealing as possible?
Yeah, like you said, when you're doing the timed run, all you're seeing is the ribbon of tarmac in front of you, and it's just maximum concentration on that aspect. When you're doing a demo run, I always say to other people when it's their first time, all you can do is make a mess of it. You will only ever be remembered if you're driving a road car. You will only ever be remembered if you crash it. So you always just dial it back a little bit. Make a bit of smoke, make a bit of noise, but be well within your capabilities and the car's capabilities. So it's not so much that you're noticing people on the way up; it's that you're very conscious of what could happen if it goes wrong. But you notice all the people on the way down the hill.
Yes, of course, I bet you do. I have seen one or two crashes there, I have to say. Right, let's turn our attention back to Britcar. Of course, we're here at Donington Park, another around 90-minute race, of course, today. But big changes in 2025 from last year, isn't there? Tell us what's happened.
Yeah, so last year was a tough year, I think, for everybody in motorsport. We saw some very small grids, and last year we had our championships split over 2 separate grids. So we had the bigger, faster GT cars running on the Saturday, and the smaller, less fast saloon cars running on the Sunday. So we looked at what were the most popular classes in there. We looked at our overheads, and obviously track time being the biggest overhead because the circuits are so expensive. So if we could trim that down to 1 championship, hopefully that would be better for us. So in the end we took away the GT3 cars at the top because it was always a struggle to get more than 2 or 3 cars on the grid. We dropped the slowest class off the bottom, and so we had that nice mixture in the middle of all the classes that were really competitive the previous year, and it's proved this year. Now we're regularly getting grids of over 30 cars, and it's just back to how Britcar used to be. It's just really
I was going to say, are you happy with it? Because from the outside, I say outside, I'm quite involved in it. It looks like it's been a huge success, and from the reaction I've had from drivers and people tuning in, they seem to love it. Are you happy?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was genuinely actually the first round at Silverstone when the cars set off on the grid. It was actually quite emotional seeing that many cars from where we'd come from the previous year, just seeing the turnaround that we had, and just the positive feeling from everyone in the paddock is fantastic. As you say, it's competitive, everybody wants to win, but it's that level of championship where everyone just gets on with each other, and it's just good fun.
Excellent, David. Thank you so much for sharing your Goodwood story, and of course, tell us a little bit more about Britcar. Of course, next month head to Snetterton, don't we? Alton Park and Brands Hatch still to come up, so a lot of action with Britcar still to come. 90-minute race, of course, with pit stops as well. We'll be in the pit lane for that. It's going to be an absolute cracker. David,
Cool.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, so a slightly shorter lunch break than expected because of a couple of delays earlier on this morning. But so we're coming towards the end of it now. Next up on track, we will see the first of 4 races this weekend here at Convoy in the Park for the International Truck GP. Some truck racers we don't normally see out in action. The British Championship, quite an eclectic mix of drivers. And Ian Waterhouse is down at trackside to introduce some of them.
All right, everybody. Yes, hello. Welcome down to assembly area. Time for the International Truck Prix race. We were going to chat to some of the drivers. They've literally just gone out, so there is no wait at all. How good is that, though? More truck racing action coming up for you right now. They've just headed out, and if it's anything like the one we saw a little bit earlier, it's going to be a cracker, isn't it? We've got Mark Taylor in this one, Nathan Smith, Craig Reed, Simon Reed, Jock Borthwick, Neil Yates, John McGuinness, of course, is in this race. I know a lot of you are looking to see him in action. We've got Terry Gibbons, Simon Faulkner, Steve Thomas and Graham Paul. So time for the first International Truck Prix race of the weekend. Coming up, straight into the action. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Okay, so the grid lines up as follows then for our first International Truck Grand Prix race of the weekend. It is Mark Taylor, number 81, now competing in the European Truck Racing Championship, who was qualified on pole alongside number 11, Nathan Smith. I think they're both in MANs. A bit of confusion over the truck makes for each driver this weekend, unfortunately. The Reed brothers are on row 2, though. Craig ahead of Simon. Jock Borthwick, great to see him back on row 3. The Scotsman alongside Neil Yates. Seen him battling with Ricky Collett in our previous championship race. Row 4 is Isle of Man TT legend John McGuinness alongside Terry Gibbon, the man from the northeast. Row 5, Simon Faulkner with, I think he's in an Iveco, alongside Steve Thomas, completing the top 10 on the grid in the 23. Then on row 6 it is Graham Poole. I don't think we'll see John Powell because he didn't run in the earlier race, so it's likely to be just 11 trucks for this one, but an excellent eclectic entry. Wouldn't it be a story if John McGuinness can take his first truck racing win? One of the all-time greats of the Isle of Man TT, driving the Martin Gibson MAN this weekend. Third in the all-time win list in TT racing, with 23 wins, 47 podiums over the years. Phenomenal record for the motorcycle legend. Thanks to Truck Sport UK for the sponsorship of this event. It is Mark Taylor who leads them off in the Hofmeister and Maker sponsored MAN, with Nathan Smith in David's MAN, his father David's MAN alongside him. Great to have Terry Gibbon back out, the plain white MAN. Does look good in those colours, doesn't it? Simon Faulkner in the Iveco alongside Steve Thomas in the Team Oliver Racing run at Scania, the truck that John McGuinness raced last season on his appearance here. He's now in the 101, the GT Tyres MAN. Graham Poole lines up at the back. For him, it's all about gaining experience in his first season of truck racing. Wonderful to have the Reed brothers out, the bosses of Reed Freights, based in Stoke-on-Trent. It's them that hauled that steam locomotive here, you may have noticed, on one of their low loaders, the heavy haulage specialists from Stoke. Mark Taylor getting ready to lead them away. Great to see him racing back in the UK. We normally see him over on the continent in the FIA European Truck Racing Cup. Jock Borthwick's appeared in continental competition this year as well, the yellow and blue MAN, alongside Neil Yates. It's been several years since we've seen Terry Gibbon in the British Championship. Simon Faulkner, a relative newcomer to the sport, racing alongside the Reed team. That's the grey and orange Iveco towards the back of the pack. Mark Taylor's qualifying time about 0.45 of a second quicker than that of Nathan Smith. His father David will be looking on rather anxiously. This will be a 15-minute race, a 20-minute race, I'm sorry, for the International Truck GP. The other British driver who competes in the European Championship, of course, number 18, John Newell. We've not got him here this year, who was pretty dominant in this event last season. Interestingly, I was followed by one of his fleet of trucks on the M1 yesterday, as I was heading up to the northeast for another commentary. It's an all-British field of drivers out today, but a very eclectic mix indeed. This is going to be an interesting one. Mark Taylor will start as the favourite, going off pole position in the number 81. Just keeping it steady at the moment. The red lights are on. Pace truck into pit lane, and the International Truck GP for 2025 here at Convoy in the Park about to get underway. Watch for the red lights as they come up underneath them. They go out pretty late, the pack is unleashed, and here we go down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Side by side for the lead, Mark Taylor and Nathan Smith. Looks like Taylor's just about got the advantage on the inside. Craig Reed tucks in behind them in the number 68 Iveco. Graham Poole at the back of the field. His job here will just to try and keep up with those ahead of him. Jock Borthwick with a decent start. He split the two red Ivecos there, the Reed brothers, up into fourth position, but it's Mark Taylor who leads down towards the old hairpin for the first time. Nathan Smith in the number 11 in second place. Craig Reed is third. Borthwick fourth. Simon Reed in fifth. Neil Yates is in sixth position. Then it's John McGuinness swapping two wheels for something much, much bigger, chased by Terry Gibbon. Then Steve Thomas in the Scania is next in the order, and Simon Faulkner in behind him as they go through McLean's for the first time. Already looking good up front is Mark Taylor. New livery on his MAN, used to be in white and red, the Taylor's haulage colours. Craig Reed all over the back of Nathan Smith there for that second place. They're all round okay so far on this opening lap. Some of these drivers only a very limited amount of experience behind the wheel of a race truck. Nathan Smith, a newcomer in the number 11, and he's going well up there in second. As side by side there, John McGuinness down the inside of Neil Yates in the 33. Neil will start to fight back here as they come into the Wheatcroft straight down towards Redgate. So up into fifth place, into sixth place, I should say, is McGuinness. It looks like everybody's round the opening lap okay. We had hoped to see John Powell out in this one, the number 6, but again his DAF failing to run, and sideways there, the third and fourth place trucks, Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick. Wonderful to see Jock back out and racing once again after those injuries he sustained a couple of years ago when he came off his motorcycle. John McGuinness, motorcycle legend, leads Neil Yates, and Terry Gibbon is in behind them, the number 37. Again, Craig Reed getting a wheel out onto the grass there and sliding sideways. He's driving almost rallycross style in his Iveco Stralis. Mark Taylor continues to set the pace ahead of Nathan Smith. Craig Reed still third, slightly wayward handling Iveco. Through Coppice Corner, Borthwick in fourth. One of two Scots racing this weekend along with Tom O'Rourke. Simon Reed in fifth place. Those five breaking away slightly from McGuinness in sixth position. It's Neil Yates in seventh place. Gibbon in eighth. Thomas and Faulkner, I think, rounding out the top 10 there. Steve Thomas, the white and blue Scania. This could be the main battle, I think. John McGuinness against Neil Yates in the midfield. See Graham Poole has dropped back, still learning his craft. Jock Borthwick thinking about a move there on the 68 of Craig Reed, the former British Division 2 truck racing champion. Seen the Reeds move up from Division 2 to Division 1. They're subsequently to race in the Dutch Championship in their Ivecos. Craig Reed is kicking up dust everywhere, racing right on the edge of the circuit. Here comes Neil Yates down the hill into the old hairpin on the tail of John McGuinness. Somebody well and truly kicking up the dust there. I think that might have been Simon Reed. Yes, he's lost some ground in the 89. He's run wide coming out of the old hairpin. Craig Reed kicks up the dust again. Well, we see a truck class in the Dakar Rally every year, so maybe the Reeds will be more at home there if they're kicking this much dust around. Neil Yates doing the same thing. into Coppice. Out of Coppice come the leaders. Mark Taylor still up front in the 81. Now, is Craig Reed going to have a go for second place here on the back of Nathan Smith? I don't think he's going to be close enough as they come down into the chicane. Keeping it nice and steady through there. Despite some of these drivers having a lot less experience than the other. Oh my goodness me! Huge accident there coming out of the chicane. Jock Borthwick straight into the back of Craig Reed as they both ran wide. I thought Jock Borthwick was going to go over. That's a big accident there. That is almost certainly going to be a red flag. There's bits of recticel barrier everywhere. That's a nasty one there. Let's hope both of those drivers are okay. That was quite an impact there. Craig Reed got wide coming out of the chicane, and as he slowed, Jock Borthwick went straight into the back of him. The race continuing for the moment, but I'm sure we're going to see the red flag come out. They can't continue with two trucks and that debris everywhere on the outside of the chicane there. Well, racing continues for the moment, with Mark Taylor in the lead ahead of Nathan Smith. Tyres squealing as they go into Coppice corner. There's the battle between Simon Reed ahead of the 101 of John McGuinness, with Neil Yates behind them, and they're coming down to the chicane where that incident happened. I can see a light flashing there in the background, so is the race continuing on? Yes, it looks like it. I'm certainly surprised at that. I thought the red flag would have gone out there. Simon Reed next through, then it's Martin Gibson, then Neil Yates. Terry Gibbon is next in the order ahead of Steve Thomas and Simon Faulkner. So maybe the incident is sufficiently off to one side there and the drivers are being able to continue. I'm certainly surprised at that. I thought that race was about to be stopped, but it would appear that Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick seem to be okay, which is the main thing. So Mark Taylor leads by 3.5 seconds now over Nathan Smith. He's done the fastest lap of the race, Mark Taylor, 1:26.467. It's going to be quite a clear-up operation needed there. There's quite a bit of damage to the recticel barriers in front of the Armco there coming out of the Roberts chicane. Simon Reed chased down by the 101, not Martin Gibson this time. John McGuinness on board the MAN. And behind them it is Neil Yates. Nathan Smith slowing there on the outside, the number 11. No, Nathan Smith's got a problem, he's pulling off. So Nathan Smith is out of it. That's our second place man gone. So up to second now, it is Simon Reed. He's over 10 seconds down on Mark Taylor. McGuinness is up to third, then Yates. Terry Gibbon is up to fifth. And then Steve Thomas and Simon Faulkner. The final runner then is Graham Poole. There's Nathan Smith. He's stopped on the outside of the entry to the chicane onto the Melbourne Loop there with some sort of issue. John McGuinness under pressure then from Neil Yates. His first of 4 races this weekend for the International Truck GP. Driver's just being probably told to take it steady through the chicane there with that debris on the outside. The race does continue, 11.5 minutes to go. Mark Taylor over 10 seconds up the road now in the 81 with his nearest pursuers gone. With Craig Reed, Jock Borthwick and Nathan Smith all out of the race. Terry Gibbon closing on this battle as well, the number 37. Behind Terry Gibbon, I can see Simon Faulkner, but I couldn't see Steve Thomas there. Have we lost the Scania as well? As Neil Yates has a look up the inside on the 101 of John McGuinness, doesn't quite get the overlap. Bit of a lock-up there from the 33. Steve Thomas has dropped back as well. His last lap was a 1:37. Best lap a 1:28, so he's losing time as he got a problem as well. They're dropping like flies in the early stages of the International Truck GP. Along the bottom of the circuit towards Schwantz Curve, they climb back up the hill again. Bit sideways there, John McGuinness on the curb coming out of McLean's. Trying to chase down Simon Reed. This is the battle for second place. Terry Gibbon, the 37, the man from Humberside, now on the tail of Neil Yates. And I think now the red flag is coming out. Yes, the race is being stopped. So that means that Mark Taylor, I assume the race is going to be declared, because they just passed the halfway mark, and I assume that means that Mark Taylor will be your winner. But I have to say, I am quite surprised that race was not red flagged immediately when that accident happened. So Mark Taylor, presumably the result will be declared, and Mark Taylor will be the winner ahead of Simon Reed and John McGuinness. Well, there's the reason. Also, of course, Nathan Smith's truck stopped on the outside of the chicane. There's quite a bit of clearing up to do there, those foam barriers everywhere. That's such a shame for Jock Borthwick on his comeback to UK racing this weekend. Hopefully those trucks can be repaired for the second race later on for the International Truck Grand Prix. Let's try and have a look what's happened here. Craig Reed in third place. He goes out wide onto the dirt there and he suddenly seemed to slow. I don't know whether he had a problem there. He goes back to the outside. I think he had a problem, and Jock Borthwick walloped straight into the back of him. He very nearly went over. That's a huge impact. And then straight into the barriers on the outside. How that truck did not end up on its side, I do not know. It nearly took out Craig Reed's cab. Scary incident there at the chicane. I think Craig Reed had a problem there because he ran wide and then suddenly he seemed to slow and turn to the right. So the provisional results of that one then, I'm not sure we'll see a restart. Mark Taylor will winner by 12 seconds over Simon Reed at the completion of lap number 6. John McGuinness on the podium in third, then Neil Yates fourth, Terry Gibbon is fifth ahead of Simon Faulkner. Steve Thomas dropped back there into 7th place. I think he pulled into the pits, in fact, Steve Thomas. That's why we lost him. Graham Poole further back in 8th, and we lost Nathan Smith with presumably a mechanical problem. And of course Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick involved in that accident. But thankfully everybody appears to be okay, although quite a clear-up needed here before we get our next race underway. Let's have a look at that again. Watch the third place truck as they come out of the chicane. The red Iveco of Craig Reed. Did he have a problem and slow up there? Because he ran wide, but then watch as he comes off the chicane. Does he turn to the right? As if he's going back on the circuit. There, the truck moves back to the right. I think there was a problem there. And Jock Borthwick nowhere to go, straight into the back of him, very nearly onto his side. And then smashes into the barrier on the outside. And Jock's trying to get the truck stopped, and then he goes into the barrier again. The Recticel barrier's shredded everywhere. And then another impact with the barrier. Jock Borthwick is going to be very shaken up, if nothing else, there. And Craig Reed as well. Yes, Jock Borthwick did very well to hold that truck and get into the barriers and not roll over. He was showing some good control there. So here comes one of the telehandlers then. And then we'll see the clear up operation. I'll need the heavy recovery vehicles. There's quite a few of them in the show truck paddock today as well. So there'll be a delay here while the incident is cleared up, while our marshals and recovery crews deal with the wreckage. And I imagine the drivers will be taken to the medical centre for a checkup as well. Here's Neil Yates' recovery involved here. And also the Anderson Commercials recovery vehicle, that's Jamie Anderson's company, is recovering Nathan Smith. We'll see Jamie racing tomorrow in Neil Yates' truck. We've got Neil Yates' recovery out there. I wonder if Neil's going to get out of his race truck and start directing operations. There is the Neil Yates recovery Mercedes. The telehandler being used to clear the recticel barriers away. And the rescue ambulance as a precaution, just in attendance as well. And now we get to take a look at the clear-up operation. Also got the Collins Contractors track sweeper vehicle there as well, in the background. So the Anderson Commercials truck is recovering Nathan Smith, who sadly broke down while running in second place. Let's have a look again at this incident, this time at full speed, and you can see the impact that Jock Borthwick took as Craig Reed slowed, and then bang! One impact, two impacts, and then a third impact into the barrier. Jock Borthwick is going to be very shaken up indeed there. Now we'll await the two trucks to be cleared. Nathan Smith's truck has been repatriated into the paddock, I think. And now a couple of recovery vehicles. Got the Mercedes there and the CWT heavy recovery truck as well. Fairly sure I spotted that on the motorway yesterday as well, as I was heading up to a job in Redcar in the northeast last night. They're certainly noticeable, these big recovery vehicles, especially at night when they're all fully lit up, as we see in our truck parade at the end of the season at Brands Hatch as well, on Bonfire Weekend. Yes, that CWT Fleet and Recovery 3-axle DAF there. I definitely overtook that last night, either on the A1 or M1. I think we can now head down into Parc Fermé and have a word with our race winner, Mark Taylor. He's talking to Ian.
So, Mark Taylor, first of all, how the devil are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, it's good to be back at Donington. It's been a couple of years. So, yeah, the team's worked hard on the truck to get us out, and, well, good time to be here.
It is, in fact, and you brought the weather with you from sunny Europe.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to have some sunshine while you're racing, ain't you? It makes it better.
And what a result for the first international Truck Prix of the weekend.
Yeah, it was a good race. Everyone went out well. We all come off at line well. Not sure what happened to two trucks on the start line, but
Jock and Craig a bit further back. I mean, they had a bit of an incident coming together, but yeah, I mean, they let you carry on to get that 50% across the line, and then yeah, well, they called it.
Yeah, I know it was a short, quick race, so makes it a bit different to Europe with the long half-an hours. Or
yeah, because you're 20-minute races on the International Prix, aren't you? But of course, you managed to get about 10 minutes of it in then. Maybe save yourself some tyres and some fuel, right?
Oh yeah, why not, eh? And a bit more to enjoy sunshine while I'm here.
Indeed. Now, whilst we've got you, we might have seen you, people might have seen your truck and realised, what's the little fins for on the fifth wheel? Is that just an FIA thing, or is it just a you thing, or what's the crack?
It's FIA via promoting the HVO fuel. So we run round to promote the fuel, and yeah.
So you guys are racing on green diesel too?
Yeah, it's all HVO out there, so
absolutely brilliant. That's what we like to see. Of course, our championship partner with fuel, Sylvie Fleet with HVO and BWOC, of course, in all of our trucks, and I believe we're looking at maybe getting it in some of the pulling trailers as well.
Sounds good, that does. At least it cleans the sport up, and you can put a stamp on the sport, say you're doing what you can to keep it clean.
Exactly, and this is what we need to look at. Right, Mark, let's get you down to the podium and get you a trophy, okay?
Definitely.
Excellent. Come on then, let's go. Let's go, and we'll see you all later on. Thanks for joining us. Back to Dave.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, thanks to Pointy down there. Let's having a quick chat to Mark Taylor. Good to have him back racing in the UK with us. He'll hopefully try and go for 4 out of 4 in this International Truck Grand Prix. We can see the CWT recovery vehicle there in attendance, ready to tow Craig Reed's Iveco away. Hopefully he'll be able to repair that for the rest of the weekend. I'm not so sure about Jock Borthwick's truck though, sadly. A lot of damage to the front of the MAN. Barriers being repaired by the marshals as well. And then the track will be checked for any fluids and just swept down before we bring on our next race, which will be the Britcar Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear tyres. A good entry for their 90-minute pit stop race. We should have 30 cars out on track for this one of varying descriptions. We've got lots of Ginettas, BMWs, Porsches, a couple of McLarens, Aston Martin, a few Cupra TCR cars as well. Nice mixture of touring car and GT machinery on track next for a 90-minute race with 2 mandatory pit stops per car. And some very quick pro drivers from the world of GT racing as well, the likes of James Kellett, Jack Mitchell, Adam Smalley. All here with us this weekend. Gus Burton as well, all stars of GT3 and GT4 racing across the UK. Michael Lyons as well, the noted historic racer who's raced in historic Formula 1 cars many times in the past. Great to have him here at the wheel of one of the Ginettas. An all-star cast of cars and drivers. That will be on track as soon as the clear-up is complete.
Well, welcome everybody down to the pit lane. John and I just stood on the pit wall at the minute looking at some of the recovery work currently going on from the International Truck Prix at the minute. So there is going to be a delay right at the minute. So whilst that happens, we thought we'd pop into the pit lane and chat with some of the Britcar Endurance drivers. Because don't forget, coming up next, we have a 90-minute race. And somebody I really wanted to talk to is a newcomer to the season, Mike Chalkiopoulos from Greece. Mike, I probably just butchered your name now. How do I say your surname properly?
It's Chalkiopoulos.
Chalkiopoulos.
Yes.
Is that it?
That's it. Correct.
First of all, welcome to the UK. And am I right in thinking this is your first car race ever?
It's actually my third car race.
Your third car
Yes.
race. First in the UK?
First in the UK. Correct.
Brilliant.
I've done a couple of races in Greece with a Volkswagen Golf. And now we're racing here with the Ginetta, and this is a new car, a perfect car, nice car. It's closer to karting, I would say.
Yeah. And you've got a bit of karting experience, is that right?
Yeah, a lot. I've done karting since I was 4 years old.
Yeah.
I was a national road tax champion in 2008.
Wow, cool. Okay.
But since then I am still training with the kart, keeping in shape.
And am I right? I think you've done. Is it superbike? You got a bit of experience with
A
superbikes?
little
bit.
yeah, a little bit. I've done one race in Greece with the superbikes and lots of training. But I decided to switch to cars. They're a bit safer, I would say.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously you've done a VW. Now you've got the Ginetta. What's the big difference for you?
The big difference is that the Ginetta goes straight.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah. The front wheel drives are a bit trickier and different style of driving. And I like the rear wheel drive a lot more. And the horsepower is more, and the speed is different, the cornering speed is different. The circuit is faster compared to the Greek ones. That's the biggest difference, I would say.
Let's talk about, the Greek motorsport scene.
Yes.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
How does it sort of compare? Over in England, of course, or the UK, we've got here at Donington Park, we've got Silver. Motorsport's massive in the UK. How big is it in Greece?
Very small, I would say. Mostly the Greek is famous for the hill climb racing and the WRC, the Rally Acropolis. We don't have much circuit racing in Greece.
How many circuits have you got over?
We have about one proper circuit in Ceres, Greece, North Greece, and one in Athens, which is a small one, Megara circuit, and the other circuits are like airport fields.
Okay, right, yeah. Well, that's a bit like over here with places like Silverstone, isn't it? And that's brilliant. I mean, listen, you've come over to race, and actually, qualifying went pretty well, didn't it? You were second fastest overall, you and Simon.
Yeah, Simon did a great job with the car. We found the setup. The car is good now. We hope to get a good result during the race. Simon will start the race. I will do the Endurance stint, I would say, the 40-minute run. I guess the pros with the Porsches, and we'll try our best and see if we can be on the podium today.
Listen, it's great to have you over. Thank you so much for coming and choosing Britcar Endurance. Just before you go, how do you say in Greek, I'm going to win the race?
Θα κερδίσω τον αγώνα.
Yes, Tom man. Good luck. Thank you so much. It's great to talk to you there. Yeah, great to have Mike with us, of course, and Simon Griffith starting in second place. Let's go for a little walk, shall we? Let's see who else we can find. We've got time. I think, still quite a bit of recovery work going on. Team Brit over here as well. Certainly, Asher Silva and Bobby Trundley are joint leaders of the championship overall. I don't know who have we got in the car. How are we doing? How was qualifying?
It was good. Well, I mean, it was a bit choppy, I guess, with traffic and then that red flag in the middle of it. So went out with about 5 minutes, rushed it a bit, absolutely ruined that lap, so I had one more to put one together and just managed to slip in P2. So it's all right, good place to start, to be honest. We're only P5 overall, so hopefully the front cars just get going and I can have some space.
What have you learnt this season, from the opening round to where we are now? Have you really come to grips with the car?
Yeah, massively. It's a car you've got to be really patient with. As soon as you start to try push it or rush it too much, it will just, completely backfire and won't do anything you want. So, it's quite counterintuitive how you'd think to drive it, but it's when it works, it's bloody good.
Absolutely terrifies me. Good luck out there as well. That's Noah Cosby there in that one. Let's move around a little bit and find out who we got. It's Aaron. Aaron's in here. Aaron, it's good to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you this weekend so far. You got a big smile on your face. Always quite difficult to hear under the helmets, but let's have a quick chat anyway. You're in the car, getting ready to go. We feeling confident?
Yeah, feeling good. The team have done an amazing job, obviously fixing the car after the damage at Snetterton.
Yeah.
And it felt in a great place this morning. So really looking forward to the race ahead.
How's your mindset been going into this one? Have you done anything different heading into this race?
Nothing different, I can say. I really like the track here at Donington. So looking forward to a full 45 minutes, 50 minutes of the race here. We've got some of our amazing sponsors supporting us today, so hopefully we'll put on a good race for them. Got little Noah behind me on the grid, so we'll put on a good show for Team Brit, all the amazing fans watching.
Can I just ask then, I often wonder this, a race week for you, all right, what does it look like from Monday through to the Saturday today? Do you do anything on the Monday, Tuesday? You obviously get to the circuit early, but when do you arrive and what does your prep look like?
So I've had a right week this week.
It's a good week to ask then.
Yeah. So I still have a full-time job outside of racing. It's not my only occupation. So on Tuesday I was in our Peterborough office because I'm chair of a business resource group we have within the business for disabled people.
Yeah.
So we had a charity called Canine Partners come around to each of our offices this week to show us the amazing things that their assistance dogs do for disabled people. So I was in Peterborough on Tuesday, I was at home on Wednesday, I drove up to Donington Wednesday night. We tested here Thursday. And then yesterday I was at CDW's rugby office for a Canine Partners visit there. So it's been one hell of a week before I've got here.
Work are quite good with you going off and doing racing because it seems like when you do have a race weekend you do need to take a day or two off.
That's the one. I mean, I'm really fortunate as well. They're one of my biggest sponsors. Incredibly grateful to them for their support. I think we're into our 5th year now, and I can't say enough to thank them really.
Family's watching again, I know that. Message for them?
Yeah, of course she is. Love you, Hayley. Ian, you wouldn't believe there's a main bar in Phuket. She's got them showing it on the big screen, so loads of people watching it.
That's awesome. Yes. Hello everybody. Come on, Aaron. Top man, good luck, here we go. Everybody over in Phuket and obviously supporting Team Brit. Let's move down a little bit further. Sure, the garage is quite empty. I'm just trying to have a little look, still quite a bit of work going on. So this is pushing things back, of course. With plenty of time in that timetable, though curfew's not to about 8 o'clock this evening, so no worries there at all. We've got the Mac G boys. I wonder if Johnny's around or anybody, and let's just quickly nip through. Hey guys, how we doing? Oh, is he in the car? Is it Johnny? Is he? Should we wake him up? Is he going to be mad if I wake him up? I'm not going to wake him up. I'm not going to wake him up. Have a look. Johnny McGregor there is having a kip. Look, oh bless him. I'm not going to wake him. Is he awake? Johnny, they were telling me to wake you up. I said I'm not going to wake you up. Is that the perfect way to prep for a race, is it?
That's it, yeah. Just visualising it all. That's what I call it.
Is that what you were doing, or were you just grabbing 40 winks?
Probably the latter.
Qualifying, how did it go?
Pretty poor, really. We had the sector time, just couldn't string a lap together without any traffic. So, we're quite a long way down from where we planned to be, so quite a lot to do in the race.
I suppose an hour and a half, there's plenty of track time, isn't there, to make things happen. We see so much every time we go racing. Do you prefer this format of a 90-minute race as opposed to the 2:45s?
I think I prefer the 2:45s, just because you get to do the start twice and it's kind of the exciting bit, but there's a lot more to the 90-minute races. We're at a bit of a disadvantage to the 90-minute races because our fuel window is so small.
we're on the back foot immediately, where we've got more flexibility in the 45-minute races. So yeah, we struggle with the 90 minutes with the refueling windows and the tank capacity and the fuel consumption.
Well, look, best of luck anyway, John. Get back to sleep. You've got a bit of time yet, I think, anyway. And yeah, best of luck. Yeah, if you are new to Britcar Endurance, new for 2025, this year, at certain events there's 2 45-minute races, and at other events they are just 90-minute races. There's just one 90-minute race. That is it. Of course, there are pit stops, so we're going to be in and around the pit lane as they happen. Let's just keep walking down. Actually, if you're wondering, we'll just turn the camera around if we can, John. These garages are shut at the minute. That's because tomorrow we are joined by the Coupe Cup, and they're going to be occupying these garages as well. Britcar Endurance, just one race this weekend. That's coming up very shortly, and then after the race they will be off home. And of course, don't forget, we've still got more races for the British Truck Racing Championship as well, International Truck. We've got, actually, I want to grab a quick chat with Ashley. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
How are we doing? All right? Are we
really
excited
good.
and ready for this?
Oh yeah, can't wait now.
Yeah?
Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Is it, it's obviously frustrating, we've got to wait, but we've got to make sure everything's safe, haven't we?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the barriers alone, did you see the damage?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And coming off the S's like that, it's really easy for someone to catch you at the back end, and if the tyres aren't there, that's going to make a real mess of the car.
Tell me, how long have you been racing?
Since 2008.
Okay.
On and off.
What did you start in?
Clio Cup.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, not actually a Clio Cup car, racing it in Britcar.
Oh.
We were the guys at the back that people used to wave at as we were going past.
Not anymore. Not anymore. What can we do with this race?
I'd like to think we could win our class.
Yeah.
Where the car feels fantastic. The guys have done an excellent job.
Yeah.
The setup is just out of this world. It's the quickest I've ever been around here.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
we looked at the lap, and it's like, oh, do you know what? There's more in it. We could see where there's more in it. I got bolts on just before my fastest lap coming into the S's.
Yeah.
And that held me back. So I wasn't carrying the speed coming onto the straight. It's like, oh, okay. That's a compromise straight away, and it was still the quickest lap for me. So, yeah, it's in the car. The other thing I'm always nervous of is the start, and I always back off because it's a 90-minute race.
Yeah.
Even a 45-minute race, they're long races, and you can't win it on the first turn.
No, but you've got a chance to pull it back, haven't you, if you do lose a couple of races, haven't you, early on?
Yeah, but you know, there's some quick guys out there, very quick guys. Even the Ginettas and the cars that are behind us, they tend to start I'm not quite sure, but some of those Ginettas, when they come flying through, of course, the rear-wheel drive, so they've got a lot more drive, and that compromises you. But for me, I just want to get a clean start. Do that. Got 90 minutes. Let's see what we can do.
Keep an eye on you. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Really appreciate it as well. Here we go, right at the end here as well. Lee Goldsmith, Gus Burton and Harry Barton over right in front of us is Harry Barton as well. Right, I'm going to go check on how things are with the barrier, and we will get on to the start-finish straight for the start of this race. They've got back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. We see, well, I was going to say being towed off there, being lifted off. Jock Borthwick's MAN, showing the strength of Neil Yates' Recovery's big Mercedes crane there. Truck just being lifted right off the ground. And we will shortly be back underway with the Britcar Endurance Championship 90-minute race. The cars just being brought out of their garages as we saw. There should be 30 cars on the grid for this one, so we'll check out the grid. It'll take a short while to go through it. Double winners from Thruxton on pole position, Don Malone and Adam Smalley in their Porsche 991 Cup, the Amspeed run car, alongside the Innovation Racing Ginetta. Newcomers to the championship, with Simon Griffiths starting that car. Mike Chalkiopoulos, the Greek driver who we heard from earlier, will be taking over. Second row, the second of the Amspeed Porsches, Ash Muldoon will start. James Kellett, the pro driver, will take over. And it's the first of the Team Brit McLarens alongside. Started by Aaron Morgan, Paul Fullick will share. Row 3, the other Team Brit McLaren, Noah Cosby will start. Caleb McDuff will take over the McLaren 570S. Alongside number 23, which is the BMW M3 GTR of Nathan Wells. He'll drive solo. Row 4 is the first of the Ginetta class cars, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, started by Maurizio Cilio, sharing Marco Anastasi for Datum Motorsport, the two Italians, and their teammates number 118. Alongside, started by David May, Mark Skeets will take over. The 5th row of the grid, number 10 in the trophy category, that's Callum Bates with his BMW M3. We'll start alongside number 11, Harry Barton, running in the GT guest class with his BMW M3. Row 6 of the grid, number 63, the Raceworks Motorsport Ginetta G55 GT4. Chris Bingham will start, and Michael Lyons, the noted historic racer, will take over. They start alongside number 7, the first of the TCR cars on the grid, started by Rob Ellick, the Cupra TCR, sharing with Finn Jones, that's the TSR performance car. On row 7, number 60, we've just heard from Ash Woodman, driving for EDF Motorsport in his TCR Cupra, starting alongside number 3, which is the championship joint leader, Nick Casey, in his Ginetta G55 in the Ginetta class. Row 8, number 22, which is the Wilson family, Elliot Wilson is going first, sharing with Ian Wilson, the Ginetta G56 in the trophy class. Starting alongside number 40, now this is something a bit different. Jazz Sapra and Brian Bransom have got 2 BMWs here. Brian Bransom is going first, and they're going to run in relay. So when Brian Bransom comes in, Jazz Sapra goes out in his own car. So a 2-car relay team. We've not seen that before in Britcar. Row 9, we've got Darren Ball in his Cupra, driving solo, alongside the number 43 car, which is Stephen Fressel taking the start, sharing with pro driver Jack Mitchell in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, the SGM Motorsport car. The 10th row of the grid, number 189, Martin Addison, the plant hire business owner, in his Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Starts alongside number 70, the BMW M2, started by Lee Goldsmith. Pro driver Gus Burton will take over. Row 11 is the Harrison family, number 62. James Harrison will start. Steve Harrison takes over in their Ginetta G56 in the trophy class. And they start alongside the Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor, the car owner, will start. Josh Tomlinson will take over. Unfortunately, that car suffered engine failure last time out at Thruxton. Hopefully back to full strength today. Row number 12 is the BMW GTR of Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton. It will be Matthew Sanders going first. They start alongside the number 162. Alex Turnbull starts the Ginetta G56. Alex Toth-Jones, the long-time Ginetta racer, will take over. Row 13 will be started. The number 24 TCR Cupra will be started by Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull. Alongside them, number 721 Chris Murphy with his BMW E36 M3. Row 14 is the Hayes family in their Seat Super Copa in the Cup class. Jamie Hayes will start. Chris will take over. Starting alongside the joint championship leaders, number 4, also in the Cup class, the BMW M240i. Asher Silva will start, and Bobby Trundley will take over. And then on row 15 at the back, number 78, Matt Rainbow, a newcomer to the championship in his Ginetta G40, and the Audi TT of number 77, Mark Jones and Mark Kemp. That car sent to the back of the grid. They were found to be underweight after the qualifying session, so their times were disallowed. They've got to start from the back. It will be Mark Jones taking the start. In that one, Mark Kemp will take over. 30 cars out there then. We've got GT cars, we've got TCR touring cars, we've got saloons, and we've also got Ian Waterhouse. He's out on the grid waiting to greet the cars and drivers.
Oh, what a view this is, isn't it? What a great place to be. It really is, on the start-finish straight here at Donington Park. Let's make our way down a little bit, shall we? We've got Simon Grissera and Mike Chikopoulos there, who we've spoken to already. We've got the Team Brit McLarens. We've spoken to them as well. Let's move over here because we've got Marco Anastasia and Maurizio Siglio over here. I think it's, I'm just trying to see, I think it's Marco Anastasi in the car. Let's just have a quick chat if we can and see how we do. Hello guys, sorry, I'm just coming in for a very quick word. Obviously this season always goes well for you guys. You're always looking quick, you're always looking racy. Is Donington a favourite of yours?
Fingers crossed, yeah, I don't know. I just want the car to stay intact and alive and no breakage today, so that's all I'm hoping for.
Good man, look, best of luck and enjoy it, won't you? I've got to be honest, I didn't hear any of that whatsoever, so I have no idea what he said. Oh, I just want to go over, have a very quick chat with Harry Barton in a minute, if I can. I've just got to wait for this BMW to come past us. There it goes. And let's go say hello to Harry Barton. I don't think I've ever spoken to Harry before. Can I just jump in? Harry, I don't think we've ever probably spoken before. How are you? And welcome to the Britcar. Really excited for this one?
Yeah, very excited for this one. This is my home track. I live about 15 minutes down the road, so it's yeah, it's nice to come here and get racing.
How often do you get down here then for sort of track days and practice days?
I actually go to Silverstone more often than I do. But yeah, it's, track day here a lot with doing a lot of test days and things like that, especially because you have a few unsilenced days as well, so it's always useful to get some track toys out here.
You've actually got a map. I don't know if we can bring the camera around. You've got a map of Donington Park. You don't need that, do you? What's that for?
No, I don't need it. It's mainly for the team to say if there's a car off at some of the corners.
Oh,
it's
very
basically
clever.
so I've got something there.
Okay, excellent. Look, what can you do from here?
Well, I can tell that the car struggles a little bit with the traction zones. Well, not necessarily the traction zones, but like the torque coming out of slower corners, because this is more of a high-speed kind of car. So I've just got to sort of use my experience in endurance races, try and wear the guys down a little bit, and hopefully we can make some positions up over the 90 minutes.
Harry, it's great to see you, mate. Best of luck out there, won't you? Enjoy it, won't you? Good stuff indeed. Let's move a little bit further down, shall we? Quite interestingly, actually, Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver, we mentioned them a little bit earlier, they are starting well down the grid, down in 28th. They did have a lap time disallowed in qualifying. They are the joint championship leaders, so I wonder how that might affect things. A big moment in the championship, up to Snetterton next month. There, oh look over there. Let's keep moving along, shall we? He's seen us. I wonder if we can go have a quick chat up here. Spraying me with champagne last time I saw this young man. How's your boys looking this weekend?
Fast and racy. James is going to be storming through the grid here, I think. Yeah, looking for a good start. Try and get up with the guys in class and see what we can do, but James certainly got a bit more pace than where our starting position says.
When we're seeing you next out, Max?
Next weekend at Knockhill, and in Britcar, I don't know.
I better let you crack on. I'll see you at Knockhill as well. Yeah, we're time to get off the grid, so time to go racing. 90-minute race for the Britcar Endurance Championship coming up. We'll be in the pit lane. Dave Goddard to call the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Just the last couple of cars to come onto the grid then. So 2 mandatory pit stops, as we said earlier in this race. The pit window opens 18 minutes into this race and closes with 18 minutes to go. So the pit window is quite a long one in this 90-minute affair. In the 45-minute race, of course, it's only open for 9 minutes in the middle of the race, so it's a longer pit window this time. And 2 mandatory pit stops per car, so we may see more than one driver change. We might see just the one. Looking at the championship so far, it is the Ginetta class leader, number 3, Nick Casey, and the number 4 BMW are Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver, who are the joint leaders in the championship on 192 points at the moment. Although Nick Casey is without his pro co-driver Adriano Medeiros, who's not racing at the moment, the Brazilian-born driver. Hopefully we'll see him back out later in the season. 3 rounds to go for Britcar this season at Snetterton, Alton Park and Brands Hatch. The challenge class is led by Don Malone and Adam Smalley, the car on pole position after 2 wins at Thruxton. And of course we've seen wins this year as well for the Porsche of Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd. They're not here this weekend, nor's the Ferrari of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam that's suffered tyre problems last time out at Thruxton, unfortunately. There's the orange BMW, that's Brian Branson. Now that's going to turn blue when Jazz Sapra takes over, because his own car's going to come out in this race, if you see how I mean, with the 2 cars running in relay. Fine sight they make. It'll be a rolling start. 30 cars out there for 90 minutes of racing. It's the white Porsche on pole, started by Don Malone, ex-BMW racer, sharing with professional GT racer Adam Smalley. Alongside number 37, newcomer to the championship, Simon Griffiths at the wheel of the white and green Ginetta G55, sharing with Mike Chalkiopoulos. I think that's how you say it anyway. Apologies if I mispronounce Mike's surname there, the Greek driver, ex-superbike racer. His dad, Andreas, was a leading runner in Greek motorsport, in touring cars and Formula 3, we're told, back in the day, and a couple of seasons in the Brit Sports series about 15 years ago, run by Britcar, the sports racing category. So it's his son racing here today. Second row of the grid, the second Porsche, the white car with the red stripes. That's Ash Muldoon sharing with James Kellett, the second of the Amspeed Porsches. And then the 2 Team Brit McLarens with the white and purple colours. Nathan Wells, the red, white and blue BMW M3 GTR. Those are your leading contenders then for this 90-minute race. Time to go racing with the Britcar Endurance Championship here at Donington Park. A single race but a big one. Revs are up. Porsche against Ginetta off the line from the front row. The lights go out and away we go. Down towards that first corner they go. It's going to be Don Malone who takes the early lead in the Porsche ahead of the Ginetta in second place of Simon Griffiths. Third is the second Porsche, that's Ash Muldoon. Harry Barton's BMW, the blue and white car there, running wide over the curb on the first corner. As they start to sort themselves out, one car kicking up a little bit of dust. That was Nick Casey, the championship leader, on the inside of the Craner curves. Something flying up into the air, just a bit of litter, I think that is, being blown around by the cars. Not a bit of bodywork, as I first thought. They charge their way along the bottom of the circuits. There's a couple of the TCR Cupras sandwiching Nick Casey. Darren Ball ahead of him there. But it is Don Malone who leads the way in the number 74, sharing with Adam Smalley. Simon Griffiths, Ginetta in second place, the 3 challenge class cars, the quickest class. First, second and third as expected. Then it's one of the Team Brit McLarens. They're in 4th and 6th places. We'll pick up which one that is as they come towards me. Nathan Wells in 5th in the BMW. The black BMW is Callum Bates, number 10. Then we've got Maurizio Cilio at the wheel of the Ginetta. David May's Ginetta, the red and blue car behind. They complete the opening lap there, and it is Aaron Morgan running in 4th place. Driver races with hand controls. Sadly was paralysed in a motocross accident when he was younger. Team Brit, of course, helping those with physical and mental handicaps to find rehabilitation through motor racing. They've helped so many over the years. David May getting ahead of his teammate there. The Dayton Motorsport Ginetta's finding out. Maurizio Cilio now behind him. It's Harry Barton, number 11. And then the number 62, the blue and white Ginetta, that is Chris Bingham. That car was originally shown as a winner of race 1 at Thruxton overall, but it was a timing glitch that had put it to the top, because for some reason every time that car pitted it was crediting it with an extra lap. I don't think the same will happen here. Just behind Bingham is the number 7 car, which is Rob Ellick at the wheel of the first of the TCR cars, the bright green machine. Harry Barton running in the GT guest class in his BMW. Bingham in the almost Rothmans look-alike Ginetta, the livery made famous by the Le Mans Porsches in the 80s in Group C. The 3, Nick Casey, the championship leaders in the silver Ginetta. Harry Barton side by side with David May. He goes through into the chicane. Good move there by Harry Barton. Here comes Casey up the outside. It's going to be 3 wide, 4 wide possibly out of the chicane. Look at this down the Wheatcroft straight. Something's got to give here. Brian Bransom in the orange BMW wants a bit of this as well. 3 wide into Redgate. May comes out on the inside. Oh, Nick Casey contact there with the Seat, the Cupra I should say, and Nick Casey left sideways. Let's hope everybody misses him through Redgate. Oh, that was dicey. The Dayton Motorsport Ginetta able to rejoin. There's a fair bit of smoke there. Big lock-up, I think that was for Harry Barton. So contact there into Redgate. Nick Casey, I think, was with Rob Ellick in the TCR Cupra, which sent him sideways. They are Cupras, of course, the sporting brand, not Seats. There's Brian Bransom's BMW chasing Martin Addison's Aston Martin. Here's Chris Bingham on the tail of David May. Battle of the Ginettas. May turns in. Oh no, there is something wrong with Harry Barton's BMW. That's not tyre smoke, that's engine smoke, and Harry's in trouble. He could be our first retirement, unfortunately. Let's hope he's not dropping oil. Meanwhile, Don Malone is leading this race. Look at Darren Ball in the Cupra getting mixed in there with the Ginettas. Harry Barton is going to head for the pit lane. That could be the end of his race. Running in the GT guest class. So Malone leads. Griffiths in second. 2.5 seconds in it for the lead. Ash Muldoon's Porsche is third. Then we've got Aaron Morgan in the Team Brit McLaren. Nathan Wells' BMW E46 GTR is in 5th place. The car liveried in the stars and stripes, almost look-alike of the old IMSA GT BMWs. He's in 5th position. Then Noah Cosby, Callum Bates, Maurizio Cilio. In 9th position it is this battle. Chris Bingham ahead of Darren Ball. 11th place David May. And behind them is Rob Ellick in the Cupra. Second in the TCR class. Darren Ball leads them. Keep an eye on the class leaders throughout this race. The challenge class is led by Malone. GT class by Aaron Morgan. That's the class for GT4 spec cars. Trophy class is led by Callum Bates. BMWs, Ginettas and the lone Mazda RX-8 in that category. There is the RX-8, the black and yellow car behind Ash Woodman's Cupra. behind him is another of the Ginettas. Plenty of Ginetta G55s, G56s in this race, and there's a G40 further back down the order as well, running in the Cup class. There's Martin Addison, he's raced Caterhams, he's raced a very highly tuned Peugeot 106 as well before moving to his Aston Martin, but he loses out there to Brian Bransom's BMW M3 round the outside. The car running in that 2-car relay team with Jazz Sapra, and they're going to be racing in the Track Action Race Club Saloon races tomorrow as well, they'll be favourites for overall victory. Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra, they will race in absolutely any series that their BMWs are eligible for. 22, that's Elliot Wilson in his Ginetta, giving a chase to Johnny McGregor, Johnny Mack as we call him, in the Mazda RX-8, the rotary engine car. They've got Ash Woodman's Cupra TCR car ahead of them. There's another Ginetta behind them. That's the number 43 of Stephen Fressel, I think, sharing with Jack Mitchell, a very rapid GT racer indeed. It'll be worth watching later on when the pit stops start taking place. Not yet though, of course. 18 minutes will pass before the pit window opens. There's the number 18 of Ash Muldoon, the second of the Amspeed Porsches. Amspeed run by the Moulton Smith family. Aaron Moulton Smith, a very quick racer in Porsches and BMWs over the years. We had hoped to see his father Mark Smith out in his BMW sharing with a certain Colin Turkington today, but that entry was withdrawn unfortunately. There's the leader, that is Dominic Malone. Used to race BMWs for many years, now in the Porsche along with Adam Smalley. They're coming up to lap the Audi TT, the car of Mark Jones. That car disqualified from qualifying, was found to be underweight in post-qualifying scrutineering. Thought he was heading to the pits there, he's getting out of the way of the leaders. Second place is still Simon Griffiths, sharing with Mike Chalkiopoulos. Interesting to see how the Greek driver gets on in his first ever car race. He's only raced motorcycles and karts up to now. Griffiths, the repairer of the car, there in second position. He's 2.26 seconds off the leading Porsche. They've lapped the Audi TT. Exactly 11 seconds ahead of Ash Muldoon's Porsche in third position. Well, the crowd mainly here to see truck racing, but they'll I'm sure be loving this mixed grid of GT and saloon cars. Great livery on the Ash Muldoon car with the big Porsche logo down the side. So they come up into McLean's, then up to Coppice. Well, they're on his own at the moment, Ash Muldoon. He's 11 seconds off second place, but he's 3 seconds ahead of Aaron Morgan, fourth in the Team Brit McLaren. So a quick hello to Hayley Morgan in our comments, cheering Aaron on. Here he is, just ahead of Nathan Wells in the big BMW GTR. The other Team Brit McLaren, that's Noah Cosby at the wheel of that one. They've lapped the little Ginetta G40, I noticed there. That's Matt Rainbow's car. On his debut with Britcar, I believe, this weekend in the Cup class. Let's take a quick rundown of our class leaders. Challenge is being led by Malone and Smalley. GT by Morgan and Fullick in fourth place. Callum Bates is leading the trophy class in the black BMW in seventh. The Ginetta class is led by Maurizio Cilio in 8th place, the yellow and black Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Darren Ball, number 25, in 11th place is leading the TCR category. Is that a bit of flame I see on the back of the Team Brit McLaren there? I hope it's not. Keep an eye on that. And the Cup class, that's being led by the Hayes family in the Seat Super Copa further back down, the slightly less powerful cars. Is that just something flapping on the back of the 68 car? I hope that's not a bit of fluid catching fire that might be leaking. Don't want the McLaren on fire. Keep an eye on that as he comes through to complete another lap. Still your leader is Malone by 1.7 seconds now ahead of Simon Griffiths. There's our trophy class leader, the black BMW of Callum Bates in 7th place. 8th behind him, the Ginetta class leader, Maurizio Cilio, the Edinburgh-based Italian, sharing with Marco Anastasi. They were direct rivals over the last couple of years in Britcar Trophy, but now teaming up for Dayton Motorsport. Haven't had the best of seasons so far, sadly. Ginetta class, of course, led by Nick Casey. So Nick having had that spin earlier on. The Audi TT has pulled into the pits, I can tell you. The pit window is not yet open, so that's had a problem. And of course, Harry Barton's BMW out of the race as well, went up in smoke early on. Nick Casey is 22nd at the moment, 4th in the class, recovering from that spin. There is the 47. Cilio leads the Ginetta Super Cup category. There's Chris Bingham, and Ginetta's in the GT class, running in 4th place in that class at the moment behind Morgan, Wells and Cosby. Wonderful to look at, isn't it, with the Rothmans-esque livery. David May behind him, number 118. David May and Mark Skeets used to race a Nissan 370Z in Britcar Trophy, sadly proved unreliable. There is David May, followed by the TCR class lead battle. And it's Darren Ball at the front of that class ahead of Rob Ellick. Now they're just ahead of Brian Branson, so the Cupras battling it out. Darren Ball in the Dayglow yellow car, Rob Ellick in green. Rob Ellick used to campaign an Audi TT. Now the Team Brit McLaren's now 4th and 5th. Nathan Wells has lost a place there. So Noah Cosby is up into P5. Don't think there is a problem with the McLaren there, although it has just run wide. Must be just an illusion there, just something flapping on the back of the car. I thought I could see a little bit of flame on the end of the exhaust of Aaron Morgan's car, but no, it is just, I think, a little bit of trim or debris. You can see it there on the right rear of the car. Just an illusion. Meanwhile, here's our race leader, Dominic Malone. The gap has come down a bit. Simon Griffiths got it down to 1.2 seconds. It's going to be less than that this time. There's the Ginetta, just lapping one of the Cupras. That's the Richard Avery car, I think number 24, that's gone a lap down. Only a few minutes more till the pit window opens here. Ginetta's battling everywhere you look. That's the 62 car of the Harrison family with number 22, the Wilsons, on its tail, I think. There's Nathan Wells, the spotless H2O BMW, chasing the Team Brit McLarens. Leader lapping the little Ginetta G40. It's Matt Rainbow in the Dino Rod liveried car. No chance of any blocking there then. Yes, I did have to get that one in. So Malone will hand over to Adam Smalley when the pro drivers take over. The gap is 1.4 seconds last time through, so he has pulled away a little bit from Simon Griffiths in the Ginetta. It's those two pit callers so far. It's a couple of cars with 1 or 2 issues. Coming up on Chris Murphy now, the ex-Aston Martin racer at the wheel of the E36, the older BMW shape. Here's the fight for 4th. Aaron Morgan ahead of the 38 of Noah Cosby, the Team Brit teammates, chased by Nathan Wells. They've got one of the Cup class cars ahead of them. Flashing the lights there on Aaron Morgan to warn the back marker he's there. That's Jamie Hayes in the Seat Leon Super Copa. He lets them through. Behind them, that's the other Team Brit car that's been lapped, the number 4 of Asher Silver. So that's the battle for the lead in the Cup class they've just lapped. They're just over a second apart, those two. Asher Silver and Bobby Trundley, of course, joint leading the championship overall at the moment with Nick Casey. Nick Casey now back up to 19th on a good recovery drive in his Ginetta, his first season of motor racing. With the number 3 Ginetta, the Dayton Motorsport car. Still this battle going on for 4th position. Here's a scrap further back. Ginetta versus Mazda RX-8, getting a little close for comfort there. That's the number 43 Ginetta, yes it is. It's Stephen Fressel. Johnny McGregor in the Mazda RX-8. McGregor used to campaign the Taranis sports racing car in Britcar. He's driven an Arinara Husaira as well, the Polish-built supercar. Saw that at Goodwood in the hill climb a few years ago at the Festival of Speed. More Ginettas battling behind this pair. Nick Casey's one of them. You can see a little bit of damage on his car following that bit of contact with the TCR Cupra earlier on, but he's coming back up the order. He's ahead of the 162 car, which is Alex Turnbull. Casey in 19th. Behind them, the light blue BMW there, which is Lee Goldsmith, Jeremy Gus Burton, and more contact, and Casey again. This time it's the RX-8 he's made contact with. What is going on for Nick Casey in this race? Exactly the same place as earlier on. It's Johnny McGregor he's made contact with this time. Looks like they've all got going again, so Nick Casey is back to square one once again. If he's not careful, he's going to be losing his championship lead to the Team Brit BMW. So those two jointly top of the championship, and they're only 2 points ahead of the number 7 Cupra. That's the car that collided with the number 3 earlier on, of course. Team Brit continuing to fight it out for 4th place. Still Aaron Morgan ahead of Noah Cosby. Nathan Wells in 6th in the BMW. Malone and Smalley are only 6 points off the overall championship lead as well. With Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons 5th, they lead the GT class in their Ginetta. Top of the trophy class in the points is Chris Murphy in his BMW. The Audi TT, I can tell you, has got going again. As we see here, the number 4 being lapped by our TCR front runners and by David May as well in the 118. Brian Bransom's BMW as well. The pit window has just opened. It will stay open until 18 minutes before the end of the race. So who's going to be our first stopper? Darren Ball has dropped back, I can tell you. There he is in the background, the Dayglow yellow Cupra. So he's dropped away in the last couple of laps from Rob Ellick, who leads the TCR class. Has Darren got a problem here, I wonder? He's lapping about. He's lost another place on that lap, lapping about half a second off his ultimate pace, so not a huge deficit. Whether he has got a problem, we don't know. Here's the fight for the lead in the... the fight between a trophy and a GT class runner, because Chris Bingham's in the GT class and Callum Bates in trophy. That's for 7th overall. Just over 70 minutes of this race still to run. Rob Ellick under fire from Brian Branson. So nobody yet has taken advantage of the pit window opening, although the Audi TT has just come back in again. So whether that's a regular stop or not, we don't know. We're told that's their 3rd stop already, unfortunately, the Audi TT. So clearly issues with that car. The number 77, driven by Mark Jones and Mark Kemp. Some of the Orange family there, keeping an eye on the action. And now there could be a challenge on for the lead of the race, because Griffiths has caught Dom Malone. Here comes Simon Griffiths in the Ginetta. Over the line they go nose to tail. Being forced to go to the outside in the number 37. It's only number 7 if you look at the screen, because the one sticker's come off. On the exit of Redgate, he has a look there. Dom Malone holds him off. This is a very well sorted Ginetta for Simon Griffiths. He's all over the back of Dom Malone. Dom and Adam Smalley, of course, double winners in the 45-minute races at Thruxton. Well, they're under intense pressure from the championship newcomer. Simon Griffiths will want to give his co-driver, Mike Chalkiopoulos, as big a lead as he can manage. So he is a newcomer. There's back markers ahead now. Martin Addison didn't see the race leader there, I don't think. He pulled out to pass another slower car. Didn't see the leaders were upon them, and now the Ginetta is stuck behind the G40 there. Simon Griffiths got stuck behind Matt Rainbow and almost pushed him out of the way there. That's dropped Griffiths back quite a bit. Does prove the discrepancy in speed between the different classes there. The number 4 BMW of Asher Silver has come in to hand over to Bobby Trundley. Of course, later on they have the option to whether to hand the car back again or to continue. Stephen Fresnel staying ahead of 162 Alex Turnbull, or is he? Turnbull at the inside there, coming out of Redgate. He's going to go through. That's for 17th overall, and third in the Ginetta class. No, the 162 is a trophy class car. So many Ginettas out there, and lots of them are in different classes. I think we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse in a moment, see who he's caught up with in our pit lane. We'll wait to hear from Ian, our pit reporter, as we see Griffiths flashing his lights there at Darren Ball. Still waiting our first pit caller apart from the number 4. Let's go down to pit lane.
Yeah, I'm down in the Team Brit garage, as you can see, and boy oh boy, we are seeing a fantastic fight between the two teammates, aren't we? Paul, your teammate Aaron's doing well, isn't he?
He's doing a blinded job, as always. He always does. He's reliable. He's like clockwork.
Is there any team orders going on here? Because Noah and Aaron, they're quite close to each other, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Same car, two very good drivers. So yeah, no, they're out there for the win. But yeah, no team orders.
There's been no team orders, just race.
Nah, just go have a clean race. That's yeah. Don't hit that car into that car. That's the only.
I won't. You're obviously in your overalls. You're getting ready to go. I won't ask when, because we don't want to give anything away, do we? But happy with how things are going so far. You're leading class.
Yeah, we're leading class at the moment, but like I say, the 2 and 3 are right behind us, so it's all to play for. So we've got to get our change tight. If we can get that done and then carry on a clean race, hopefully we'll be on a podium.
It's great to see you, mate. Good to see you, mate. Let's keep an eye on this battle. It's fantastic. In fact, stay with us if we can, because over here we do have the number 4 car in as well. And I'm trying to see who it is. It's Asher Silver in the car. Asher, how's it going so far?
It was fine for the first couple of laps until I lost boost.
I know qualifying didn't quite go to plan, did it? But we're down here now, and yeah, everything okay with the car? Is it just routine?
Well, no boost. We've got a lack of boost, so we're sort of lagging behind. I'm trying to sort of work the gears, see which one's favourable, if it's not working.
I hope it gets sorted anyway. Thanks, Asher. I've got to be honest, it's so difficult to hear anything. You probably heard more than I could actually hear right now. Here's Bobby Trundley as well. Do stay with us. Like I said, they were joint leaders of the championship. Let's have a quick chat with Bobby if we can. Bobby, you sat there, you look a bit dejected.
Oh, just horrified about it, that's all. It's just our luck, isn't it? It will come back. I'm just looking up the road, beggar all of a sudden, straight out the road.
Well, keep your chin up. There's a long way to go yet. There's a long way to go. Right, there we go. The number 4 BMW Team Brit about to head back out after its pit stop. Plenty of action going in as well at the minute. And the number 37 just alongside us, of course, Mike, we spoke to him a little bit earlier, alongside Simon Griffith. They lined up in 2nd place. Just behind you, John, the number 37 Ginetta right behind you. There it is. that's about to head back out as well. We spoke to Mike earlier, didn't we? The man from Greece. He is making his debut in the UK, first ever car race in the UK, only his third ever car race in his lifetime. They're making their way back out, started in second place. Off they go. And yeah, and that's it for pit lane action right now. Come back to us very soon. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, good to see plenty of activity down in the pit lane already. The Ginetta that was in second place has made its stop, rejoining down in around 23rd place after that. So still your leader is Dominic Malone. There he is, just lapping the number 7 of Rob Ellick, the Cupra. He leads Ash Muldoon now by 22.5 seconds between the two Porsches. Wait to see who's next to make their mandatory stop. Aaron Morgan and Noah Cosby. Their battle is now for third place, and they've got Nathan Wells just behind them, as we saw, the two McLarens and the BMW. About 23 seconds behind the two Porsches at the moment. There is the second of the Porsches, Ash Muldoon. James Kellett will take over from him. David May has come in the 118, Mark Skeets, his partner. So problems for the number 4 of Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver, as we heard, lack of turbo boost. And the gap has opened up between the McLarens now. It looks like Morgan has pulled away from Cosby, who's still in the clutches of Nathan Wells. They come into the chicane. We've still got 1 hour 3 minutes to go, and in fact there's been a change for third there. Noah Cosby has taken third place. This car's identical from a distance, so Cosby's up to third. Aaron Morgan's lost a couple of seconds on that last lap. Nathan Wells still in 5th. Then a gap back to the Bingham Lions Ginetta G55, 4th in the GT class. There's the number 24 of Nick Hull and Richard Avery, the ex-Porsche racers, at the wheel of their Cupra. Richard Avery started that car. A couple of Ginettas making a bit of contact there, and off goes Stephen Frezzel sideways into the gravel and wallop straight in the tyre wall. Look at that. Big shunt there for Stephen Frezzel in the car he's sharing today with Jack Mitchell off at the old hairpin. Let's hope Stephen's okay. Contact with one of the other Ginettas there, just going down the crater curves. Any contact there can have serious consequences, and I think that will be end of race for the number 43. So we possibly won't get to see the very rapid Jack Mitchell out there today. The Harrison family have pitted in number 62. James handing over to Steve. And the Hayes family in the 114 Seat Super Copa in as well. So a few pit callers already. We hope that Steve Frezzel's okay. The leader goes through, completes 24 laps already in this lone Britcar Endurance Championship race of the weekend. Brian Branson up the inside there, goes past Maurizio Cilio. That's a change for 7th position overall. Sapper and Branson leading the trophy category. Ahead of the Wilsons, Callum Bates in 3rd place. Now Callum Bates has dropped back, although he's yet to stop. I thought he'd come in, but no, Bates has dropped back in the midfield shuffle. We didn't see if there was any reason for that. The two TCR pace setters have come in. Rob Ellick to hand over to Finn Jones, and Darren Ball driving solo. So Ash Woodman will take the lead of the TCR class for now. In his Cupra, they're all Cupras this weekend, the TCR class. Used to occasionally see Tim Docker out with his TCR Golf as well. And I believe the safety... There's the Hayes family Cupra, and yes, safety car is coming out, so you know what that means. Everybody in. So trying to lose as little time as possible. We're going to see some pit stops here. Safety car out presumably because of, as we say, that incident down the old hairpin. Yes, there's the telehandler pulling the Ginetta of Stephen Fresnel and Jack Mitchell out of the tyre wall. And suddenly the pit lane becomes a real hive of activity. Malone continues to lead here at Donington Park. There is the Hyundai safety car heading out. Of course, the Donington Park circuit's now in partnership with Hyundai, as are all MSVR circuits. The leader has come in. In fact, most of the field has. Ash Muldoon has yet to stop. It's easier to go through cars who haven't pitted. Ash Muldoon, Callum Bates, Martin Addison hasn't come in yet. Lee Goldsmith and Chris Murphy are about the only cars that haven't come in so far. Let's head down to Ian in the busiest place to be right now in the pits.
As you can see, the lead car has come into the pits. Don Malone and Adam Smalley just going through one of their changes. I wonder if we can have a very, very quick chat with Adam. Well, it's been a eventful race.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Dom's doing a fantastic job. He's really got up to speed in the last few rounds that I've been working with him, so he's doing really well. This safety car has thrown a bit of a mix into it.
Has it? Okay.
So yeah, we're gambling a little bit on strategy now. So I'm now part-time driver, part-time strategist as well.
Do you feel you have to do it though with the safety car coming out at this point? You've got to make that call.
Yeah, personally, I was like straight away put the tyres on. It's a free pit stop. So if we do this, and then yeah, the rest of my strategy is hidden. Can't say those secrets, but yeah, no, it's good. He's doing really well. Hopefully this all goes to plan, and then I'll tell you in an hour's time where we end up.
Okay, I'll find you in an hour. We'll find out exactly how your job has gone on there. So there we go. It's Don Malone behind the wheel of the Porsche that is number 74. Started on pole position as well. The pit lane is full of activity now, as you can expect. That safety car has forced a lot of people's hands for the pit stops, as you can see. A hive of activity down here. It's so good to see. Let's stay with us and listen to this as we wait for Don Malone to rev up and head out back onto the circuit. What time are we now? About 7 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here at Donington Park. It is the Britcar Endurance Championship. Off we go. Listen to that. All day. Down. Let's make our way a little bit further down the pit lane, shall we, and see who else is going to fight. Watch your back, John, because we've got Ginetta coming in as well. SVG Motorsport making a stop just alongside. It's the 162 as well. So in comes the number 78 right in front of us. And I wonder, it's Matt Rainbow in there actually. I wonder if we can say hello to Matt. I've never spoken to Matt, so let's just move around a little bit. How are we getting on out?
Oh, looking fast, mate. Looking fast. Yeah, we're pretty down on power compared to all the other cars in our class.
Well, a long way to go yet, mate. Good luck. Anyway, I can't hear too well, but he said he's down on power a little bit, so we'll keep moving on, shall we? Still a hive of activity in the pit lane. Beautiful sunshine, perfect conditions, a little bit breezy, but this is what we love, isn't it? Plenty of action going on right now. We've got a bit of a walk, so we're going to head down to the other end of the pit lane. Whilst we do that, let's go back to Dave Goddard, and we'll come back to pit lane soon.
So just under 56 minutes of the race to go, and only two cars haven't made their first stop. Ash Muldoon's Porsche is one of them, and the other is Lee Goldsmith, the light blue BMW shared with Gus Burton. They have yet to stop. Everybody else has come in or is either in the pits right now. Callum Bates is currently in with his BMW. So David May is the car behind the safety car. I don't think it's waving them through to pick up the leader. There's Jazz Sapra, so that means Brian Bransom's gone in. Jazz Sapra's come out in his place in the relay team. Lights still on atop the safety car, so we're going to get at least another lap. Once those lights go out, it means safety car in this lap. So Ash Muldoon is the leader at the moment, the white Porsche there with the red stripe. So he's the third car in line at the moment. Now the other car that hadn't stopped comes in. That's Lee Goldsmith in the light blue BMW, sharing with Gus Burton. So Ash Muldoon, the only car that has yet to stop for the first time anyway. Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons have come in a second time, so perhaps they're doing back-to-back pit stops. There's no rule on how spaced out your 2 pit stops have to be. You can take them on consecutive laps if you want to. Just have to adhere to the minimum pit stop time that is assigned to each car. Sports cars with pro drivers have a slightly longer stop. The safety car is now waving back markers through to pick up the leader. Lights are still on atop the safety car. It's picked up the race leader now, so it's Muldoon. I think it's still Malone in second place. We'll see when the race goes green again, once everybody's cycled through from their pit stops. Are the lights going to stay on for another lap? Will they go out as they come down the exhibition straight? So I think it's the 2 Porsches first and second, and Cosby and Morgan still third and fourth. I think there's been a change of position among the leaders after the pit stops. Just a few back markers out of place. Should be restarting this race with about 50 minutes to go. Now we can see repairs going on to the tyre wall at the old hairpin. Full credit to the marshals and repair crews once again. That's why the safety car is still out. Lee Goldsmith lucked out a little there because, well, whether it's Lee Goldsmith or Gus Burton on board that car, no, I'd imagine it's Gus Burton. In fact, he got held at the end of the pit lane. They had to rejoin at the back of the Crocodile. And now Ash Muldoon is in. Race leading car. Waited perhaps to see how long the safety car would be out, but they've decided to complete their first pit stop. So everybody has now stopped, with the exception of Stephen Fressel, who didn't make it far enough before he went off. Last bit of pit activity for now. I think Callum Bates has been in again. Yeah, we are seeing a couple of cars doing double stops one after the other. Chris Murphy is another. So Callum Bates and Chris Murphy in the 2 BMWs have done their 2 stops. We mentioned the Bingham and Lyons. Ginetta has done the same. The Jones Kemp Audi TT has been in 3 times, but that's got a problem we've deduced. Okay, having stationary for the required time. The Porsche number 18 is released. Safety car still out at the moment. You can see there Murphy, Bates and Ash Muldoon now being held at the end of the pit lane. That'll cost them a few seconds. Marshall then releases them at the back of the Crocodiles to reduce the risk of any collisions. 73 car back in. That's the Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton BMW. Riders helping each other to strap in. Loving Jack Layton's House of Cards crash helmet there, all the 4 suits. So Matthew Sanders back in the car. Getting the gloves on. So that's their second stop. Door is bang closed, and now they've just got to wait out the rest of the minimum pit stop time before they get this back underway. Members of the Amspeed team looking on there. Let's see who Ian's caught up with down in the pits.
Yeah, well, here we are, everybody back down in pit lane. Safety car still out, so not too much going on track, as you can imagine. So I'm going to grab a quick word here with Jack Layton. He's just done a driver swap with Matthew Sanders here, so I wonder if I could just very quickly jump in. Jack, how was it out there?
It's fine. They're just rebuilding the barrier at the old hairpin, so we thought we'd take the opportunity to try and get our second stop out the way.
Yeah.
And then hopefully Matthew hands back to me, I go to the end.
I guess the safety car kind of throws a bit of a spanner in the works, doesn't it, for the strategy? Does everybody start crunching the numbers again?
Yeah, just have to work that out on the fly, unfortunately. We did have an idea what we wanted to do, but the safety car stayed out longer than anticipated, but that's part of the game.
Part of the fun, isn't it? Part of the fun.
Thank you.
Top man, here we go. Car heading back out. So behind the wheel is Matthew Sanders now for the number 73 in the GT class. Off they go. Safety car still out at the minute, and as you can see, if you just look down the pit lane, there's absolutely nothing here right now. If we turn it around, there's a few people up in the grandstand. I wonder if we can go down. Why do we get some waves? Look, there's some people up there, whilst we just wait to see what goes on. In fact, sorry about that. Come with me for a second here, because I did see it pull into the pits a little bit earlier. Chaps, I hate having to have these conversations, but what happened?
Clutch went.
Saw you come in actually quite a bit earlier.
Yeah, we tried. We went back out, pumped it again.
Better luck next time, guys. And it's good to see you again anyway. Right, now let's go to the grandstand. I watch you back there, John, because I've had to save John from getting run over once today. Now he's about to trip over the leaf blowers down there. Can we get some waves, everybody? Can we get some waves? There we go, look. There we go. Make our own entertainment down here in the pit lane whilst we're behind the safety car. Good stuff indeed. Let's just jump over here, shall we? Very quick chat. Let's just jump in for a word. Guys, how's it going out there? It's good to see you, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Yeah, not too bad. So yeah, a bit of contact in Craner with Frezel. Yeah. Felt like I gave him the room, to be honest with you, but it might be a different opinion. We'll see.
It will be. Yeah. What can you do from now?
I think we'll be all right. My dad's out there. It's safety car. We've done a pit stop before the safety car, so that's good, I guess, when you're a 2-driver pairing. So yeah, just go from there. Really, see how we go.
Man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of it. Do appreciate it as well. Absolutely nobody else in the pit lane right now, as you can see. Safety car staying out too. So I will hand back to Dave Goddard. I'll go find somebody to talk to.
Thanks very much to Ian down there. Sterling work down in the pit lane as always. So with things having cycled through after the stops, we saw Ash Muldoon lose a few seconds. He had to go. The back of the Crocodile was held at the end of the pit lane, so that's dropped him back into about 4th place. Showing in 4th on the timing screen, it's Don Malone who still leads, the Don Malone Adam Smalley Porsche, because we haven't seen with all of these cars if there has been a driver change. We know who started them, so we'll just refer to them by numbers and by both names from now on. It's Malone and Smalley who lead the way. Cosby and McDuff second for Team Britain, Morgan and Fullick in the similar McLaren in 3rd. Muldoon and Kellett's Porsche lucked out there under the safety car. They tried to rejoin just at the wrong moment. They're down to 4th, but 4 cars on the lead lap. A lap down in 5th is our relay team. It's Jazz Sapra's blue BMW on track now. 6th is Maurizio Cilio with Marco Anastasi. The Chalkiopoulos and Griffiths Ginetta is 7th. 8th is Nathan Wells BMW. 9th is the number 22, the Wilson family Ginetta, and Ash Woodman, number 16, his Cupra TCR rounds out the first 10. Yellow flag still waving. Thanks again to the Orange family. Thanks to all of you for watching, for subscribing and liking the stream as well. Quick hello to Richard David Moxley, box in this lap, one of our regular viewers. Hi to David Fielder as well. We saw him out at Thruxton in his BMW. He said, gutted I missed this race. We're back at Snetterton. Good to hear, David. Number 147 BMW. Hi to Steve Crompton as well. I mentioned the Morgan family cheering on Aaron. David Fielder asking reason for safety car. The number 43 Ginetta made a bit of contact down the Craner curves, and Stephen Fresnel sent spinning into the tyre wall at the old hairpin. The number 73 is back in. They said they might do this. Matthew Sanders handing back over, I think, to Jack Layton. There's Jack on the left. BMW duo. They were in 26th position. Over 43 minutes of this race still to go. Are we going to see any more double stoppers under the safety car? We shall wait and see if anybody else comes in. Let's see what Ian's got for us now down in pit lane. We will in a minute anyway, as we see the 73 BMW in pit lane. Jones and Ellick have made their second stop as well in the Cupra TCR. Callum Bates, we know, has come in twice as well. It's Malone and Smalley who continue to lead the way. Safety car continues, so let's head down to Ian now in pit lane.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. Safety car still out, as you can see. Let's go for a little walk over here, shall we? I think we can chat to Ash Muldoon. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so very, very quickly, because we're live. I promise I won't keep you long. Ash, how's it been going out there?
Yeah, it was good. It was pretty slick. We just kept consistent pace around the track. It was pretty smooth. It was really enjoyable, actually.
What do you make of racing over here in the UK?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I wouldn't be anywhere else. The variety of tracks and all that, it's just mega.
Where's your favourite?
I really like Donington, but in Silverstone, it's a close touch between the two. But I really love the flow of the up and down here. It's awesome.
Excellent. I'll let you crack on. I'm really sorry. Matt, you can go ahead now. I'm really sorry. I stole him. Oh, look at that. Wow, yes. That's what we like to see, isn't it? Yeah, big thanks to Ash Muldoon. Big thanks to Matt Suckling as well, because I sort of stole Ash from him. He was just about to interview him. Nobody else in the pits, as you can see at the minute. Still behind the safety car. Hopefully we will be green flag racing very soon. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. We'll check on how the tyre wall repair is going at the old hairpin after Stephen Fressel's Ginetta spun into it. I think we're going to be getting back underway this time around. We haven't had a notification on the timing screen as yet. We'll take a look and see if the lights have gone out in a second on the safety car. They're still on at the moment. Yes, just come up on the TSL timing screen. Safety car in this lap, so we will be going green flag racing this time by. With Don Malone and Adam Smalley's Porsche in the lead, looking for its third win in a row in this championship, having won both races at Thruxton. It's got the Ginetta of Celio and Anastasi behind it there. They're in 6th place, a lap down, leading the Ginetta Super Cup category. I'll take you through the category leaders for this restart. Cosby and McDuff lead the GT class. The trophy class led by Jazz Sapper and Brian Bransom. Ash Woodman leads the TCR class, and the Hayes family in the Seat Supercopa lead the Cup class. Challenge class, of course, is led by our overall leader, Malone and Smalley. So the safety car picks up the pace, and the pack about to be unleashed once again. This Britcar Endurance Championship race with just under 40 minutes left on the clock. Here we go. Down towards Redgate Corner, the Porsche leads them off. Martin Addison dives in. There's several cars diving in, including our championship leader, Nick Casey. Martin Addison is in the 162 Ginetta of Alex Turnbull. Alex Toth-Jones has come in as well for its second stop. Who else has come in? We mentioned Nick Casey's Ginetta taking its second stop as well. Here comes Nathan Wells diving at the inside of the number 4. That's the Team Brit Cup Class BMW. We know they're having turbo boost issues. And Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff have come in as well from second place in the McLaren. There it is in pit lane. Driver changes being done. Sponsored by the Motability scheme as well, to put so many people on the roads over the years. There are Team Brits, real unsung heroes of motorsport, the Team Brit squadron. Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff swapping over, I think, again there. Yes, indeed. The leader has come in for their second stop as well, I can tell you. The Porsche is in, Malone and Smalley. Anybody else? Anastasi and Celio are in. Nathan Wells is in. Ash Woodman. Yeah, they're all pouring in. The number 7 car comes in. Now, number 7 of Jones and Ellick. That's a third stop. Have they had a penalty, perhaps? Doesn't say so. So a third stop for some reason for the number 7, one of our TCR class pace setters, Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. Number 38 being pushed back, about to head back out. The Team Brit McLaren 570S GT4. Sounding beautiful. Another attraction, the variety of engine notes we have here. You can see Nathan Wells is changing tyres on the BMW. 162 of Alex Toth-Jones and Alex Turnbull, the Ginetta are about to rejoin. We've got Dayton Motorsport in the pit lanes on Nick Casey's number 3, the championship leading car down in 18th. Was second in class when it came in. This car's in and out of the pits all over the place. In, out, shake it all about at the moment. There's the number 62 Ginetta. That's the Harrison family being passed by number 70. I would imagine it's Gus Burton on board the number 70 BMW now. So your current leaders are Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick, the Team Brit McLaren. There it is, the McLaren with the yellow headlamps, leading the way ahead of Ash Muldoon and James Kellett. Though, yes, James Kellett may well have just gone through because he just set the fastest lap. Yes, James Kellett will now be leading, I think. Is that confirmed? Yes, it is. So James Kellett has now taken the lead in the second of the Amspeed Porsches. Done the fastest lap of the race by some margin, 1 minute 8.098 for James Kellett. Only 2 other drivers have got under the 1 minute 10 brackets. 109.462 for the number 37 Ginetta, and Adam Smalley's done a 109.065 in the number 74 Porsche. Martin Addison on the outside of Darren Ball here. Sanders and Leighton's BMW and Callum Bates' BMW all in together. 37 laps completed. The number 7 car has spun. That's the Finn Jones, Rob Ellick TSR Performance Cupra, one of the favourites for TCR class success in this race. They've made 3 stops already and that car has spun. I think that's at the old hairpin that's facing the wrong way. We'll try and see if we can what happened there. This is the battle we were just watching down into the chicane, and Callum Bates loses it on braking over the gravel. As the number 7 car does get going again, so no safety car required. James Kellett's confirmed now as your leader. It's pulled away from Morgan and Fullick. So it's Porsche from McLaren In third place is the partnership of Sapra and Bransom, the relay team, leading the trophy class, but they're about 40 seconds in arrears, the top two. There's the number 74. They've, of course, made their second stop. Where do they slot back in? Over the line they go. They're in 11th place, I think. Malone and Smalley. So, of course, they've made a second stop, as have Cosby and Duff and Bingham and Lyons. Chris Murphy has made his 2 stops as well in the BMW. Morgan and Fullick are back in for their second stop. So keeping the stops fairly spaced close together here. Ash Muldoon and James Kellett lead the way, the white Porsche with the red stripe. This is the car of Adam Smalley, battling with the number 37. We saw them fighting for the lead earlier on. This is Mike Chalkiopoulos at the wheel of the Ginetta, I think, now. Ginetta's made just the 1 stop, the 74 has made 2. There's the McLaren, 68, Morgan and Fullick. Aaron Morgan, the pro driver of the pairing. Driver has to be out of the car before refuelling can begin due to safety reasons. There is the 18. And there is one of the Team Brit McLarens behind it. Imagine that's the 38 car of Cosby and McDuff. Just behind the 37, which is Chalkiopoulos and Griffiths. I certainly predicted he's going to be one of the Amspeed Porsches that will taste victory here, but you never know. There's still over half an hour left to run in this Britcar Endurance Championship race here in the sunshine of Donington Park. So Morgan and Fullick in the pits, and a new fastest lap for James Kellett, 1:07.868. He is absolutely flying along. There is the number 18. See what his gap is back to Sapra and Branson, who will now be second. That's the blue BMW, I think, that's on track at the moment. They lap the Mazda RX-8. James Kellett's taking over the reins from Australian Ash Muldoon. Tyre change on the 68 Morgan and Fullick McLaren. Currently dropping down to around 7th place in the standings. Here's a battle between Ash Woodman, the 62 car of Bingham and Lyons, and number 70, which is the BMW of Goldsmith and Burton. On the outside there as they attack Ash Woodman. Bingham and Lyons currently in 12th place. Goldsmith and Burton are up in 4th place overall. Of course, they, like the first half dozen cars in this race, have not stopped yet a second time. "31 minutes to go. Team Brit pushed the McLaren back out into pit lane, the 68. Still the BMW all over the back of the Ginetta here of Bingham and Lyons. Bingham and Lyons are in P11, Goldsmith and Burton P4, but of course with pit stops having shaken the order somewhat. We'll wait and see how things work out. The Wilson family are going for their second stop in their Ginetta. This pair continue to go side by side up towards 42 laps completed by now our leaders, Ash Muldoon and James Kellett. Casey there in the background, the championship leader. Still there in 16th place. That's number 3, Nick Casey, chasing his way back up the order for a second time after 2 spins. He's got his nemesis from earlier on, the Mazda RX-8 ahead of him, but not for long. Ginetta cuts ahead into the old hairpin. Let's head back down to pit lane in a moment with Ian, see who he's found to talk to.
Back here with Aaron Morgan. I know Hayley's watching. She's keeping our comment section alive, Aaron. It must mean a lot having that support, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it means the world to know, even from the other side of the world, she's there cheering me on all the time.
Listen, you were having a great battle with Noah out there, weren't you?
Yeah, it was real good fun. That was. I was really struggling with the tyres in that first stint. I think the Al said on the radio the track temps all of a sudden shot up. They didn't quite compensate enough on the tyres. That's why we did when we did our dummy stop. We switched to another set with some lower temperatures, so we were a bit better. But yeah, it was a bit tough getting back up to temperature after the safety car.
You know, where about you've just come in for the change. Of course, the driver change. Paul's out in it now. We just need a couple of laps of things to settle down and work out where we are.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? After the pit stops, you need them to settle out. Need to work out how many people have done, how many stops and stuff like that. So, yeah, we're in that weird lurking stage right now. We're like, oh, we might be there, we might not, we might there. So
it's still a good chunk of the race to go.
Minutes.
Oh, it's great to see you again, mate. I'll tell you, Hayley, he is. Oh, he's dripping with sweat. That's not bad. Stay with us a sec. Come with us if we can, because I did find round the back. Hopefully Brian Branson might still be here. He was in this chair, but we'll give you a little look behind the scenes, shall we, here, Donington Park. There is Brian. Let's go over and have a quick chat with him. We'll speak to him. Here we go. Brian, quick chat if we can. I've already given you a heads up, but we know your mum's watching. Can you give her a message, please?
I love you, Mum.
How's the cat out there? How's Jas?
She's my best fan.
How's Jas getting on?
Yeah, he's doing all right, mate. I think he's doing consistent lap times, and I think we're first in class, actually.
We're at that point. I was just saying to Aaron, actually, we need things to sort of just filter through a little bit. A couple of laps to work out where everybody is. There's still a chunk of the race to go, no long way.
Yeah, we've got a little while left, I think, yet. So anything can happen, can't it? In these sort of races, we're going to get another safety car, can get anything happen, really. I've got to go do another stint in a minute, so...
I'll let you prepare. Sally, that one's for you. There you go. Top man. Here we go. Driver change coming on as well. The number 37. Of course, so we know we've got Mike in there, our Greek friend who's taking part in his first ever UK car race. And he's sharing with Simon Griffiths at the minute. We'll let them get their pit stop done, and we'll come back down to the pit lane soon to find somebody else to talk to.
We certainly will, yes, thanks Ian. Here is Jas Sapra, the later shape, the F80 BMW M3. Now, is Jas Sapra, the Warwickshire driver, going to come in this time? No, he's not, so he's out for at least another lap. So when he comes in, Brian Branson will drive out in his car. The leading car, the Ash Muldoon and James Kellett Porsche, has just made a pit stop. So it is now Jas Sapra, who in fact is leading overall. He's just completed his 44th lap. But of course, they've yet to make their second stop. Other cars that have not yet made their second stop, Goldsmith and Burton, they're on like a later pit strategy to everybody else. They've got about 8 minutes to do so because the pit window closes 18 minutes before the end of the race. The Mazda RX-8 of McGregor and Tomlinson has yet to make its second stop. David May and Mark Skeets have not stopped a second time. The Harrisons in Ginetta number 62 have not. I think everybody else has. A third stop for Ash Woodman in his Cupra. Don't know the reason why. Jones and Ellick have now been in 4 times and had a spin as well. So they're, I would say, out of contention for TCR class victory. Leading the TCR class is Darren Ball. He's just come in for his second stop. There's a replay of some action down into the chicane and wallop. Oh dear, the Team Brit McLaren there. Rather harpooned by Martin Addison. That was a late lunch from the Aston Martin, and that's the 68 car in a spin. That's the Morgan and Fullick car that was in contention for a podium. Now, have they got that car going again? I'm not sure if they have. We'll have to wait and see. No, it's stuck in the gravel. Oh, this could lead to another safety car. Disaster for Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick. Contact with the Aston Martin. And they're off backwards. So we may well see another safety car here. Okay, so that's bitter luck to the Morgan family. We know they're watching. Now, Brian Bransom was ready to go out there, but Jazz Sapra has been in. I'm told he's just been into the pit lane and come back out again because Brian wasn't ready for him. Oh, Nick Casey's off again. That's our championship joint leader. He's having a bit of a disaster today. That's his third. He's had 2 spins up at Redgate, now an off at McLean's. There's gravel flying everywhere on the outside. Is there oil down? Has somebody else just gone off on the outside there? I saw dust flying. Nick Casey's got damage, and that looks a bit worse this time. That car's not handling right. Try and see again. Yeah, the car just went straight on. Something broke there on Nick Casey's car. I think either something broke or he had a puncture. Well, it's all gone horribly wrong for Nick Casey's Ginetta today. And he could be about to lose his championship lead. There he goes, straight on at McLean's through the gravel trap. Oh dear, oh dear. And the safety car is coming out because Morgan and Fullick's car stuck backwards in the gravel at the chicane. So the safety car scrambled again. That is such a shame for Team Brit. They were going so well with their McLarens today. There's the number 40 of Brian Bransom. Now he's getting ready to go back out now. And yes, his mum is watching. We just heard from them. We just heard from Sally Bransom in our comments section on our stream. Thanks for getting in touch, Sally. And yes, the pit lane suddenly becomes a hive of activity again. Nick Casey has come in, not surprising there. The Mazda RX-8 is in. The David May Mark Skeets number 118 Ginetta is in. The number 62, the Harrisons are in as well. Everybody will now make their second stops. Yeah, everybody has, I think. They've already come in. The only one that hasn't is Goldsmith and Burton, the light blue number 70 BMW in the trophy class. They're still out there. They'll be in next time around, though. They've only got 4.5 minutes to make their second stop. And the 118 Rescue Ginetta. Changing drivers. There's David May. Maybe 118 Rescue are needed here. Could they get the 68 out of the gravel trap? Okay, Goldsmith and Burton are now in. There's the BMW. Right at the end of the pit lane there, garage. So this, we'll wait and see what it's going to do to the race order. I think Malone and Smalley are going to get the lead back again. Because we know Sapra and Bransom have just made the swap over. The RX-8 goes back out. You can see Nick Casey's cars have the front end taped together there. Not been a happy day at all for Nick Casey. He's down in 21st place now. Jones and Ellick are back in the pits again. That'll be 5 stops for the Cupra. There's Martin Addison, the car that tangled into the chicane with the Team Brit McLaren. Been an incident-packed race, certainly, for Britcar here at Donington. And now the marshals have got to fish out the McLaren. David May and Mark Skeets changing tyres. On go the wheel nuts. One of Dayton Motorsports Ginettas, I believe that is. It's the 118 Rescue with Dayton Motorsports team. We'll be back on track shortly. The Goodyears are fastened on. Box in this lap asking, is the RX-8 still a rotary? Yes, it is. I believe it's got an RX-7 engine in it, that car, which is another of Mazda's rotary models. box in this lap says, yes, saying the marshals have been busy today is an understatement. Yes, certainly they've earned their keep today. Thank you, marshals. The number 7 car held at the end of the pit lane, the number 70 as well. Nick Casey is back in again. I think the damage might be a bit more serious, sadly, on the number 3 Ginetta. Now, Sapra and Bransom still showing at the top of the timing screen. 1.7 seconds ahead of the 2 Porsches. So if we go back to green flag racing, those 2 Porsches, the Amspeed cars, will be right on the back of Brian Bransom, I think. Chris Murphy is showing in 4th place. Oh, the 118 Ginetta needing a push start. There we go, bumps into life. Gets out ahead of the Team Brit McLaren, which has limped into the pit lane. There's Brian Branson. He's quite a way back in the crocodile at the moment. Showing as 1.7 seconds ahead of the Porsches, but is that going to correct when he's done the outlap? We shall see. Here's a little group catching up to the back of the crocodile. Matt Rainbow's little Ginetta G40. We've got the 22, which is the Wilson family Ginetta, Nathan Wells BMW, and the Leighton and Sanders BMW behind him. Still cars in pit lane. Darren Ball is still in. And Darren Ball's got a problem. Look, the car is jacked right up in the air. Something's happened possibly to the rear suspension of the Cupra. So all our TCR cars seem to be hitting problems here. Dash Woodman currently leading that class, the number 60, as the gravel is cleaned out from underneath the McLaren. Suspension is checked. It's making sure it's all cleaned out, really, and it can't be too easy to do that because those brakes will be hot. We have gone back to green flag racing in the meanwhile, and Sapra and Branson back into the pits once again. Showing on the timing screen anyway. We know Brian Branson was out there. The pit window has now closed. So was that just Jazz Sapra coming back in again? I'm not sure. We didn't quite see. So whatever the issue there, your leader is Malone and Smalley in the number 74. There they are. It is the Porsche that leads the way once again. Get the full race order as he crosses the line this time. I would imagine it's the Porsche's going to be 1 and 2. We will wait and see. There's the second Porsche, Muldoon and James Kellett, the number 18. He's got a Ginetta and Callum Bates BMW ahead of him there. Across the line to complete lap number 50 then, and we'll establish the race order. The 2 Porsches first and second, 4.5 seconds apart. And third place is showing as Chris Murphy in his BMW M3, the leader of the trophy class. He's 7.5 seconds down in third place. Then it's Cosby and McDuff, the Team Brit McLaren. Yeah, Sapper and Branson falling down the timing screen after their latest pit stop. So next through in the order should be the Bingham and Lyons Ginetta. We'll see as they cross the timing line, because the safety car has caused a bit of confusion here. There's the 37 car. We'll wait to see where that car is, the Chalkiopolis and Griffiths car. Pit window has closed, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago. We'll see who's leading which class as well. Porsche goes across the line. New fastest lap for James Kellett, a 106.991, so we could see a race to the flag between the 2 Amspeed Porsches as somebody kicks up some dust there. Across the line they come. Chris Murphy is showing in third in the number 721 rather, BMW. Then Cosby and McDuff. The Bingham and Lyons Ginetta is fifth. I think they might be the only cars on the lead lap now. Callum Bates should be next to his BMW. Then the number 37 Ginetta. Here's a busy little battle further back. We've got the Celio and Anastasi Ginetta, the Goldsmith and Burton BMW, and also in there the number 7 car, but that's several laps down, of course, following a number of pit stops. Cilio and Anastasi, they're leading the Ginetta class. There's the 118 car going past them. I think that's a couple of laps down on them though, the 118 Rescue of May and Skeets. The class leaders so far showing as Malone and Smalley leading over Lily, the challenge class. Here's our trophy class leader, Chris Murphy, about to fall prey though to the battle in the GT class between the Team Brit McLaren of Cosby and McDuff and Bingham and Lyons in the Ginetta. This is the battle for the lead of the GT class and now for third overall. Chris Murphy dropping back. Ginetta class led by Anastasi and Cilio, we mentioned that. There's Brian Bransom. Now where is he running now? We'll see, they're in 6th place, the relay team. As up the inside goes, I would imagine that's Michael Lyons on board that car. He's taken the 38 and that's for the lead of the GT class. And third overall as things stand at the moment with 14 minutes of this race to go. The TCR class is led by Ash Woodman in the Cupra. The Cup class by Hayes and Hayes in the Seat Super Copa. The GT guest class, of course, nobody left running because we lost Harry Barton, the only entry early on with what looked like engine failure. Chris Murphy now starting to drop back and he could lose the lead of the trophy class. There's Brian Bransom trying to make the move there. This is the lead of the trophy class, the two E36 BMWs. They've got the Mazda RX-8 up behind them. Lovely looking car that is, isn't it? As Brian Bransom moves to the inside, having taken over, if you like, from Jazz Sapra. Being relayed by Jazz Sapra, really. How's he going to get the lead there into the chicane? They're side by side. Into the pits comes Martin Addison's Aston Martin. In the background there are the BMWs. And it's Murphy still ahead at the moment. That's for 5th place overall. And the lead of the trophy category. There's the Ginetta class leader, Anastasi and Cilio. We don't know which of them is on board that car at the moment. The gap between the two Porsches at the front has come down to less than a second between Malone and Smalley and Muldoon and Kellett. Looking at the lap times, I would imagine it's the two pro drivers on board, possibly. I don't know for certain, though, because we didn't see who got in at the last pit stops. There's the McLaren in 4th place, rather. And there are the Porsches. Are we going to have a move for the lead? Yes, up the inside. The 18 car takes the lead into Red Gates. So, battling between the two Amspeed Porsches, and it's the number 18 of James Kellett and Ash Muldoon that has just taken the lead from Adam Smalley and Dom Malone. So we are going to have a race to the flag between the two Porsches. Still 12 minutes to go, could all still change. It's the number 18 car in front then, as they climb up towards McLean's. Behind them that's Nathan Wells, he's in 11th place, 3rd in the GT category. He does come through the chicane. They're well ahead of the rest. They're about 30 seconds up on 3rd place, which is the Bingham and Lyons Ginetta, leading the GT category. As Muldoon and Kellett lead the way in the Amspeed Porsche, pulling away now from their teammates. Nearly 9/10 of a second between the two of them. So certainly the quicker is James Kellett. There's the 3rd place car, Lyons and Bingham. Car initially came home in front of the race at Thruxton, but it was revealed to be a timing glitch, and it was Malone and Smalley who took the win. Callum Bates ahead of him there, just ahead of another of the Ginettas, the 162 of Toth Jones and Turnbull. And here's a replay of that move for the lead. There's the number 18 up the inside. Jinked out from under his teammate's rear wing. Through goes the 18 into the lead. Good clean move. Turnbull and Toth Jones are in 13th place. The 37 car, the other challenge class runner, Chalkiopoulos and Griffiths, has gone back into the pits. So a third stop for them. They were in 8th place. Kart started on the front row of the grid. So we've had 5 retirements so far. We lost Harry Barton after only 3. Oh, Brian Bransom in trouble. Cloud of smoke from the BMW. I was just saying we have 5 retirements. It looks like we're going to have a 6th, unfortunately. Oh dear. Brian Bransom's BMW goes up in smoke. Let's hope he's not dropping any fluid. He can make it round to the pits now. They could still finish this race, possibly. They could send Jazz Sapra's car back out, as it's a relay 2-car team. If Brian Branson makes it into the pits, I wonder if they can send Jazz Sapra back out if he's still got his overalls and his helmet on. It's the advantage of a 2-car team. Of course, at the end of every season, we have the 6-hour BARC relay race at Silverstone, contested by teams of up to half a dozen cars. So we see that sort of thing go on, with a handicap system that you need a degree in mathematics to work out. Meantime, there's our 3rd place team now. That's the Bingham and Lyons car, battling it out with Callum Bates, who's 7th, a lap behind them. The Porsches are separated by 1.3 seconds. They're going to race it out to the flag. We'll keep half an eye on that. I was about to mention we had 5 retirements early on. Harry Barton's BMW went up in smoke after 4 laps. We lost the Jones and Kemp Audi TT with a clutch failure. Stephen Fresel with a bit of contact but tipped into the barriers at the old hairpin. Darren Ball, the car jacked up in the pit lane, he's out of it, the TCR class runner. And our championship joint leader, Nick Casey, with damage after an off at McLean's. Had several spins and offs today, sadly. Side by side there, Lyons and Bates. Callum Bates up the inside in the BMW, he's loving this. He's a lap behind the car he's battling with, but he doesn't care. The Ginetta pulls back ahead though, that's our 3rd place car. Behind them, the Toff Jones and Turnbull car in 12th overall, another lap behind. Still 1.3 seconds between the 2 leading Porsches, the Muldoon Kellett and Malone Smalley cars. Lapping in the 1:08 now, so they're going to race it out to the finish, those 2. 7.5 minutes just under of this race to go for the Britcar Endurance Championship. I think Chalkiopoulos and Griffiths may have retired. Their car's still in the pit lane. Which is a great shame for the car that started on the front row of the grid. Sapper and Branson still in pit lane as well. There's Sanders and Leighton. BMW. I thought that was Jazz Sapper for a second. It's the number 4 Team Brit BMW. So provisionally, that car, 2nd in the Cup class at the moment, is about to take the lead of the championship. 2 points behind them, Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. They've had trouble in this race as well, several stops. And Malone and Smalley are going to be in contention for the overall championship lead as well. If they can win this race, if they can overhaul their teammates. But their teammate Muldoon and Kellett pulled away on that last lap by 9/10 of a second. It's Muldoon and Kellett, the number 18, the clear lead. There they are. They've just lapped Chris Murphy's BMW, still running well in 5th place, and competition now removed for the lead of the trophy class as the Porsches lap him. The Mazda being lapped as well, because Brian Branson has pulled off. Now the trophy class, see what the gap is, Murphy and Bates. Yeah, nearly a minute between the 2 of them, so Chris Murphy is safe there in his BMW. It's looking good for Ash Muldoon, the Australian, and James Kellett for victory here at Donington. Competes in the GT World Challenge. The 27-year-old Brit. Raced in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He's raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup in Germany as well. Began his career racing in the Ginetta Junior Championship. We saw them out at Zandvoort in front of our cameras, of course, recently. Then moved up into the Ginetta GT5 Challenge. He's appeared in the GT Cup, Ginetta GT4 Super Cup, then on to Porsches, and then into international GT racing. With the World Challenge and Intercontinental GT Challenge. Adam Smalley, meanwhile, partnering in the 74 car, another of our pro racers, competed in British GT. He started out in Ginetta Junior after karting as well. Went through the Ginetta ladder before switching to the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain. And the Porsche Super Cup he's appeared in as well. Both very, very accomplished GT racers. Partnering with Ash Muldoon, the Australian, and with Dominic Malone. Used to race a BMW M3 CSL a few years ago, if I remember rightly, in various club events. And they're well clear of Chris Bingham, sharing with Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons has raced with both his parents in historic racing over the years, including in Formula One cars, with the Historic Sports Car Club, among other events. There's the Team Brit McLaren, Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff. They've had a good run today, up there in 4th place. They're 2nd in the GT class. Or have they just... no, that's the other Team Brit McLaren, sorry, the 68, which has got going again. Thought they got ahead of the Ginetta there. The Ginetta weaving across the straight there. Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons. I'm not sure what that was all about. Yes, that's the other McLaren, the 68 of Morgan and Fullick, which was delayed with that spin into the gravel at the chicanes ahead of them there. Flashing lights there, Bingham and Lyons. I wonder if they think that's the 38 car. As I look, really clips the back of him there at the old hairpin. Now, how far behind is the 38? 5.7 seconds. 68's not acting as a tail gunner, is he? We're not seeing a bit of team racing here. There's the other McLaren. Not only are they in contention for a podium place, but they're fighting for the lead of the GT class as well, the 30, and wide onto the grass there goes the 68. Yes, a bit of needle creeping into that, I think, between the 63 and the 68. 2.5 minutes to go. Over the line come the Porsches anyway. What's the gap between them? 2.1 seconds, so it's looking good for Muldoon and Kellett. Ooh, might not be looking so good there as the Ginetta dives up the inside on Callum Bates. That was the Toth Jones and Turnbull car. And this is delaying the leader. I haven't noticed that the 18 is behind them there. Yes, the Ginetta goes through. Now the 18 car goes to the inside. Excuse me, he says. We've got a race to win. There are the two McLarens. Yes, the 68 is slowing up there. His teammate's gone past him now. They're all over the place through McLean's. Look at this. Like the M1 on a bad day. 38 is lapped in 4th place by the race leader. Need to be careful here, these back markers. We don't want the leaders tripping over them. Flashing the lights there. I think it's Adam Smalley in that car. That's the number 38. We don't know if it's Caleb McDuff or Noah Cosby in that car at the moment. It's a bit tricky to see who gets in at each pit stop. Less than a minute on the clock now. Looks like it is going to be checkered flag this time for Muldoon and Kellett. They're going to take their first win of the season. Certainly going to close the championship table up with those problems for the joint leaders, because of course even though they've had the boost problems, Trundley and Silver are 2nd in the cup class behind the Hayes Sayat. But sadly Nick Casey will be a non-finisher. Damage after his off at McLean's after a couple of spins earlier on. 10 seconds left on the clock then. Down the exhibition straight comes the James Kellett and Ash Muldoon Porsche 991 Cup run by the Amspeed team into and out of the chicane for what I think is the last time we should see the checkered flag. There it is, and the number 18 Porsche takes the victory, just a couple of seconds ahead of its teammate, the number 74 of Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley. It's a 1-2 for Amspeed. Now who's going to complete the podium? It should be the Bingham and Lyons Ginetta G55 GT4. It's most of a lap behind the two Porsches, so we've got to wait for that to come through. The Cosby and McDuff McLaren crosses the line in 4th place, 1 lap down. Ash Woodman wins the TCR category, flashes the lights on his Cupra as he crosses the line in a bit of a race of attrition for the TCR class. Nathan Wells comes over the line in 7th place. He'll be 3rd in GT provisionally. The GT class should be won by Bingham and Lyons. The trophy class is won by Chris Murphy in his BMW E36 M3. Excellent 5th overall for him. And here comes our 3rd place car, Bingham and Lyons. Mazda RX-8 over the line in 16th place. 3rd place goes to Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons. They win the GT class. I'll take you through the other category winners in a moment. There are the Porsches about to head towards Parc Fermé. So a typically lively race there for the Britcar Endurance Championship, their 90-minute race. I think we had 23 cars left running at the end of that one. We'll check out the provisional results in a second. The winning car completing 65 laps in a time of 1 hour 30 minutes 4.73 seconds. Muldoon and Kellett take the win and the challenge category, 2.1 seconds ahead of Malone and Smalley. That late overtake at Redgate deciding things. Bingham and Lyons 3rd, they win the GT class ahead of Cosby and McDuff. Chris Murphy in his BMW wins the trophy class in 5th place overall. Then Callum Bates, Nathan Wells, the Goldsmith and Burton BMW, Anastasi and Cilio win the Ginetta category. Ash Woodman wins TCR, and the Cup class dominated by Chris and Jamie Hayes in their Seat Super Copa. Well done to everyone for a great show. Bad luck to all of our non-finishers, including, sadly, one of our championship leaders, Nick Casey. Let's head down into Parc Fermé.
Yeah, there we go. The 8th race of the season for the 2025 Britcar Endurance Championship is won by James Kellett and Ash Muldoon. We'll just let James get his helmet off. Great racing as well. Don Malone and Adam Smalley coming home in 2nd place. Chris Bingham, Michael Lyons coming home. Let's grab a quick chat with James now, shall we? James, congratulations, winner of the 8th race of the season. But you boys were made to work for it, weren't you?
Yeah, it was not easy there. Having like a 40-second handicap in the pit lane, we didn't think we was going to pull it together, but a couple of safety cars helped us out there. Ash did a fantastic job at the start. His consistent was absolutely awesome. Dom obviously pulled away initially at the start, but Ash actually started to bridge the gap towards the end of his first stint. So when I jumped in the car, I almost had to just bring it home. I was hard, it was pushing there.
You did have to do the overtake though.
Yeah, I mean, Adam didn't make it hard for me, fair play. We were out there just having a bit of fun, you know.
Yeah.
But it was hard. It's hot in the cars, and out there for like an hour is pretty tough.
Okay, I'm going to let you go. I'm sorry for making you talk because you look like you need some water, mate. Well done, congratulations. Let's grab Adam, shall we, for a quick chat as well. Adam, congratulations, P2. Could it have been P1?
No, that was good. No, I'm happy with that. James did a good job. They were fine. Dom did a fantastic job. The thing is, so with these cars, I think we're like 40, 50 horsepower down. So we've got the 20-second success penalty to help us. But as soon as a safety car comes out, that kind of negates our penalty. So, or advantage, should I say. So then,
well done, anyway.
The rest of it was good. So yeah, it's good.
Tom, come in.
Good job, buddy.
Congratulations, buddy. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it was great. Got a little bit undone with the safety cars there, with the BOP. But yeah, good, it's good fun racing. obviously, Adam and James having a little battle there was getting pretty exciting at the end. But
he actually stayed quite close.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. So no, really, really good effort. But we're very happy with the result.
Congratulations, well done. Look, it's nice to see you as well. Ash's coming over as well. I wonder if we could actually we just grab a quick chat as well, if we can. I know we've just spoken to James, but he was very complimentary about you as well.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I did all the hard work, but it was consistent, right? But he's just mega fast. So it was a good day. Really pleased. Really.
Having a big cheer when he overtook for the lead.
Yeah, no, it's good team banter between the two of us, so it's good fun. But yeah, I was pretty happy.
Feel good to get the win?
Yeah, for sure.
Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much for talking to us. Great stuff indeed. It looks like we have lost our third place card at number 63. Let's go see if we can find it. I'd say lost. It's probably just got stuck in the mire over here. So they'll be right at the back. I'm just hearing Elliot saying, I can see them. There they are. Look, actually a very good result for Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons, because that is the class win as well for them in the GT category. And here they come. Third place overall. Winner in the GT category. Pretty good day at the office, huh?
I can't complain. It's a bit fun, isn't it?
How was it out there?
Yeah, the Janetta's a bit of an old horse, but she hangs on round here, doesn't she? We ain't quite got the straight line speed of some of the other cars in our class, but whew, we can make it up in the corners. So, yeah, exciting. Definitely exciting, but enjoyable stint. The safety cars helped our strategy, and yeah, it went really well.
I hope you got a big enough trophy cabinet anyway to get these trophies home.
Well, hopefully I'll talk nicely to Chris, see if he'll let me have one.
Sure he will. Well done. Congratulations. Right, so let me just, the trucks are going to be out pretty quick. As you probably gathered, we are a little bit behind. Let's stand in front of a car, actually. It's a bit nicer than just looking at the garage here at the Parc Fermé. So yes, congratulations, of course, to James Kellett and Ash Muldoon, your race 8 winners of the 2025 Britcar Endurance Championship race. Don Malone and Adam Smalley coming in second, Chris Bingham, Michael Lyons in third. Classes then, so obviously Ash Muldoon and James Kellett take the challenge class, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio take the Ginetta class. Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons, we've just been chatting to them, took the GT win. Ash Woodman took the TCR win. Chris Murphy takes the trophy win. Chris Hayes and Jamie Hayes take the cup wins. Time to get going straight away. I'm here and I think the trucks might be heading out on track already, so time to go for the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave Goddard, over to you. Let's go.
Thanks, Ian. Take a breath. Fastest he's talked all season. Yes, race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship up next then, and it's a grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. The result of this race sets the grid for race 4, taking place tomorrow, again with the top 8 reversed. The only difference, of course, is novice racers. We've got a few in Division 2. We heard Jake Evans mention earlier, novices have to start from the back. So the grid for race 2, Michael Oliver once again on pole position. Brilliant pace in qualifying earlier on, almost half a second faster than David Jenkins, who once again starts alongside him. Martin Gibson and Tom O'Rourke on row 2 this time. Stephen Powell and John Bowler up there on row 3. Good effort by Neil Yates to qualify on row 4. Ryan Smith back on the 4th row in 8th position. Now, we heard earlier from Pointy, Ryan Smith's been struggling a bit recently. He told us at Thruxton he's been struggling with kidney stones, unfortunately, so maybe they've been affecting him again. We hope Ryan's all right. Row 5 is Ricky Collett and Stuart Oliver in the Volvo, completing the top 10. Watch for those two coming through once again. The 6th row, number 11, David Smith, will start alongside Adam Bint. We hope David's there because, of course, his son Nathan was out in his truck and broke down in the International Truck GP race. So hopefully David's been able to repair. Starting alongside Adam Bint in the number 5 Mercedes. Row 7, Simon Cole heads up Division 2 with Sami Oyanen alongside. Then we've got Archie Handy alongside Jake Evans. You can see Jake's got the quicker qualifying time, but as a novice he has to start from the back along with Bradley Harvey, Callum Eason and Graham Poole. Hopefully John Powell will start from the pit lane. Hopefully we'll see him out this time. Thanks again for all your comments coming in. Yes, Cameron Day, we didn't get to answer his question during the last race. What do the coloured numbers on the side mean? That means the different classes in Britcar. Thanks to Britcar, we'll see them back out soon. They're next out at Snetterton next month. Quick hello to Leanne Price watching down in Kent. Hi to 2-up ADV rider Steve Crompton. Sally Branson we mentioned as well. Bad luck Brian and Jazz, she says. The trucks are off and rolling. Big thanks to all our sponsors once again. British Truck Racing Championship, Freuhauf Trailers, Total Care Workshop Equipment, Napa Auto Parts, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, GT Tyres, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC for biofuels, MV Commercial, Neil Yates Recovery and Alco, MV Commercial and LTS Global Solutions. So the pack is headed round. Good to see Tom O'Rourke is back out there in the International Navistar that broke down in race 1. Is David Smith there? Yes, he is. That's good to see. His truck is repaired. John Bowler's there. Graham Poole at the back. Simon Cole heading up Division 2. As we said, Jake Evans, very quick driver, but as a novice graded driver, he has to start with the other novices at the back. Bradley Harvey, Callum Eason and Graham Poole are all novice graded drivers. Simon Cole isn't. Sammy Oyen, an experience from Scandinavia. Archie Handy raced last season along with his father. In the afternoon sunshine here at Donington Park, the GT Tyres DAF leading them round this time. The Napa Auto Parts sponsorship on there as well. Shame we haven't got the Napa truck of Paul Rivette out there this season. Multiple Renault Clio champion. Usually the quickest in Division 2 last season, but a bit of bad luck with an injury and then engine problems prevented his title challenge and allowed John Powell to head home Simon Cole for the title. Will John join us from the pit lane this time? We'll try and get a glimpse of if he's there. As we head past. Watch for Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Can they come through from 8th and 10th on the grid, or is it going to be a double for Michael Oliver? He has really come of age this season. He's had so much bad luck. He's been caught up in crashes on many occasions over the last couple of seasons. He had a shunt at Thruxton coming out of Allard. He tangled with Stephen Powell and wrecked the front of his truck. The team have rebuilt the MAN. The identical machine there lined up behind him is Martin Gibson. Stephen Powell just ahead of his teammate Neil Yates, who's looked quick so far this weekend, had that ding-dong battle with Ricky Collett in the first race. Or can David Jenkins, the former champion, finally get his first win of 2025? It is race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park. Oh, Tom O'Rourke's pulling over. His problem's returned. He's not going to take the starts. What a shame for the Scotsman. So the pace truck pulls into pit lane. Look at David Jenkins leaning on Michael Oliver there as they come up to the red lights. Get off, says Michael Oliver. They move across. The red lights go out pretty late and we are underway. Ryan Smith immediately cutting across to the inside. David Jenkins has got the edge on Michael Oliver down into the first corner at Redgate. Martin Gibson trying to get up the inside. The two Team Oliver racing trucks leaning on each other there. But it is David Jenkins who has got the lead, I think for the first time this season. He's out in front as they head into the Craner curves. The two Team Oliver trucks side by side. That's the point where Stuart Oliver had a big smash in his Volvo a couple of years ago. Ryan Smith on the grass there on the inside. There's another truck going almost off to the inside. That was Ricky Collett, I think, as they start to sort themselves out around this first lap. That's brave, going two abreast down the Craner curves. John Bowler ahead of Stuart Oliver there, but it is David Jenkins, the man from Stafford, who leads the way in the Digraph LKQ Morris Lubricants MAN TGX. Michael Oliver in second. Similar machine of Martin Gibson is third. Stephen Powell's got away well up into 4th position, chased by flying Ryan Smith, who's up to 5th. He's made another good start from 8th on the grid. He carved straight across, Michael Schumacher style, to the inside off the grid. And now he's trying to do the same down the straight there to Stephen Powell. John Bowler behind them, then Stuart Oliver, Neil Yates, David Smith, Ricky Collett, and behind them Adam Bint. To the chicane for the first time. Ricky Collett up the inside on David Smith. I think David's going to have to give way there. No, he hasn't given way. What am I saying? David Smith doesn't give way to anybody. Saw that at Brands Hatch earlier this season. He's held the place. Adam Bint's up there as well. He's got ahead of Collett. Tom O'Rourke sadly is in the pit lane. His problems from race 1 returning. That's a great shame for the Scotsman, who's been having a good season up to now. They make their way into the Craner curves for the second time against the backdrop of smoke from the drifting arena. And I'm sure these trucks could do far more spectacular drifts if prompted to. They don't want to waste their GT tyres though. The man for going sideways in a race truck back in the 80s and early 90s was the Swede Kurt Göransson in his Volvos in the European Championship. He worked in the logging industry in Sweden, used to have to drive large heavy logging trucks on icy roads. That's how he learnt to drive sideways. Still a great hero of truck racing fans everywhere, Kurt. It'd be nice if we could one day have a reunion of all the old past masters of the European Championship, the likes of Kurt Göransson, Hans van der Marwitz, Richard Walker, Gunther Spindler and all the others. Perhaps someday. It's no time for nostalgia. We've got a very busy race going on here. Stuart Oliver closing on John Bowler. Ryan Smith on the tail of Stephen Powell. He's desperate for a change of fortune. He's been the bad luck man of this year with mechanic control. Had a small fire on that truck at Pembrey. Ryan Smith tries to move past him there. It's David Jenkins from Oliver, Gibson, then Powell, Smith, Bowler. Stuart Oliver, Neil Yates in 8th place. He's running well in the number 33. David Smith and Adam Bint round out the top 10. What's happening in Division 2? It looks like Evans has made his way through to the front already. Simon Cole was leading, but he's lost 3 places on that last lap, Simon Cole, so he's had a moment somewhere. As we look back towards the Division 2 runners, there's a cloud of smoke there coming off, I think that's Bradley Harvey in 2nd place in Division 2, and he's got Sami Ojanen on his tail. We'll keep an eye on that. Is that engine smoke from Bradley Harvey? There's something amiss there, certainly. Or is it from his left front wheel? Might be the water-cooled brakes. No, Bradley Harvey, I think, has got a problem there. And Sami Ojanen is trying to get past him. We've been here before in race 1. Yeah, there's something amiss, definitely, with Bradley Harvey's DAF. And Ojanen's going to get through. As we said earlier, we hope that truck is not dropping any fluid. Simon Cole has been off. You can see there's a bit of damage to the front of his truck. The bumper's hanging off. Behind him, Callum Eason. Both his parents have raced trucks in the past, Wayne and Joanne. Callum Eason, I think, is in Andrew Fulcher's old truck, the old Lenham storage machine. Bradley Harvey, I think, will be heading for the pits, which will put a dent in his title chances in Division 2. Simon Cole, the favourite for the title, but it's Jake Evans who has led the going so far this season until Thruxton, when he failed to race. His engine sadly went bang in practice. He's had to put a new engine in that MAN. There's Callum Eason ahead of Archie Handy, and here are the Division 1 leaders. David Jenkins still up front, and he and Michael Oliver have gone clear. Martin Gibson in 3rd, then Stephen Powell. Ryan Smith in 5th place. Been a slightly subdued performance from Ryan Smith in this race. Maybe he is feeling a bit under the weather still. Normally he's dominant at Donington. Only exception really being Convoy in the Park when he had the Mercedes Actros about 2 or 3 seasons ago, when his turbo blew and the machine caught fire, putting him out for the rest of the weekend. Stuart Oliver with a slightly subdued run as well, so 1 or 2 of the lesser lights being given a chance to shine here perhaps. Number 12 has been given the black and white flag. That's Michael Oliver, a warning for track limits, and off goes Adam Bint into the gravel at Coppice. That's the Mercedes. His first season in Division 1 for the former Division 2 champion, raced his Volvo Whites for many years. Mercedes did have a win at Pembrey earlier this year. Across the line they go. David Jenkins, 0.8 of a second ahead of Oliver. Martin Gibson closing up slightly again now. Jenkins a little bit sideways there through Redgate. I'm wondering if Bradley Harvey has dropped a bit of fluid there, possibly. They were sliding about a little there. Incident involving trucks 96 and 41 noted, says the timing screen. So Simon Cole must have had a collision with Bradley Harvey out of our view, so that's what happened to Simon. Saw he had a bit of damage. Bradley Harvey, is he still going? Yes, he is. Up towards McLean's they go. Just keeping it steady through there. It's the highest point of the circuit. Ryan Smith starting to attack Stephen Powell again now. Steve Powell, former Division 2 champion. I remember the day he scored his first Division 1 victory at Thruxton. He and his team celebrated like they'd just won the championship. Great entertainer is Stephen, but he's under attack here. Here comes Ryan Smith. No, you don't, says Steve Powell. Moves across on him. Powell, who lives within an exhaust roar of Brands Hatch, but he could lose out here. Smith's got the inside line. He's doubled back again. That's good driving by Ryan Smith, and he's through into 4th place. The Daimler Freightliner. Now he's going to try and move up and have a go at Martin Gibson, who in turn is attacking his teammates, Michael Oliver, for 2nd place. This is allowing David Jenkins to escape slightly. The lead gap increased by nearly a second on that last lap. Martin Gibson wants his first win of his comeback season after a couple of years racing elsewhere. The man who does a lot of testing and development work for GT tyres at various proving grounds around the UK. Has raced cars in the likes of the Fun Cup Endurance Series. Through towards Starkey's Bridge. John Bowler keeping pace with this lot as well in 6th, ahead of Stuart Oliver still. Stuart Oliver just seemingly not on the pace this weekend. So David Jenkins, is he finally going to break his duck for 2025? It's looking good at the moment for the MAN. His father Tony Jenkins, an ex-racer as well. I believe it was him who used to race the American Mack truck in the British Championship. Oh, similar manoeuvre here for Ryan Smith as he did to Powell a lap ago. Bit of contact this time. Martin Gibson not giving way. Smith forces the issue. He's out onto the grass and Stephen Powell says, OK, I'll pass both of you. Oh, that was cheeky by Stephen Powell. Ryan Smith did exactly the same manoeuvre there as he did to Steve a lap ago on Martin Gibson. And Stephen Powell saw the gap coming off the chicane, got his boot down, and off he went and up into what is now 3rd place. Now Gibson's under fire from John Bowler. He's getting involved in this as well. David Jenkins watching all this in the mirror and metaphorically rubbing his hands together, thinking, well, if you're all going to scrap with each other, I'll escape. Oh, that was close. John Bowler nearly pushed Martin Gibson off. Goodness me. Well, they were going to go flying off onto the grass there. Bowler backs out, thinks better of it. There's Stuart Oliver up behind them as well. He won't be too happy with that bit of contact involving one of his team's trucks, I don't think. Up the hill once again towards McLean's. It's still Jenkins from Michael Oliver. All the action is behind them. Stephen Powell 3rd, Ryan Smith 4th. This is the fight for 5th, and a real battle it is as well. Martin Gibson down to 5th place, John Bowler in behind him, then Stuart Oliver, and Neil Yates, give him some credit, is keeping pace with this lot as well. A lot of improvement. He had a fairly fraught first couple of attempts at truck racing, including that big crash at Thruxton, but he's matured this season, Neil Yates. John Bowler's going to have a go at Martin Gibson. He won't get alongside there. It's the main overtaking opportunity under braking for the chicane. Stuart Oliver's going to have a go at John Bowler now. There's contact between those two, I think, there. Yates behind them. Stuart Oliver. John Bowler's not giving way to him, look. Leans him towards the grass there. He's going to have to back out into Redgate. And here comes Neil Yates, having a go at the 10-time champion. Oh, he's hit the back of him! And they tangle up. Off goes Yates. Round goes Oliver. Oh, curse of the commentator for Neil Yates there. Sorry, Neil. And Stuart Oliver left facing the wrong way. Look out, Ricky Collins. This gets past on the outside. Oliver's going again. There's bits of gravel and debris everywhere. Hope that's not going to cause anybody a puncture. Neil Yates, he's lost his bump up. He's taken a trip through the gravel, but he's still going. Jenkins still leads with 4 minutes of this race to go for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington. Michael Oliver up there in 2nd, the winner of race 1. Stephen Powell on for a podium in 3rd if he can hold off Ryan Smith. It's all looking good for Jenkins here. The dust kicked up there by Stephen Powell on the inside of Coppice. Now, Ryan Smith thinking, I've passed you once into this chicane, Stephen Powell. I'm going to do it again. That'll be next time around because he's not close enough this time. Gibson 5th. 6th is John Bowler. It's David Smith in 7th place, no relation to Ryan. Now coming up to lap Graham Poole in the Division 2 number treble 3 MAN. He keeps out of the way for the leader at Redgate. Now who's in 8th place now? There's Neil Yates still battling on. I think it's Stuart Oliver in 8th. Yes, no, it is Neil Yates. He's got back ahead of Stuart Oliver as a result of that tangle. So if it stays like this, Neil, if the results leaves them where they are, will have pole position for race 4. We've lost Adam Bint, I can tell you further back. He has dropped out. Let's see where he's gone. So the Mercedes out of the race. David Jenkins still leads. Ryan Smith has just set the fastest lap of the race, so we could see a late attack from the reigning champion. Looking for title number 10 in a row this year. Stuart Oliver has won 10, but not consecutively, because he took a year out to win the European Championship. Last British driver to do so, I believe. Sadly, the European Series doesn't come to the UK anymore. Last few years, the Hungarian Norbert Kiss has been the top man in Europe. Is Ryan Smith close enough this time to attack for the podium? No, he's not. The battle is on for 6th position, though. I think David Smith has got through for 6th there. A bit of bodywork has come off the front of Ryan Smith. Oh, John Bowler's slowing down. In the background there, the 14 trucker slow. I think he might have a puncture. So we'll pick up on that in a moment. What's happened to John Bowler? Well, no, the tyre is up, but he's pulling over. So Bowler out of the race. This could allow Ricky Collett into the top 8, so he could get pole position for race 4 now, because Yates is up to 7th. Where's Stuart Oliver? He's down to 9th. So a bit of a bruising encounter, to say the least, for the British Truck Racing Championship in race 2. They've got 3 more races to come tomorrow. And a couple more races to come tomorrow for the International Truck Grand Prix. We've got another race for them at the end of the programme today as well. There goes Michael Oliver, still second. He's 2.25 seconds down on David Jenkins now. It certainly looks as though David's going to get his first win of the season, and off goes Sammy Oyanen at the chicane, that is. So, problems in Division 2 as well. The Finn in the Mad Croc Sisu has a spin, gets it going again. Who's leading Division 2? We'll look back. Oh, and more problems. Who's that going off at Redgate now? Great cloud of dust. I look away for 1 second on the timing screen and somebody else goes flying off. The red flag has been thrown, I can tell you. I can't see who it is. It's Simon Cole. Disappeared into the dust cloud there. The red flag has gone out, I can tell you. We're on the last lap anyway. There are only 39 seconds left. And yes, it'll be effectively checkered and red because the leaders have just come across the line. So David Jenkins will win it. And that will be result declared. I imagine the red flag came out because of John Bowler's truck pulled over at the side of the track there. Or maybe it was debris from Sammy Oyanen going off at the chicane. There was so much going on there towards the end of the race. There's debris everywhere at Redgate. So what does that mean then? There's John Bowler out of the race. I was trying to check who was leading Division 2 because we haven't been able to focus on Division 2 really during that one. It was Jake Evans, I can tell you. He was way ahead of everybody else. Simon Cole was second. I think he will take second despite that spin at Redgate because the red flag came out just as he spun off. Right, we'll try and declare that result in a second. I can tell you that Michael Oliver has got a penalty as well. 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. There's the reason, I think, for the red flag. We've got tyre stacks on the track after Sammy Oyanen ploughed through the chicane instead of round it. Dear, oh dear. What a chaotic end to that race. Bit wild, says Mark Tucker in our comments. Or should that be Mark Trucker, as Alessandro says. Hi to Jake Hassel. Dude. Chris Pritchard. Wendy Howell supporting John Bowler in that one. Sadly, John failing to finish. Hi to Paul Scherlicker. That's the name I remember from my short oval commentary days. He's supporting Ian Bamber in our next race. More on that in a moment because we've got the provisional results. David Jenkins at last takes his first win of 2025. Stephen Powell provisionally in second. Ryan Smith in third. David Jenkins does not win by a lap there because the result will be reset back to the end of lap 8. Powell second, Smith third. Michael Oliver penalised to fourth. He got a track limits penalty. Then John Bowler will not be classified because he pulled over. We'll wait and confirm on that. So I think it'll be Martin Gibson fifth, ahead of David Smith, Neil Yates and potentially Ricky Collett in 8th, and that will give him pole position for race 4. Stuart Oliver 9th, and then Jake Evans wins Division 2 ahead of, well, I'm not so sure, because Sammy Oyen went off there, so he might get 2nd place in retrospect ahead of Simon Cole and Bradley Harvey, but the results are a little bit up in the air at the moment because of that red flag, it has to be said. I mentioned Paul. Anyway, we'll go back to our comments in a moment. We'll try and make a bit of sense of that chaotic end to that race. We saw Ryan Smith flying about on the grass there as he battled for a podium place with Stephen Powell. This was the moment between John Bowler and Martin Gibson that nearly ended in disaster at the Craner Curves. Just about managed to get apart there. John Bowler then got leaned on by Stuart Oliver. John Bowler was attacked from every side in that race. He eventually dropped out. I don't know what the problem was, but it might be a legacy of contact. And then Stuart Oliver getting spun aside with contact with Neil Yates. Bits of truck everywhere. Neil Yates then ploughed off again at the chicane. Stephen Powell getting sideways as the chicane as well, as John Bowler was pulling over in the background, and this was a later moment for Simon Cole as he got past Bradley Harvey and then promptly threw it into the gravel. Dear oh dear. Fairly chaotic affair that one. We'll await confirmation of the result. We mentioned Paul Scherlicker in our comments there, supporting Ian Bamber in our next race. He's out in a Ginetta in our next race, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Cars, a championship where really everything goes. And to his team of Mick and Abigail as well. Thanks, Paul, for getting in touch. Ex-Stocks kart racer. I think we can head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé.
Hello, right then, wow, what a race. So, not really the finish they were hoping for, I don't think. However, red flag, back a lap. Got to make sure I don't get run over, of course, because this is the Parc Fermé. They're all pulling in way near, Callum Eason in the number 26, but we want to try and get over to Bradley Harvey. So, not sure whether TSL's refreshed or not, but back one lap, we think you're still getting a first place for that, young man.
First?
First.
I'll be fourth.
Fourth? Yeah. It's not the screenshot I've got. Well, don't get too excited. What happened? Did you see any action out there?
Sammy and Cole had a bit of a come together in the chicane.
Saw that, yeah.
We snuck through the middle of them, and then obviously Cole come back past, bit of pressure, and he went off,
So it all just fell apart.
Yeah, towards the end, everybody fell apart.
Division 1 wasn't much different, to be honest with you. They were like dropping bits all over the track and all sorts.
There's plenty of debris about. Yeah.
What was going on? It all started so well.
Saturday afternoon carnage.
Just Saturday afternoon carnage. We've still got one race left. Do you feel like a bit of FOMO that you're not in the International Truck Prix?
No, the team would be. I put them under too much pressure. Well, I wanted to, but it'd be too much pressure to try and get out in between races.
Do you feel for Team Oliver's lot that they're having 4 trucks and 3 of them are on 2 lots of racing?
This Team Oliver's lot and Treble 3, they're all mixed in, aren't they? Yeah, plenty of pressure for them.
Hard graft. Yeah, I forgot, of course, you got Neil Yates doing both.
We've just had a bit of hard graft. After the first race, my turbo fell off.
Oh dear.
So we were literally 5 minutes spare, but the team jumped together, teamwork, and we got there.
Did you find some tech screws to put that right, yeah?
Tie wraps.
Tie wraps, beautiful. There's not much you can't fix. Right, well done for finishing, I suppose.
Yeah, at least we got to the end. Yeah.
I'll go speak to Dave Jenkins. I don't know.
That doesn't look like Dave.
That doesn't look like Dave. It doesn't, does it? No, it looks like Archie Handy. Have we lost Dave already? Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Everyone's disappearing. We've got trophies to hand out. Sammy had a bit of an issue on the chicane. Let's speak to Callum whilst we've got him. Strange to get the Division 2s in all the way to the front. How was that for you?
Yeah, good drive if we've come back in, what was that, 3rd overall?
Yeah, and in one piece, more importantly.
Yeah.
Did we lose many panels off your truck?
I don't think we lost any. We lost that part of the exhaust earlier on.
Well, you can fix that. You fix that. Is that like a turbo vent? So you suck a bit of clean air in on the way through.
Yeah, it makes it more environmentally friendly.
That's it. That's what we're aiming for. That's what we're aiming for. Now, completely changing the subject away from racing for a minute, because I feel like this is obviously a perfect opportunity to say a little congratulations to you and your better half, because you're expecting a little racing driver in the near future.
We are, mate. Yeah, we're expecting a little boy in December, as it says on the fifth wheel just over there. It says that baby Eason crosses the line in December 2025. I thought that was a nice touch.
It is, yeah. And ideas for names yet? Sterling, Jensen,
well,
Lewis.
We've got one that's I think we're fairly set on Mason at the minute.
Oh, I like it. Votes on Mason. You're going to get in trouble for telling us that.
But we can't do it. Yeah. With all the baby stuff going on as well, I really can't thank my sponsors enough. Toolmania, we got QMT that have come on board for this weekend. They seem to be enjoying it, so hopefully we can expand it. Hopefully we can carry on the relationship with them. We got Green Group, WD Logistics, Emotion Wraps, TTR Vehicle, and all the championship sponsors that go with it. All screens as well.
Blimey, full family affair, and no more of a family than bringing another one soon. Well, I mean, I know it's good to get free mechanics, Callum, but making them yourself. Now, Dave, right, I did look for you, but you were wearing shorts at the time.
I was having a slow cool-down lap, yeah,
is that
just
what it
composing myself, yeah, savouring the moment, composing myself.
Fantastic start. You took that very early on. You made sure of that. That was brilliant to see. Clean, and away you went. And then, at least where you were sitting, a pretty good race altogether.
Yeah, Michael really mounted a challenge early on, and then I seen it. Like we were both pushing really hard. I could see the lap times were really good, and then Michael got a track limits, then I got a track limit, so I had to turn it off, and he had to turn it off. So it was a game of managing the track limits from that point forward. Then, but the truck was amazing, and we haven't won a race this year. I said if we haven't won by Donington, I'll be disappointed. So we've won at Donington. I've been under pressure all week this week, and to do it on a Saturday afternoon at Donington, it's just that's the one for us. That's what we try and do. And I just want to take this opportunity, without my team and my family, which are one and the same, and my amazing commercial partners, LKQ Digraph, Morris Lubricants, and freshly on board this weekend we've got ND Browns. Yeah, with Stan Robinsons and John Fowler and all the rest of the guys, that without any of that, this lot just would not happen. So absolutely chuffed to bits.
It is really fantastic to see you in that top spot at long last. Like you say, it's been a tough year, but a consistent year. Like you say, first, yes, but great results otherwise. Not the ones you want, but still, there's been a lot of people in the paddock doing a lot worse off, haven't they?
Yeah, we've been okay. We've qualified well at most of the events. Thruxton didn't quite go to plan, got caught out, and then it rained halfway through the session, but qualifying was good today. I just hats off to Michael and the way that, whether it really was his dad or whether he found some fairies to rebuild that truck between Thruxton and here and turn it out and stick it on the front row. Amazing. Shows the quality of the grid and the tenacity of the people that we've got out here.
Absolutely. And it's always lovely to see that no matter which team or driver you speak to, always the first ones to mention how much work the team and the families actually put into getting these things. And I think that's to say the same for pretty much any race series out there, isn't it? That there's so much going on behind the scenes that without all of that, 100% of that, it just wouldn't happen on the track.
Absolutely. I mean, I am a team leader in our team. It does revolve around me, but every single person, like I say, my immediate family, the extended family, the volunteers, the boys, right down everybody, the people that help behind the scenes. It is just one massive team effort, and we've deserved this week.
You absolutely do deserve it. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and get you some silverware, shall we? Fantastic. Right then, that's all we've got time for down in Parc Fermé. We're going to head over to the podium now as Dave Jenkins greeted by his brother there and the rest of his team on a very prestigious first place trophy for him this year so far, but more to come, I think. So watch this space. Back to Dave in the commentary.
Thanks, babe. Love you, babe. Bye.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Pointy. Well, there'll be a little bit of a clear-up needed of various parts and bits of gravel that are all over the circuit after that race, and John Bowler's truck to be recovered as well before our next race. So a spot of drifting, the order of the day. It's like a Nissan Silvia we've got out there, very nice indeed, burning some rubber. I say, Drifting, not a sport I have a huge knowledge of, unfortunately. So now we're going to move on to a championship where just about anything can be raced. The CNC heads Northwest Sports and Saloons for their first 20-minute race of the weekend. We caught up with some of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier.
Right, I have worked out, everybody, that is the size of my nose. That is how far Simon Holloway's car is off the ground. That is unbelievable. Let's have a chat. Let's capture everybody. In fact, the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship, it's a toy box of cars. Turns out, Simon, my nose is bigger than the clearance of your car.
Have you just measured it?
Alton Park went well, double winner over there, of course, and on pole here.
Yes, yeah, Alton went well, and yeah, this morning was a bit tricky because I'd actually had a plug lead problem, so I was actually down on power, believe it or not. But so I had to make up by giving it
more
beans.
to come.
Hopefully, but you know, I think I'm going to be kept pretty honest today. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah,
you know,
well, you've got a Holden in your mirrors there.
I know, yeah, and John Wolfett's pretty handy as well. So you know, I'm gonna have to get on it if I want to win this one.
Simon, we always talk to you. Just going to let you crack on anyway. But again, thank you for bringing it out to play. We really do appreciate it. Let's have a quick chat with Richard as well, shall we? Another fine-looking car, another popular car as well. And what a grid of cars this is, isn't it?
It's many variable cars as well, isn't it? So there's everything from a saloon car to special saloons, a bit for everybody, yeah.
Well, I was saying top 6, okay? Obviously Lotus Esprit, we've got a Spire GTR, we've got your Holden, we've got a Seat Leon Cupra, a Westfield Widebody and a Ford Escort Mark 1. That's just the top 6.
I was going to say, and it's a full grid as well, isn't it? So yeah, yeah, for me, I love my saloon cars.
Yeah. Tell us about it. Tell us a story about it.
The story is I've always been in love with V8 supercars.
Yeah.
This is my second one.
Okay.
I kind of got it probably about 5 years ago. Went to Australia, literally on a plane overnight. Drove it, happy with it. Came back the same day.
Wow, you actually saw it advertised and flew all the way just to test drive it?
Absolutely.
Wow.
You can't. It's not like going just down to Birmingham to get a car.
Yeah.
You've got to go and try it because it's.
Wow.
And I did. It was what I wanted.
Love at first sight, huh?
Well, yeah. You know, well, when you've driven one or heard one,
yeah.
We've got to drive it with a quiet exhaust on today. But if you've ever heard 40 of these on a grid, you'll understand. It's music. It really is music.
Well, thank you so much for bringing it out to play. Enjoy the race, won't you? Really appreciate it. Yeah, what a mixture of cars we got. There's so much more as well. You're going to see them racing, of course. We've got an Audi A3 out there, Vauxhall Tigra, Westfield Aero, BMW M4, Renault Megane out there, Vauxhall Vectra. I saw that. That looks pretty cool as well. So much. We've got a Renault 5 GT Turbo. That's always a popular car. Enough from us anyway. Let's go racing, shall we? Let's see these cars on a track thundering around Donington Park. It is the 8th race, round 8 of the season for the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. It's going to take me a little while just to go through the grid for this race. We've got 40 cars out there for this one, so let's have a look. Simon Alloway, we've just seen the famous Lotus Esprit V8 was in dominant form at Anglesey when we saw this championship alongside the Caterhams earlier this season. He's on pole alongside John Wolfett in the Spire GTR, the motorcycle engine sports racer. Second row, Rick Wood, the owner of CNC Heads, the championship sponsor, in one of his huge collection of historic saloons, the beautiful Aussie Holden Commodore, alongside David Lawrence, number 556 in his Seat Leon Cupra. Row 3, Paul Masters, he's in a Westfield, alongside Darren Owen, Deadly Daz as he's known from his days as a banger racer, the man from Staffordshire, in his Escort Mark 1 space frame. On row 4, Lee Wood, ex-British touring car racer no less, in his space frame Escort alongside Gary Wardle, stalwart of this championship with the Audi A3. Row 5 is Billy Blockley in his Ginetta G56 GTA alongside Andrew Armiger in his Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette space frame car, a bit like a national hot rod, that one. Row 6 we have number 36, that's Alec Modrow, he's in a Westfield, starts alongside 117 Carl Bennett, he's in a BMW M3. Row 7, Jamie Cryer, former champion in his Ginetta G20 alongside Marshall Groves in the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. one make series run in the late 1990s on the BTCC package. Row 8's Mark Primet, a veteran of this series in his Banks Lotus Europa. Very low slung car that one is, similar special GT type to the Lotus that's on pole. Alongside the championship leader at the moment, Paul Rotherow from Lichfield in Staffordshire in the Citroen Zara VTS, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, and a very punchy performer that car is as well. Row 9, the second of the Ginetta G20s, that's Ian Bamber, just mentioned him, starting alongside young James Owen, son of Darren Owen. He's in a Vauxhall Tigra silhouette car. Row 10, Baz Johnson in his Pontiac Coupe. It's like a miniature NASCAR, that car. It's known as a Grand National Coupe. Baz Johnson used to race those cars on the short ovals. Starts alongside Jason Hennifer in his Ford Fiesta ST180. That completes the top 20. Row 11, we have Philip White, number 70. He's in a BMW 325, alongside the reigning champion Stephen Parker in his Ford Fiesta. Row 12, Andy Tate in his Renault Clio, alongside Paul Goodlad, who had a spin up at McLean's into the gravel in his VW Scirocco in qualifying, ex-Britcar man. Row 13, Thomas Frankland in his classic Renault 5 GT Turbo, alongside Simon Gravely with his Golf GTI. Row 14, Matthew Jones in his Ford Focus Smart 1, alongside Stuart Connolly in a Honda Civic. Completing the top 30 on the grid, Ricky Walker with his BMW Mini Challenge car, and Simon Hutt, another ex-oval racer. I remember seeing him in lightning rods in a Ford Sierra. He's in a BMW Z4 silhouette today. The final 5 rows, we've got Louis Dobson, the son of former champion Paul. He's in a Ford Fiesta alongside David Jones in a Ford Focus RS. Cavan Taylor's Renault Clio starts alongside Rob Wakelin's Honda Civic. John Edwards Parton, super veteran in his Ford Fiesta XR2 alongside Dave Owen, brother of Daz Owen, another of the Space Frame Escorts. Row 19, Jonathan Lee, BMW Mini Cooper, and Bob Claxton, 83 years young and still going strong in his Golf GTI. The final row, John Maddock-Jones, the Welshman in his BMW, and Errol Taylor, the little Toyota Yaris T-Sport at the back of the field. There are 7 different classes, I should say, in this race. Classes A, B and C are for the more special type of cars, the old special saloons, GTs, kit cars, that sort of thing. Based on engine capacity, classes A, B and C. Classes D, E and F are for the more modified saloon-based cars. And we'll follow those as we go on. There's such variety, so big numbers out there. Class G, meanwhile, there is a Class G as well. There's only one entry, it's John Wolfett, and that's for motorcycle engine cars. There's Baz Johnson, the gold car there. That's the Grand National Coupe. It was a short-lived short oval formula in the 90s. There's still a couple of them about. The effectively mini NASCAR racers built by Kevin Clark, who's now famous for racing BMWs on the circuits, of course, the ex-Euro car man. Quite a few ex-short ovalers, 3 members of the Owen family out there in their space frame, well, 2 Escorts and 1 Tigra. There's Dave Owen, the turquoise Escort towards the back, the little Yaris of Errol Taylor. And there's a couple of cars joined at the back as well. Ralph Underwood's there, the Triumph TR7 I've just noticed. TR7 V8 is out there at the back of the field as well, so he is here. I've initially crossed him off the entry list. So the Lotus of Simon Alloway on pole, the little Spire GTR. There's a couple of cars into the pit lane. Ian Bamber's one of them. I think Andrew Armiger's the other, one of the Tigras pulling in. Now these specials tend to be fast but fragile, so we might lose a couple here. There's Ralph Underwood. Now, who's that BMW in front of him as well, starting from the back? Is it Phil White? The number 70 possibly. Not sure of the colours of his car. Let's have a look. No, it's the number 18 car, John Maddock-Jones. So does that mean that the car that should have been alongside him is not there? No, that's Errol Taylor. We know he's there. So Ralph Underwood added to the back of the grid. That means we've had a withdrawal because 40 is the maximum for this category. Watch for that car coming through then. There's a BMW, I think that is Jones, heading for the pit lane, in fact. So a few non-starters. Alloway and Wolfett on the front row of the grid. This race is going to be pretty difficult to follow with 7 different classes out there. We'll try and keep on top of it as best we can. Watch for the V8 supercar off the line here of Rick Wood on the second row of the grid. We await the all clear to get this one underway then. He's got the Cupra alongside him of 556 David Lawrence. Daz Owen on row 3 in the RSR Escorts, the regular short oval racer. Red lights are on then, here we go. The CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons are underway for their first race of the weekend. This massive grid is go. One of the Focuses struggling to get going there at the back, but it is Simon Alloway, the Esprit V8, who leads into the first corner. John Wolfett's Spire GTR in second place. It's the Westfield of Paul Masters in third. Daz Owen in fourth place. One of the other Westfield there running wide, that's Alec Modrow, as they head down the Craner curves for the first time. Gary Wardle dropping back a bit in the Audi A3 there. Such variety, you really can. As long as it's not a single-seater, you can use anything you like in this championship. Anything from a standard hatchback, we've got the little Yaris, as I mentioned there at the back, right up to a full-blown special GT, like Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit V8, which technically isn't a Lotus Esprit at all. It's a single-seater chassis with a Lotus body on top. But he's lost the lead there to the Spire GTR, so named because it's built in Chesterfield, the home of the Crooked Spire. The big V8 supercar that appeared at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year in the hands of Rick Wood is there in third place. One example of Rick Wood's massive collection of saloon cars. Paul Masters Westfield next, then Daz Owen. I remember watching him in the Bangers at Hensford Raceway when I was little. Went on from Bangers to Lightning Rods. He had a go at National Hot Rods. He's raced everything on the short ovals. He's even done rallycross in his career, has Deadly Daz. His son James out there with him, and brother Dave as well in their space frame machines further back. So Alloway's got the lead back. The grunt of the V8 has taken him back ahead of the more nimble handling Spire GTR of John Wolfett, who fights back there on the inside. Good battle between these two. These two are going to run away, I think, from the rest of the field here. We'll try and keep an eye on the classes as well. Alloway defends the lead into the old hairpin. Keeping an eye on the timing. A couple of cars didn't take the start, as we mentioned. Ian Bamber in his Ginetta G20 retired into the pits at the end of the green flag lap, unfortunately. John Maddock-Jones, the Welshman, as well, in his black BMW has pulled in. It's Wolfett back up the inside again. Absorbing battle already between these pair. John Wolfett, whose brother Paul races a similar special GT car, effectively a modern equivalent of that Lotus Esprit. It's a radical chassis with a Lotus Elan or Exige body on the top. And Alloway just pulls ahead of him in a straight line. The V8 just rumbles him into the lead. Third place is Rick Wood. He's catching them up. A bit tricky to put the power of a V8 supercar down from a standing start. And these three have already pulled away. They've checked out from the rest of the field. It's Masters fourth, Dazzo in fifth. The escort of Lee Wood running wide there, the ex-BTCC driver in his space frame escort, having a go at Andrew Armiger in the blue Tigra. That's a space frame car as well, the National Hot Rod lookalike. It does take all sorts. If your car is not a single-seater, you can race it in this championship. Similar to the Northern Sports and Saloons we saw at Croft recently, the DDMC Championship. Simon Alloway leads it, then we'll try and keep an eye on the class leaders as well. Here's Billy Blockley's Ginetta on the tail of Carl Bennett in his BMW. Talking of BMWs, we must spare a thought for Chris Roberts from Chester, who drove here in his BMW M4. He drove it here on the road last night after a lot of work to get the engine ready in that car, and sadly it broke in qualifying. I hope he's got breakdown cover to get him home. It's bad luck to Chris and a couple of other cars. Helen Allen, the leading light of the British Women Racing Drivers Club, her Ford Fiesta packed up in qualifying as well. And who was the other car we lost? Zach Booth in his Renault Megane R26 as well, the menacing looking black machine. He's failed to start. Look at the flames out of the side exhaust there of the Toll Holden, the Holden HSV team car of Rick Wood, as Alloway starts to pull away at the front of the field. These three are way ahead of everyone else. They're coming up on a BMW. Is that John Maddock-Jones as he rejoined out of the pits as Alloway defends there into the old hairpin? That was close. And Holden breezes past. I thought John Wolfett was going to go into the gravel there. And look at the big Holden. Look how he's closed up on the Lotus there. Must have warmed his tyres up. The big Aussie beast awakening from its early slumber is now starting to sniff at the rear wing of that big Lotus. Down the straights past the exhibition centre on the left. There's the little Yaris of Errol Taylor. He keeps out of the way of the bigger machines. We'll try and pick up the class leaders as they come into the chicane here. Simon Alloway leads Class A. John Wolfett Class G for the motorcycle engine cars. Daz Owen, I think, is leading Class B for the slightly smaller capacity specials. Class D, the saloons, being led by Lawrence in the Cupra in 7th place. Further back down the order, Class E is being led by the Honda Civic of Stuart Connolly, number 127. He's 22nd overall. Class C will be being led by John Edwards Parton. He's the only entry in his Ford Fiesta XR2, run by Last of the Summer Wine Racing. He's been racing a lot of years, John Edwards Parton has. What about Class F? That's Rob Wakelin in the Honda Civic, the Derbyshire driver. Leaders, three of them, line astern, coming up on Ralph Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8 to lap him. He started at the back of the grid, he missed qualifying. Keeps to one side. Try and pick up some of the class battles further down the order when we can, but there's an absorbing fight for the lead at the moment between two very different V8 powered machines. 14 minutes to go. Number 91, that's Jonathan Lee, the Merseysider, being lapped in his BMW Mini. Of course, with so many different classes, you get a lot of speed differential between the different ones, so keeping on your mirrors if you're one of the smaller classes is an important skill here, because the big cars will soon be upon you. In this CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Dates back to the early 1980s, the Northwest Sports and Saloons. I remember when I first encountered it back in the 1990s, it was the Ace Vehicle Deliveries Sports and Saloon Championship, and the first driver I saw finding success was the late, great Tony Sugden of Special Saloon and GT fame in his Cosworth-powered Skoda 130 RS. I told you it took all sorts. Tony sadly passed away a couple of years ago, lived into his 90s. Kept his hand in the sport past 80 years of age as a safety car driver. Still greatly missed by everyone. Celebration of his life is now held at the Donington Park Gold Cup meeting every year. There's a battle further back. We've got the Banks Europa. That's Mark Primet. I believe he is a relative of the multiple classic touring car champion Stephen Primet, who's now in modified Fords. We've got Marshall Groves in his Vectra Challenge. That's a rare car now. And behind him is Jamie Cryer, rather, in the Ginetta G20, just diving up the inside there. He's a former double champion at Little Ginetta. Both of these cars come from redundant one-make series. The Vectra Challenge used to support British touring cars, and the Ginetta G20s or G27s used to support British GT, if I remember rightly. Jamie Cryer pulling away from the Vauxhall there. Here's a scrap further forward. Carl Bennett in the BMW, bit of damage to the front there by the look of it. Gary Wardle, who's raced all manner of cars in this championship over the years, in the Audi. And behind him, Alec Modrow in the Westfield. Alloway leads by 1.5 seconds. Pick up the class leaders at the end. We'll just enjoy the variety for the moment. Back of that group is Bob Claxton, one of Britain's elder statesmen of motorsport, 83 years young, still going strong. Of course, the true elder statesman is the man who was recently in action at Linden Hill in his original 500cc Formula 3 car. Tony Skelton, still going at the age of 90. Britain's oldest racing driver, full credit to him. Alec Modrow in the Westfield. Trying to make the move there on Gary Wardle. He laps Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini, Billy Blockley's Westfield in behind them. Here's a battle of the Escort space frame cars. Daz Owen from Lee Wood. Made Seeley that gorgeously liveried Mark 1 RSR Escort. There's John Edwards Parton as well, the Class C leader in the XR2. Been racing that car for decades now. He's got Rob Wakelin, the Class F leader in the Honda Civic, on his bumper. And behind them, Louis Dobson's Fiesta, I think that is as well. His father, Paul, used to race a Mazda RX-7 in this championship. It was liveried as Lightning McQueen for a few years, because he was number 95. Great to have Lee Wood in this championship. We've seen another space frame Escort raced successfully by Tim Foxlow, the former king of National Super Rods on the short ovals, now busy with his son George's Ford Fiesta racing. Here's another nice little group. We've got a Clio, the Grand National Coupe of Baz Johnson, another ex-Lightning Rod man, and National Hot Rods for that matter, on the short ovals. And he's got Tom Franklin's Renault 5 Turbo behind him. There'll be another one of those out tomorrow, I think, with the Track Action Race Club. The Clio that we've got at the front there is Cavan, I think it's Cavan Taylor. No, it isn't, it's Andy Tate, sorry, in the Clio. There's a couple of Clios out in this race. Simon Alloway still the... Oh, Rick Woods pulled the Holden into the pits, I've just seen on the timing screen, so problems for the Commodore. Front of this group, that's Simon Hutt in his BMW Z4 space frame clone. Simon, another ex-Lightning Rod man, a formula for Ford Sierras for many years. Daz Owen raced in them as well. There's a bit of a Lightning Rod reunion going on here because Dave Owen raced in them too. Formula sadly now only exists on the Irish short ovals where they use BMWs. Somebody off at Coppice. Oh, it's Frankland in the Renault 5 Turbo has gone into the gravel. That's a great shame. Another class that used to have its own one-make series. This is how it happened. He lunged up the inside into Coppice. He nearly took out the Clio and had to steer into the gravel to avoid him there. Now that was good avoiding action there by Thomas Franklin. He completely missed his braking point, trying to pass about 3 other cars, and very nearly lunged into the back of Andy Tate's Renault Clio. A couple of cars into the pits there. Ralph Underwood and Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco pulling off. So let's look back towards the front of the field. We've lost John Wolfit as well in the Spire a couple of laps ago. I missed that while we were watching the battles in the midfield. So you can't take your eyes off anything in this race. You miss too much with so many cars out there. So we've lost John Wolfit. We have lost Rick Wood. And so now Simon Alloway in the Lotus is all on his own at the front, which means that this battle between the escorts, Deadly Daz Owen and Lee Wood, is for second overall now, and Owens is fishtailing about a bit there. There's one of the Ford Focuses, that's the number 98 car of Matt Jones. Ford Focus Mark 1. This is the fight for second. Behind them, Andrew Armiger, another space frame car, is fourth, the Tigra. Paul Masters Westfield is fifth. David Lawrence is sixth, and he leads Class D in his Cupra. Seventh is Alec Modrose Westfield. Eighth it is Gary Wardle. Ninth Mark Primitz, and Carl Bennett's BMW rounds out the top 10. Still got just over 7 minutes to go. One more race to go today. We'll have the International Truck GP out for their second race of the weekend. There's David Lawrence in the Cupra. He leads Class D, one of our saloon classes, for the modified saloons. We've got classes A, B and C, as you mentioned, are for silhouette specials. Classes D, E and F for modified saloons. Great shame that Rick Wood has had to drop out of the race, the championship sponsor. There's another of our class leaders, that's the Honda Civic. Stuart Connolly leading Class E. Here's the fight for second. Lee Wood on the tail of Darren Deadly Daz Owen. How's the rest of the Owen family getting on? Let's have a look back on the timing screen. Well, Dave Owen is 22nd in his Escort. Where's James Owen? Oh, he's pulled into the pits. James is out of it, unfortunately. So it was his Tigra that dropped out, not the one of Andrew Armiger. It's been 5 minutes since James was starting out in racing in Ninja Karts, and that is Billy Blockley off in the Ginetta. What has happened there? The Ginetta G56 GTA, the Yorkshireman, has had a spin. I'll look at it coming out of the old hairpin. 6 minutes to go. The Lotus is away and gone. I don't think the Escorts are going to catch him. Simon Alloway is looking to try and take the championship lead from Paul Rotherow in the overall standings. How is Paul getting on further back in the order? We haven't seen the Citroen Zara so far. Just looking down the timing screen. Saw him on the grid at the start of the race, but I don't think Paul Rotherow took the start. So our championship leader, no, he's not out there. So this is all playing into the hands of Simon Alloway, who, if he wins here, could take the overall lead of the championship. Said it was a confusing one to follow. These modified cars, as we said, tend to be fast but fragile. Already lost several cars into the pits, as we've seen. There's Andrew Armiger giving chase to one of the BMW Minis. That's Ricky Walker. Over the line they go, passing the Focus of number 5, David Jones. Paul Rotheroe was missing from the grid. That must be why Ralph Underwood was there. He must have come in as a reserve. I wonder why there was one extra car on the back of the grid, as Ralph missed qualifying. There's Connolly in the Honda Civic. He's in 20th place, leading Class E, the middle class effectively for modified saloons. Simon Alloway leads by 13 seconds overall now, ahead of the 2 Space Frame Mark 1 Escorts. Here's our Class D leader, David Lawrence from Leicestershire. Maybe called the North West Sports and Saloon Car Championship. That's because it mostly races at Donington Park and Anglesey. You don't have to be from the North West to race in it. Anyone can race in just about any car. Andrew Armiger we've seen out there in the blue Tigra Space Train. He comes from Canvey Island in Essex. David Lawrence giving chase to Paul Masters. This is the battle for 5th place. Westfield against the Cupra. Here's the Escorts in 2nd and 3rd. That was the more powerful cars that cleared off in front. I'm not sure Daz Owen realises he's 2nd. There's one of the back markers, Jason Hennifer, in his Ford Fiesta being lapped. He's raced Fiestas for many years now. And another Fiesta, that's the reigning champion, Stephen Parker. How's he doing in his class? He's 4th in Class D. And as Owen powers through on the inside. Started off, made his name as a banger racer, but he's raced just about everything over the years. On the ovals, then went to rallycross with an Escort. Very successful in classic hot rods when that formula started out. He was a pioneer there. As the historic movement began on the ovals, there's somebody slowing down. It's Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco, the ex-Britcar driver. Rob Wakelin in the Civic Coupe there is leading Class F for the less powerful saloons. One car's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Baz Johnson in the Grand National Coupe. Is Lee Wood going to snatch 2nd here? Somebody's run wide onto the gravel there. I think that was Louis Dobson. Yes, he's dropped back there in the Fiesta. Here's a couple of specials battling it out. The Banks Lotus Europa of Primet on the tail of Jamie Cryer, the Lancashire driver. Here's aero-equipped Ginetta. Maybe a small car, but it's very potent indeed, that little Ginetta. They're coming up on Dave Owen. Darren Owen's Deadly Daz. Dave Owen must be Dangerous Dave. Every banger racer has a nickname, of course. 1 minute of this race to go. That's gone by quickly. Superspeed Rotax has asked what lap times is Alec Modrow doing. Where is he? 7th place. He's lapping in the 1:15s. Fastest lap of the race is with Rick Wood with a 1:12.987, but he's out of the race. And Daz Owen has pulled away a little from Lee Wood there. Where's our leader? There he is. Simon Alloway from Preston in Lancashire, lapping the BMW there of Phil White. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time? There's only 20 seconds left on the clock as he goes into Coppice, so I think it will. Well, Simon Alloway has done the vast majority of the overall winning in the championship this year in his famous Special GT Lotus Esprit V8. He comes out of the Roberts chicane. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? No, he's got one more lap to go. The last lap board comes out, so one more lap for the Lotus. This is his chance with the Zara of Paul Rotheroe not starting. Just looking at the championship points after round 7 at Alton Park, Alloway has done the overall winning so far in all but round 3 at Anglesey. Of course, we saw a pile up off the start line involving Rick Wood in his Volvo S60 space frame at that one. And he won the second race. Now he's surely coming in to win this one. It's that one defeat in Class A so far. It was Gary Ward who took Class A at Anglesey. No problem at all though for Simon Alloway here at Donington Park. His main rivals have dropped out and he takes the checkered flag. Simon Alloway takes another overall win, and surely that is going to put him into the overall lead of the championship. He was 6 points behind Paul Rotheroe, who failed to start that race. And he comes home the clear winner now. What about the battle for second between the Escorts? Well, Lee Wood's dropped back. Look, it's going to be Daz Owen over in second place. What a drive by Deadly Daz. 21 seconds down. And Lee Wood may be beaten to the podium here because Andrew Armiger is there. There he is. And Andrew Armiger in the Vauxhall Tigra completes the podium. Lee Wood had a problem there in the last couple of laps. He slowed right down. He comes across the line, does take 4th place. Paul Masters is 5th. It'll be Alec Modrow home next. We'll pick up the rest of the class winners in a moment. David Lawrence flashes his lights. He's won Class D in the Cupra. The rest of them come across the line, so quite a few of our quicker runners hitting problems there. As we said, it is an occupational hazard with these special cars. The battle between these two is going to go right to the line. Primet and Cryer finish side by side. Who got that? Jamie Cryer by 23 thousandths of a second. Great stuff as always from the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. They have another race just after lunch tomorrow. We'll bring you the provisional results of that one once everybody is over the line. The leader heads into Parc Fermé. The provisional result of that one then, Simon Alloway, the winner in the Lotus Esprit V8 by 21 seconds in the end after John Wolfett and Rick Wood dropped out. Daz Owen, a great second place for the Escort. Bad luck to Lee Wood, who was battling with him all the way through. A problem on the last couple of laps there, dropped him back to 4th. Andrew Armiger in the Tigra completes the podium. Class winners, Simon Alloway takes Class A. Darren Owen, Class B. Class C will have gone to John Edwards Partners, the only entry. Class D goes to David Lawrence in the Cupra. Class E, further back in the order, that was number 98, Matt Jones in the Ford Focus. Good stuff from him, catching Connolly towards the end there. Class F was run by Rob Wakelin in the Honda Civic. No finishers in Class G because John Wolfett, the only entry, dropped out. So 30 cars go the distance then in our first race of the weekend for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
The winning streak continues for Simon Alloway. It's a race win in round 8 here of the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. Again, made to work for it, wasn't he? But this absolute spaceship Lotus Esprit V8 was a fine-looking machine out there. He's just trying to get his helmet off. It'll be great to hear from him as soon as we can. Controversy a little bit at the end of the race there as well. Lee Wood was in 3rd place as the clock ran down to 0, but it continued for one more lap. He might feel that maybe he should have had that 3rd place. We'll see if we can speak to him very shortly, but no doubting that Simon Alloway picks up yet another win. Simon, how was it?
Well, that was hard work.
You're a lot more red-faced than you were earlier.
Yeah, that was really hard work. In the end, I got some sweat running into my eye, so I was kind of stinging, and yeah, it was quite tricky. Yeah, no, it was a good scrap with John and then Rick. Yeah, I had to, like I said, I was going to have to work, and I did.
You certainly did, but you seem to be at one with this car.
Yeah, it is. It's the handling's just, it's absolutely spot on. It's taken a long time to get like this, but just at the moment, I'm not going to touch anything. Just keep putting petrol in it and point it at the tarmac, and
You're reaping the rewards. Congratulations, Simon. Well done. Good stuff indeed. I've just seen Andrew over here as well, who came home in third place. Let's go have a quick chat with him if we can, and let's find out how he got, of course, finish home in third place on the track. As the clock ticked down, he was in fourth place, but really closed down Lee Wood, wasn't he? Let's let him get out, get his helmet off so we can actually hear what he has to say. Here he comes. Great drive in the end from Andrew. Gets a bit of a round of applause from some of the crowd just off to our right here. And you're right, Andrew. I'll let you get your helmet off first, and then we'll have a little chat, because you got the extra lap, it looked like, in the end as well, which worked out very well. We'll just get the door back on. And there is another race coming up as well. Don't forget, the International Truck Prix is our final race of today. We're back tomorrow, and we've got the Coupe Cup joining us, Track Action are joining us as well. More truck racing for you as well, and the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just remember, if you're watching on YouTube at the BARC YouTube channel, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. All the pictures we bring you are completely free. We've got a team of people who spend the entire weekend out in fields bringing you these pictures. Andrew, I don't blame you for taking the time to get that off, because you look very hot indeed.
Man, that's warm in there. It's very warm in there.
It's warm enough out here, so I can't even imagine what it's like in there. But you chased down Lee and got him in the end.
Yeah, I think he had an issue because he slowed right down.
Right.
I kept with him on the first couple of laps, and then I was still bedding in brakes and tyres. So and I was slipping a little bit, so I thought when they come back in, I might be able to get back up with them. But I think it was a little bit too late in the race. But now we're ready for tomorrow. So we're scrubbed, the brakes are ready, car's ready, driver's nearly ready. I think
you were ready in the end. That's all that matters.
I think we should be okay. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Well done. Congratulations. More of the same tomorrow. Of course, coming home in second is. Oh yeah. So go on, Ed.
A big thanks to Richard Armiger.
Fantastic, well said, nice one, top man. We want to go find Darren, don't we? Darren Owen, who came home there in second place. The cars are in absolutely no order whatsoever. They're all over the place. So I think we've got a moment. It might be able to stick with us a little bit. Let's go see if we can find Darren. I did want to find Lee Wood as well. In fact, I can see his car over there. Let's just, I don't know if I've spoken to Darren. Darren. Oh, Lee, can we have a quick chat? Is that all right? Unlucky in the end, but the clock had ticked down to 0.
Yeah, we were a bit unlucky. Unfortunately, last time we were right at Mallory, we run a bit low on fuel. We thought we went a bit better this time, and unfortunately didn't calculate it again quite right. And 2 laps from the end there, it just started misfiring, and that was it. Then I couldn't stay with Daz. So, but unfortunately, it was a shame because the car was flying. You know, it was great, and what great bunch of boys to race with, and girls. So yeah. Absolutely.
It's always tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always tomorrow. Top man. Right, I don't know. I think Darren might have run off, so I'm not too sure where he is. We'll see if we can catch up with him tomorrow. There is another CNC head race tomorrow, so if you want to see these cars in action once again, and who doesn't? It really is a toy box collection of cars. You can see them in action, and it's going to be live for you. One more final race today, International Truck Prix. So let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well, don't worry, Daz Owen always managed to hide and avoid being interviewed by me when I was on the PA at Hensford many years ago as well. All credit to Deadly Daz, who lives a stone's throw from Hensford Hills Raceway, does a lot for the success of his local short oval. Well, hopefully maybe be talking to him tomorrow, so if he gets another podium. A little bit of sweeping up to do, a couple of cars to be recovered, and then our last race of day 1 here at Convoy in the Park is race 2 for the International Truck GP field. The grid based on the second fastest time for each driver from qualifying. Now, I'm not sure we'll see all 12 trucks back out for this one, because of course we had a couple of incidents in the earlier race. It should be Mark Taylor on pole, looking for 2 wins out of 2, the number 81. With Nathan Smith alongside him. Now we know he's going to be back out because his father David was racing that truck in the championship round. Second row, 89 Simon Reed and 33 of Neil Yates. They should be there. The truck I think we're going to be missing is Jock Borthwick and possibly Craig Reed as well. So I don't think Jock's going to be there on row 3. Craig Reed possibly. Row 4, John McGuinness, number 101 in Martin Gibson's truck, and Simon Faulkner in not a Scania but certainly in Vico. Row 5, Steve Thomas, who is in the Scania, and Graham Poole. And row 6 we should see Terry Gibbon and well, John Powell. We've not seen his green and black Greenhouse Group DAF so far today. One car being towed in there on the back of the flatbed. Is that the Yaris? Oh, yes it is. That's a shame for Errol Taylor. The little Toyota Yaris didn't make it to the end of that CNC Heads race as well. So, on the grid then for our final race of the day. Craig Reed is there. Jock Borthwick is not. I think John Powell is though. Yes, the DAF is there. Oh, that's good to see. His new DAF for this year. He's had a lot of teething troubles with it, the Greenhouse Group DAF, but he is ready to go. Let's see him get some laps in here then. Reigning British Division 2 champion. Yes, hopefully Jock Borthwick can get his truck back out for tomorrow after that shunt earlier on when he hit the back of Craig Reed coming out of the chicane and was nearly flipped onto his side. We hope that Jock is all right as well. So Mark Taylor, new livery on the MAN this season, the black and orange replacing the red and white. Hofmeister and Menke sponsored machine from the European Truck Racing Championship. Looking for 2 wins out of 2 here. Noise of another aircraft in the background. We are literally next door to East Midlands Airport here. Thanks to Truck Sport UK for their organisation and sponsorship of this event as always. Quick hello to Dan Proctor who's watching on. Do like, subscribe and comment. Hi to Gregor Napier, Flamen, Rally JSC. We mentioned Super Speed Rotax 1 watching the Westfields last week. It's H2.1. Paul Sherlicker we mentioned as well. Ian Bamber's problem was with the ECU on his Ginetta, he tells us. Thank you, Paul. So hopefully we'll see the Ginetta out tomorrow as a battle with the likes of the similar car of Jamie Cryer. Got the Scania pace truck in position this time to lead the field away. Alessandro says, are we going to see an e-truck series sometimes? Truck sim racing, anyone? Sounds like a good concept to me. Or do we mean electric truck racing? Could happen someday. Formula E truck, anyone? So, back out then for our final race of the day. Race 2 of 4 this weekend for the International Truck GP. Mark Taylor and Nathan Smith on the front row. Row 2, the red Iveco of Simon Reed and Neil Yates, minus his front bumper valance there. No Jock Borthwick, so Craig Reed starts there alone. And there is the number 6. Finally see the Greenhouse Group DAF of John Powell back out on track. First time this weekend. Very square looking cab on that machine. $11 trucks out there for 20 minutes for our last race of the day. Let's hope things stay incident-free this time. Graham Poole entering this event as a learning exercise, of course, as he continues to learn his way into truck racing. Terry Gibbon with a one-off comeback. Neil Yates will hand his truck over to Jamie Anderson for tomorrow. John Powell only ran a couple of laps with the DAF at Thruxton. Let's hope he gets a longer run in here. Terry Gibbon, the MAN rather devoid of any sponsorship. Used to be in a blue and white livery, if I remember rightly. Scania running light, the third axle raised. Simon Faulkner, the grey Iveco. 23, Steve Thomas from Birmingham in the Scania, owned by Team Oliver. It's the truck John McGuinness previously raced. John just ahead of him in the 101. Martin Gibson's truck. Coming out of Coppice, then down towards the chicane. Can anyone stop Mark Taylor? I reckon the Reed brothers will be in with a good chance of doing so here. Just keeping it steady behind the pace truck. Race 2 of the International Truck GP here at Donington Park's Convoy in the Park 2025. Red lights are on. Pace truck heads into pit lane. Revs start to rise. Waiting for the red lights to go out. The red lights do not go out. Now they do, and the pack was past them. I thought that start had been aborted for a moment then. Bit of a confusing getaway, and it's Nathan Smith who goes into the lead. Mark Taylor was caught out there. He's in second place, side by side for third. I think that's Simon Reed and Neil Yates, who's got a good start. Craig Reed runs a bit wide. So here we go down the Craner curves for the first time. Nathan Smith it is who takes the early lead in the number 11. Mark Taylor on his tail. On his tail in turn, it is Simon Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis. Good start by Neil Yates up there into fourth position. Craig Reed sideways. He was going sideways like that all the way through race 1. John McGuinness heads the second group ahead of Terry Gibbon, who's made a good start from towards the back of the field. He's got Steve Thomas behind him, up towards McLean's for the first time. Nathan Smith leads the way. His maiden truck racing success. Graham Poole's dropped back a bit, so has John Powell, just running in the new DAF. A bit sideways there on the entry to Coppice for Nathan Smith, and almost cutting the inside there of the corner was Mark Taylor. Craig Reed putting the 33 of Neil Yates under pressure, trying to have a look down the inside. Nathan Smith covering the inside into the chicane. It's MAN trucks 1 and 2. Third is the Iveco. Another MAN, then another Iveco, and Mark Taylor's going to lean on Nathan Smith as they come out of the chicane. Not going to be running wide there. We saw what happened with Jock Borthwick and Craig Reed in the first race. And then, well, Simon Reed making it 3 wide. Look at this down into Redgate. You can't fit 3 wide in trucks into Redgate, surely. Mark Taylor's going to try and get round the outside of Nathan Smith, and he's done it. Taking the lead on the outside into Redgate is hard enough in a car, never mind in a truck. But Mark Taylor's managed it, and Simon Reed's up into second place. Something flew off. I think it was one of the marker posts as they came down the Craner curves. Nathan Smith has gone from first to third. Yates is fourth. Craig Reed is fifth. This is allowing McGuinness to close up as well. Then Gibbon, Thomas, and Simon Faulkner. Goodness me. I've never seen trucks 3 wide into Redgate like that before. Perhaps sensibly Nathan Smith backed out of it somewhat, back into third. That's allowed Mark Taylor into the lead, and he is going to pull away, I reckon, from Simon Reed in second place. They climb up through McLean's for the second time. It's International Truck GP, race 2 of 4 this weekend. Nathan Smith sideways again. Running wide there is Craig Reed in fifth. He always does there at Coppice. Down the straight they come. Terry Gibbon looking to have a go at the 101. Keep going to say Martin Gibson. It's John McGuinness in the truck for this race. Gibbon has a look on the inside. Once the door is closed, I think, by John McGuinness. It's Donington, famous for bike racing. The World Superbike Championship visits Donington every summer. As the Turkish world champion Toprak Razgatlioglu on the BMW, who dominated this summer's meeting. Just noticed John Powell has pulled into the pits. Unfortunately, the DAF still giving trouble. MotoGP used to visit here before moving to Silverstone. There is Neil Yates in his slightly battered MAN. Lost that bodywork when he took a trip through the gravel at Redgate in the earlier championship race, giving chase to Nathan Smith for third place. Craig Reed is fifth. In the second group, headed up by John McGuinness, 23-time Isle of Man TT winner. It's only really the Dunlop family who have a better record than him around the island. Isle of Man TT racers really are a breed of their own, even in motorcycle racing terms. They are the bravest of them all. Racing a truck must be like a walk in the park for John McGuinness. He's under fire here from Terry Gibbon again, having a look up the inside there into the chicane. Is he going to get the overlap this time on the entry? Let's have a look back. Yes, he's through. And yes, that sent John McGuinness over the gravel there. Has that damaged the 101? Black and white flag has been shown to somebody there for track limits offences. It's the leader. Mark Taylor's been warned. So if he transgresses again, he'll get a penalty. How much is he leading by? Just over 1.5 seconds. So that will drop him down the order if he gets a 5-second penalty here. And will promote Simon Reed into the lead on corrected time. See if John McGuinness is still going there. 2 into 1, didn't go into the chicane. He had to go over the gravel. Then Terry Gibbon attacked up the inside. There goes Mark Taylor. The MTL Logistics truck. Simon Reed still second. Things will probably liven up in our International Truck GP races tomorrow. Only a quarter of the way through this one. Also coming out tomorrow, we've got 2 races for the Junior Saloon cars, 3 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. CNC Head Sports and Saloons back out, and also joining us, we've got the Track Action Race Club, which is a mixture of different saloon cars, and the Hyundai Coupe Cup as well, sponsored by OT Publishing. They have their 45-minute mini enduro. Terry Gibbon in the background, staying ahead of Steve Thomas. Yes, John McGuinness has pulled into the pits, so he has damaged the MAN, unfortunately. Nathan Smith is showboating a little here, sliding the MAN around. He's enjoying this. I wonder if he's angling to replace his father in the British Championship next season. Staying ahead of Neil Yates. Behind him, Craig Reed. Fastest lap of the race so far is with Mark Taylor, the leader, 1:26.112. Just over half a second quicker than anything his pursuers have managed. Leading by nearly 2 seconds now. Through Coppice. 13 minutes of this race still to go. Could all change. There's Terry Gibbon. Steve Thomas in the Scania, coming under fire from Simon Faulkner, the Brooklands Plant and Tool Iveco Stralis. And a couple of seasons in the British Championship a few years ago in Division 2. Before moving with the Reed brothers to compete in the Dutch series. There's a look to the left. Scania moves to block. This is the fight for 7th place. No Division 1 and Division 2 in this series, of course. It is an open single-class race. And now Nathan Smith coming under fire from Neil Yates as they head down the Craner curves. Kicking up the dust. I think Terry Gibbon's been doing that as well. He's been given the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. chorus of air horns from our show trucks on the infield I can hear. Hundreds of them parked in that infield area. That's, I think, the most skilled job this weekend goes to whoever parks them all in there. Somebody kicking up the dust there. That was Simon Reed, I think, running wide. So 9 trucks still running there. It's Taylor from Simon Reed. This is the battle for third between Smith and Yates. Craig Reed in 5th place. Coming up alongside, no, Craig Reed not in 5th place because Terry Gibbon is there in 5th. Have we lost Craig Reed? We'll pick that up in a moment because our leader, Mark Taylor, has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So the leader has a penalty to be added to his race time. Now, how far ahead is he? 2.3 seconds clear of Simon Reed. 4.8 seconds clear of Nathan Smith as they went over the line that time. So Mark Taylor is effectively now in 3rd place. Simon Reed is the de facto race leader on corrected time. So Mark Taylor's going to have to try and pull away here. There he is. We won't know yet, but he's got a 5-second penalty pending for exceeding track limits one too many times. Coming up to the halfway point of this final race of the day here at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park, day 1. For 10 minutes, and then everybody will be lighting their barbecues, maybe opening a beer. No drinking and driving, of course. Perhaps enjoying the other attractions here. We've got fairground rides, all sorts of other displays on the infield. Simon Reed, whoa, sideways there. And running wide, Neil Yates onto the grass. Behind Nathan Smith, that's let Smith get away. Now what's happened to Craig Reed? We haven't seen him come through. I don't know where he's gone. He hasn't pulled into the pits, I can tell you that. It would show on the timing screen if he had. Terry Gibbons on his own in 5th place, Steve Thomas 6th, Faulkner 7th and Poole 8th. So we don't know where Craig Reed has gone, but he's certainly pulled up somewhere. Neil Yates dropping back there. You can see he's lost momentum as a result of that run along the grass. John Powell's back out of the pits. He's going again just to get some mileage on the DAF. There's John McGuinness's truck in pit lane. Steve Thomas coming under fire from Simon Faulkner now. Nathan Smith continuing his chase of our leader, but these two, Reed and Smith, are both still within 5 seconds of our on-track leader as John Powell pulls back in again. Just cannot get that DAF to run properly. It's a great shame. It's a great looking machine. Here's Graham Poole, the Rochdale LGV driver training, sponsored number treble 3, so backed by HGV Direct. He's in 8th place. Simon Faulkner moves on to the rear axle of Steve Thomas in the 23. Been a few years since you've seen Steve out in the British Championship. Very busy on the admin side of the British Championship. There's a lot of work behind the scenes. Coming down into Redgate, he's under pressure from Faulkner. Terry Gibbon has also got a track limits penalty of 5 seconds. I think he's sufficiently clear of these two for it not to affect his results. Let's have a look up as they cross the line. He was 11 seconds clear of Steve Thomas. So 5 seconds will not affect his placing. Neil Yates has just been given a black and white flag as well. That because he ran wide out of the chicane over the grass. So maybe more penalties pending if they offend again. Taylor only leads by 2.5 seconds, so unless he's able to get more than 5 seconds clear of this man, Simon Reed, he's going to lose the win. It's going to be Simon who takes his first win in several years on UK tarmac. There's Mark Taylor. Certainly not 5 seconds clear. 7 minutes still to go. Nathan Smith driving well in that MAN. There's the black and white flag out to somebody else. As the leader laps Graham Poole. Now Simon Faulkner this time's got a run on Steve Thomas, and he goes through. Good move into the chicane. Lost the side panel off the Iveco. That's for P6 for Simon Faulkner. Down the hill comes Simon Reed. There's Graham Poole being lapped by Nathan Smith, just trying to keep out of the way. But however close or otherwise the racing is, the trucks are just so spectacular to watch wherever they race, especially here at Donington. This layout suiting them so well. There is Simon Reed. Reed Freight, Auto Bright Direct and Gemini Windscreen sponsored Iveco among their other backers. Just kicks up a little bit of dust there on the outside of the Coppice exit. Past the castle turret in the background. One time Donington had all manner of quirky additions like that. We had the Dunlop Bridge, of course, down the straight past the exhibition centre. There was the mock-up Spitfire mounted on a pole on the infield. Starkey's Bridge as well, with the mock-up of the Land Speed record car on the top. The spark plug commentary box as well, down at the old hairpin. Sadly, that disappeared before I did any PA comms at Donington. I would love to have commentated from the spark plug. It's done from the single box now on the Wheatcroft Straight using CCTV. The circuit full of character is Donington Park. And full of trucks this weekend. Look at them all there in the background. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. We'll see if Mark Taylor can pull away enough to alleviate that penalty. He's 2.75 seconds up on Simon Reed at the moment. Reed a further, just over 2 seconds clear of Nathan Smith, who's running well. Neil Yates a bit sideways again. A little bit of bodywork hanging off Nathan Smith's truck in that third place. Into the closing stages now of our final race of the day here on the Donington Park National Circuit. A busy one it has been, plenty of action and incidents. Now, who's going to win it? Will Mark Taylor be able to pull away to win? He needs to win by more than 5 seconds with that penalty. Anything less, and he'll be demoted behind Simon Reed. Oh, Nathan Smith's dropped back. He's back to 4th, but through the 3rd has come Neil Yates. Has Nathan got a problem? Terry Gibbon has been given a further penalty, another 10 seconds for another track limits offence. That's 15 seconds in total. Now, how far ahead of Faulkner is he? 17 seconds. He might get away with it. He might keep his position. Not if he drops back any further, then. There's Simon Reed. There goes Mark Taylor. He leads on the road. The gap is just over 3 seconds, so Mark Taylor is trying to pull away from Simon Reed. 3.16 seconds clear. It's Yates in 3rd. Smith is down to 4th. Sounds like a few fans of Neil Yates I can hear in the background there cheering him on. Pleased he's got up to 3rd place. Might be Neil's best ever finish, and Well, if he can get within 5 seconds of Mark Taylor, he might be up to P2. With less than 2 minutes to go, it's unlikely though. I think Mark Taylor's going to lose one place, and this is going to be a win for Simon Reed. There is the Iveco. We'll see when the timing screen adjusts itself at the end of the race. Oh, ignore that I've said that, because Neil Yates has got a time penalty as well. There's going to be quite a lot of penalties. We'll wait till everything sorts out at the end of this race, because they're coming around to start the last lap now. It looks as though Mark Taylor's going to lose his win. Neil Yates will try and stay ahead for pride of Nathan Smith, but he's going to get a penalty as well, by the look of things. Well, Mark Taylor's going to win it on the road. He's 3 seconds clear of Simon Reed. Now, Nathan Smith is fighting back. There's a little bit of smoke, I think, coming from Neil Yates' truck there. Is that smoke or dust? Hard to tell. Maybe it's just a bit of steam from the water-cooled brakes. He's run wide there, going into the old hairpin. Here comes Nathan Smith. He's going through. Back up into third place. Yes, Neil Yates, is he developing a problem there? We're on the last lap of the race now, the last lap of day one at Donington. And Mark Taylor's coming in to take the checkered flag. We'll confirm the result in a moment. There is the checkered flag. Mark Taylor crosses the line. Over the line though, in second place on the road is Simon Reed, and with Taylor's penalty applied, Simon Reed does inherit the race win. Nathan Smith will come across the line in third. Good battle with Neil Yates. Terry Gibbon will be next over the line, but we'll see if he drops back any further on penalties. Now Neil Yates will have a 10-second penalty applied. Terry Gibbon will have one applied as well. How many did Neil Yates get? Yeah, 10 seconds for Neil Yates, 15 for Terry Gibbon in total. Simon Faulkner across the line. No, he wasn't close enough to capitalise on those. He gets 6th. Steve Thomas 7th. Graham Poole with a final finisher, because we lost Craig Reed, John McGuinness and John Powell. A little fly past there as the trucks complete their slow down lap. Nicely timed. Thank you, East Midlands Airport. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Nathan Smith, a little bit of a burnout. That was Kurt Goranson style, certainly. He's got a good future ahead of him in truck racing. But it is Simon Reed who takes the win on corrected time in the Iveco. Nicely done, the man from fairly local in Stoke-on-Trent. Provisional results will read as follows. Simon Reed the winner by 1.6 seconds, with Mark Taylor getting that penalty. Nathan Smith third. Penalties for Neil Yates and Terry Gibbon as well, 4th and 5th. Simon Faulkner 6th ahead of Steve Thomas. And Graham Poole the final finisher a lap down. We lost Craig Reed somewhere along the line. John Powell tried to get the DAF going, but only managed a few laps in the end. And we lost John McGuinness with Dan Inch after running over the gravel at the chicane, battling Terry Gibbon. Jock Borthwick, of course, is a non-starter. We hope he's okay and that he can get his truck back out for tomorrow. But that does wrap up racing today. We will head down to Parc Fermé shortly for the final word. But that's about all from myself, Dave Goddard, for day one here at Donington Park. And Ian and Pointy, I'm sure, will be down there in Parc Fermé for the final word on day one here at Convoy in the Park. Just needs me to say a big thank you to all our volunteer marshals, the recovery crews, the medical staff and everyone else at Donington, and all our show truck exhibitors and everybody else on the infield here at Convoy in the Park. Day one coming to an end. We'll shortly hand down to Parc Fermé, and I will rejoin you tomorrow, our first race of the day coming up at 10 o'clock with the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We'll welcome Track Action Race Club and the OT Publishing Coupe Cup on the programme as well. I'll rejoin you just before 10 o'clock tomorrow for day two. That's about all from me. We'll hand down to Parc Fermé in a moment.
So, what a great finish for the Reed family at the end of the day. Not quite the result they were hoping for brother Craig, not making a finish with that. Let's get out of Simon's way, shall we, I suppose. Actually, if you come with me a second, John, whilst we're parking up, whilst we're just waiting for Simon to reverse in, let's just have a quick look at some of the damage we had from Craig earlier on. Go on, get your leg over, son.
Oh, sound mate, this is what we call living the dream.
Literally,
yeah.
I mean, you were working so hard. Why didn't you make it back out?
Yeah, no, I was. I've been out. Yeah, so I went out.
You got something you didn't stay out, is what I mean.
Yeah, So we went out, basically come onto the start-finish straight then, just started feeling the vibration, and I think the impact of the incident with Jock earlier, the props hit the gearbox and damaged the gearbox. So now I've got so tonight's job, change the box and make this look a bit more pretty, less banger style.
So it's only like the entire back end you've got to dismantle tonight.
Yeah. We got the IAB, so we're fine. We'll sort the job out.
Oh, brilliant!
So,
that's it. I mean,
it's all easy stuff, mate. It's all easy stuff.
Yeah, you've done a fantastic job of rebuilding it to the stage that you have done. I mean, the team worked very hard to get you back out. But it's good that you made the decision not to over push it.
Yeah, no, that's it. As soon as I felt the vibrations, I come straight in because obviously I didn't know. Obviously, I was dropping anything, so I just went straight in like. But it's a shame, but this is why I went out, because tomorrow this would have happened, see.
Yeah, and you know what you're
waiting
for.
I'd have missed probably 2 races tomorrow. So
it's going to be a late shower.
Yeah, this is it. Listen, we're sorted.
A late shower. Right, done with brother Craig. Let's speak to brother Simon about his win there. The engine goes off and quiet falls upon the Reed family camp. Out of the way. There we go. Simon, what a result.
I know, yeah. I think after the last race, and there's all rushing around, and obviously giving my brother's truck a bit of love to get back out. No, it was a good result. Just cracked on, and obviously that they're holding the lights right off, like once you've gone under them.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of feedback. I mean, obviously, there may be a reason for these,
we're
but
just playing the guessing game.
Yeah.
And obviously you'll add on the radio, but really your lights are...
that's the legal one, isn't it? That's what tells you to go, yeah.
So it was that's happened twice today, so they could really do a sorting the blooming life out on.
I'll let them know. Yeah, I'll put a card in.
Well, it's all about it, isn't it? Because you've got it loaded up, got the old girl loaded up, and you want to get blooming cracked on.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
But no, we had a good crack. Obviously, Mark and Nathan were up front, and then obviously I'll just stay behind a bit, and then Mark went for the pounce, and then they come out, and then I just loaded it up and got a mint drive out, and then got down the pit wall. I say Mark, give me the room, because he knew I was down the side. Obviously we managed to get past Nathan, which has drove absolutely spot on, hat off to the lad.
It was a good race, wasn't it? And he's ended up with a third now due to other people's track limit penalties as well. So he'll be happy with that podium.
Yeah, no, I am. I'll be honest, I've followed Mark, and you know, I couldn't see a lot wrong with it, I'll be honest. But obviously, I'm not judging it, am I?
Indeed, you're not.
Personally, I couldn't see a lot wrong with it.
No, moving the subject completely away from racing just for a moment, a very rare sight that we managed to open the show in front of today was, of course, the beautiful steam locomotive that has appeared on the back of one of your extremely heavy haulage trailers this weekend.
Yes, it was a bit of a coincidence. Well, it was sort of planned as such, but it wasn't actually meant to be parking here, and then spoke to Truck Sport, and they said, listen, we've got the old paddock this weekend, come and bring it in.
I mean, the amount of pictures that have been taken, it just goes to show that after all the years that they've been out there, that A, people are looking after them, and B, people are still so infatuated with them.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, the owner of the engine, my customer, Riley and Sons up at Bury, or Barry, they are, I'll be honest, at the top of the game. They are what I call the quick fitters of steam locomotives. If anybody's going to turn the job round, they do. Do a lot of mainline charters up and down the country with a fleet of steam locos. You know, nothing easy to maintain and keep on the track. And yeah, like I say, we've ended up bringing it up just off a job. It's finished down in the south, and it'll be heading up to Carnforth on Monday. But yeah, it was quite nice. You know, it was sort of half planned. I'd set the permits up to get it into here, just on a chat with Truck Sport on Thursday to say, you know, it might drop on, and it'll allow the lads to go home and get their breaks for the weekend and then crack on Monday. So no, it's been spot on.
It's such a great piece of history to have here in the paddock. It's brilliant. Now, without further ado, we need to go and get some silverware handed out. So you and I need to pull our fingers out and get down there to the podium. Right, that's enough out of him. We'll let him get some sweat wiped away and get himself down to the podium. Ian, my goodness, what a day. What a day.
What a day, but we're done for today.
We are.
That's it, we're back tomorrow. And tomorrow we've got more trucks. More junior saloons.
Yep.
We've also got track action joining us and the Coupe Cup as well.
Looking forward to the Coupe Cup. Don't usually follow them, but they're here this weekend and I'm excited. I've actually got a friend that works for BARC. I mean, you know Dave, of course.
Yeah.
He's racing one of those tomorrow as well. So I think we'll all be hanging around at the end of the day just to cheer Dave on.
Absolutely. A good man, point.
No bias, no bias.
No, you sit on the fence there.
I'll sit on the fence. Go Dave!
That's it. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the marshals. Thank you to you, Pointy. Thank you to Dave, of course, as well. We're back tomorrow from about 9:45, and I think first race is about 10 o'clock in the morning. So make sure you come back. BARC TV, British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I think it's time for us, Pointy, to drift off into the sunset. Bye, everyone.
It's bye-bye from me. It's goodbye from him. Goodbye. Me first.